what's more troubling about that is they actually be listening, like taking that serious. I'm like, man, you listen to that dumb shit if you want, man. You know what I'm saying? But then when child support tearing your ass up, you're gonna sit here and act like you're a victim.
But, Ray, camera off, please, because we don't want to see the black screen. Please.
What's up, Cerulean?
Okay, one more.
Yo, great.
Are you using your cell phone?
Wait.
Yeah. Use a cell phone or you're on a computer, Ray.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, please. We don't want no dark screens. But anyway, we have guests. What's good? The Gray regime, the one and only Cerulean Gray.
And how are we, esteemed chaos?
Yes. How you doing, sir? Yes.
Yeah, you know, I was wondering what's been happening. I see you quoting the material. You know, like been reading.
I mean, no, I remember. You know, well, I should be reading it, to be honest with you. I remember pretty well. You know, my memory is pretty good to a degree. You know, so yeah.
You know, can I just preface this real quick?
Go ahead.
Because I hear a lot of Negroes, especially those of a red pill variety, repeat the mantra that we live in a gynocracy. And they'll flip that on its head and they'll talk about the Hotepnik when he says the black woman is God. And this is how dumb, or I would say mentally disadvantaged, the Negro in these spaces are. When they don't even realize that the Hotep Negro is saying the same shit that the so-called red pill Negro is saying. The gynocracy, black woman is God, it's actually the same exact shit. And all of those narratives are literally were designed to kind of absolve men of their responsibility as to why their communities turned out the way that they did. And the same goes for white males. The same goes for white males, Asian males, any of those incel varieties, so-called red pill, black pill, it's all the same. A white man is under no delusion. He knows his white woman is God. That's why he started a whole movement called the men's rights. Come down to the modern era, the white men are even smart enough that they know who their God is to such a degree that they don't even say white women. They say American, westernized, etc., etc. So even the white man is smart enough not to throw his own women under the bus, even whenever he's admonishing them. But those of us who are a little bit more intellectually astute understand that it doesn't matter what the women are doing, because whatever their behavior is an effect of the environment that was already set by men. Oh, you got a problem with the thought market? Men create the market for thoughts. If we didn't buy into thoughts, whores, prostitutes, strippers, etc., it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be incentivized, and therefore women wouldn't do it, because there's no market in it for them to say allow a man to bypass all of the stages of mating and courting to gain access to her body via a dollar. But because some Negro, or not even some Negro, but just some male, said, hey, I want to bypass what I would normally have to do to gain access to your body, and say, give you a couple of dollars, give you an expensive gift, etc., etc. And bam, instantly, the market for whores is created. And once again, because men are naturally predisposed to opposing the environment, while women are biologically predisposed to nesting in that environment, whether that environment is hostile or not, whether that environment is dysfunctional or not. She's going to react to whatever environment that you set. And that's why you have in certain countries, they don't accept that. Take, for instance, the Emirates, right? The Emirates, they don't just let their women walk around willy-nilly as they wish. In fact, in no Arab nation does that exist, which is why you see so many of those women trying to find their way to some Western nation as a refugee. Because we here in America, we do such a good advertising of showing how free and liberal we are. Oh, you are forced to wear a hijab and a long covered black robe in 130-degree weather. Hey, our women can practically walk around naked here. And what woman in the world doesn't want that kind of freedom? But then we're also yet again talking about another aspect of economy, because we created that market. A woman in America being able to capitalize off of having sex with men, where in an Arab nation, women are traded as commodities. You see, you get married, the father's family has to give a dowry to the family that's giving away their daughter. They're trading commodities. It's really the same flesh market, but the woman has more freedom to choose here in America. But it was men in America that created that market. When are we going to start talking about how these niggas are operating on a victimhood mentality? Because they love to throw that in the Negro's face whenever we point out, say, racism, white supremacy, right? Institutional racism and discrimination, right? Well, you're playing the race card. You're playing victim. Well, what do you think a refugee is? This is why I always refer to Black Americans as the nobles of the entire diaspora. You ever find it funny that the Negro, the American, the great American Negro, is the only one that has never ran from his own fight? Even the goddamn white male, the privileged white male and female of America, has ran from their own problems, while the Black American has never ran from his problems. But they don't mind coming to this country, right, and telling you American Negroes, you great American Negroes, to stop playing victim, to, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And then nobody has ever had to ask them, well, what the fuck are you doing in America? Because, bitch, you couldn't pull up yourself up by your own bootstraps in the country you were in before you decided to get a visa to America. But for the longest, all of these things were taken out of the public eye, that whenever the immigrant came here, that they were propped up on policies, things that they didn't even have to claim as welfare, even though that's exactly what it is. Whether it be the Indochina Refugee Aid and Assistance Relocation Act of 1940, or whether it be George Bush Jr.'s original DACA Act of 2001. Oh, but you think the dreamers started with Obama because that's the popular thing, especially whenever you want to coon it out and say, oh, Obama this and Obama that. But Obama didn't create the DACA Act. It was George Bush Jr., a so-called red-blooded Texan who's also a Republican and conservative leaning. Created one of the biggest immigrant programs that Hispanized America in the late 90s and early 2000s. Now here we are in 2021, about to go into 2022, and it's the same shit all over again. And it's so funny because now you have a president that is a a real conservative, though he's Democrat, but a real conservative leaning president, right? Who is doing all of the same things that the same president who he's trying to be, which is FDR, is doing. A New Deal for America. Isn't it funny? America comes out of the Great Depression. FDR says, oh, a New Deal. What does he immediately start talking about? Infrastructure, 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 infrastructure. Why? Because FDR understood that in order for America to bounce back the economy, men had to be put back to work. Well, what caused men to fall out of work? Well, we take it back to 1898. There's a man named Milford W. Howard. He wrote a book. It was called The American Plutocracy, The Stratification of Wealth. So what was the New Deal really about? The redistribution of wealth in order to incentivize men to go back to work. We're going to sweeten the pot, and that's why he said there was going to be a chicken in every pot, FDR. And now you hear the same language coming out of the Biden administration. And don't get me wrong, I'd rather Trump to have remained president for a second term. For no other reason than these niggas thought it was all sweet. Why you want racism to go back underground? Why you want to not know where you stand when you're already open enemy? They already been acting like open enemies. Why do you want you want the racism to be hidden and almost seamless again? When all it's really doing is willing you back into the same sense of comfortability that got your ass here. See, because now they don't have to tell you just straight out, I'm not hiring no niggas. They say, oh, you're underqualified. You're too qualified. Right? Oh, that position has been filled. The nice way to employ racism is by giving you an excuse for why you can't get a job with a living wage. But your white counterpart can come in there with literally being a high school dropout, right? Get the job and then be told not to tell anybody about how much you're getting paid. And then while you're sitting there working at the same job that your white counterpart is at that Target distribution center, your white counterpart pulls up to the job in a new truck, and you're taking the bus to work every day. But they tell you the fact that you still work at the same place where this white person who's making more than you doing the same job as you, that is all equal and fair. You can go and get a new truck too. No, you can't. You don't qualify because you don't have the credit. You don't have the income. Oh, your debt to income ratio is far too high for them to approve a car loan or a truck loan for you. And therefore, what happens when it comes to black business? See, this is how you know all these niggas running around here talking about they six-figure niggas. They don't even know how to do business. You think Obsidian knows how to do business? Obsidian thinks a viable business plan is to send a mass email out and send everybody an invoice of $10 every month. He does this every month. He thinks that's a business plan. Now, if you were out in the real world, I'd do that, kind of like a mass robocall. I could be convicted and indicted on charges of fraud, defrauding the public.
You know he still do that. You know he still that.
Oh yeah, he still does it. I have more than a dozen of those emails. How do you send somebody an invoice with no services rendered? What is that called? That's fraud.
Shit. Oh.
I mean, you can look all of this up. Violation of SEC code, all type of shit. It's not running a business. It's running a hustle.
Well,
but see, this all comes from the lack of the politics, which is how you fight this race thing, right? This is how you fight that racism, so-called white supremacy thing. It's through the politics, right? That has been able to control the environment to such extent that is enabled and even incentivize your women to act against your better interest as a group. And even to even greater extent, has these niggas running around here using the same old tropes that literally act against their better interests as a group. Hence, that's why you hear them so much advocating for pump and dump culture. Oh, don't get married, right? Don't have kids. Oh, don't become a numerical majority so that you can control, especially local elections. No, don't do that. Stop having these kids. That's how you know where the rhetoric started. Started with white folks. Oh, you niggas having too many damn kids. They wasn't worried because of no moral reason. They don't give a fuck if kids are raised in single mother households. Hell, damn near half of the white children that have grown up literally since 1971,
50 years
nearly
ago,
half of the children in the white community since 1971 have grown up in single parent households. That's why they called them. That's why especially the late Gen Xers. Why you think they refer to them as the slacker generation? Why you think they refer to as latchkey kids? Grew up babysitting themselves. Okay, so they don't give a fuck about it. But see, because of this, there is some kind of pathological mechanism that causes this self-inflicted shame in someone who's a potential coon, to where they would go and reproject that, right? Regurgitate that out to the open world, right? Put it back out into the ether, and not even realize that entire talking point about single mothers wasn't created to talk down on the women. It was created to talk down on the Negro. Because how do if I've been saying that the black male is a sexually undisciplined savage, the trope of the big black brute, how do I abstractly, right, say that same thing without saying those words? I said that 70% of black children grew up in single mother households. But see, that's not a shot at the black woman. That doesn't reflect poorly on the black woman. Because if they're growing up in the single parent household, single mother household, well, who the fuck is the fathers? That means that you have, en masse, a problem with dereliction. And it's become pathologized to the point to where this generation that grew up under the slacker generation will go out here and say, don't get married, pump and dump. Oh, to be an alpha means to have sex with a lot of women. So even the worldview starts forming, right? Which is really a beta worldview, starts forming around the environment which incubated the dysfunction in itself, right? And for a city in which, let's just be honest, he's just, all he is a 50-something-year-old incel. Your everyday brother ain't a 50-something-year-old incel. Your everyday brother don't have a problem getting pussy, don't have a problem taking girls to the prom. Let's just be honest. You ask most brothers, they never had a problem taking a girl to the prom in high school. That's some incel shit. It's if you want to talk about misrepresentation, there's no greater misrepresentation, because your everyday brother struggles from too much access to the pussy. I'm dead ass serious. Your everyday brother struggles not from the lack of pussy, but too much access to it. That's your everyday brother.
Interesting.
Yep.
And that's why you see nothing ever getting done.
Interesting.
Because the everyday Negro is infatuated with sexual endeavors.
Low vibration type mentality where they are just concentrating on the least important issues.
When you have a population that is using sex and sexual endeavor to medicate itself, what the pump and dump that exacerbates the problem that you're already having. You can't tell me that you're speaking from a moral standpoint when you're talking about single black mothers and abortion, and then you tell me that you're advocating for pump and dump, which exacerbates both of those problems.
Exactly. You're being a hypocrite, man. And see what a lot of that stems from is the fact of being envious because you view women as being able to be reckless and irresponsible, but they're able to do something about it retroactively, but you're not. You're not, as you feel deprived because nothing in the socio-political and economic and environment of the American society allows you to be reckless and irresponsible and then be able to alleviate it retroactively. That's not defined as a right as your right as a man. You see what I'm saying? So you have to. So in everything that you do, you have to exercise discipline and be proactive. So you feel deprived because.
But see, they're advocating
for you being reckless and irresponsible. You feel deprived.
But see, I've always, because you've always heard me advocate this idea, and it's true. It don't matter what country you go to. It don't matter what point in history that you go to. That abandonment is the original sin of all social decline. Everything else subsequent of that is the effects of that original abandonment. Right? So understand this. You're talking about pump and dump. Well, let's take the word dump, for instance. What is the word dump? When you want to dump somebody, what does that mean? That's abandonment.
Yep.
And the thing is, they're not investing their energies on the society is moving forward. These young black men are listening to people who have failed in life. They have not been able to advance themselves financially or economically. They're not in healthy marriages or healthy monogamous long-term relationships, and they're giving these young black men the worst type of examples that they could ever give them. And these young black men already have enough problems that they have to deal with, dealing with a changing economy that they may not be as well prepared for as they should be. And they certainly need the right type of positive, productive male leadership that would come from highly competent people who care about them as a collective.
But wait, let's peep this real quick, Ray.
Okay.
But yet they're calling Suspicious Samuels the Godfather. Nigga of what? Butt plugs? They call Suspicious Samuels the Godfather, my ninja. He's a two-bit grifter that's never been successful at any goddamn thing in his life. Comes to YouTube, and it's so funny because I remember when he asked me some years ago if he could use some of the points on my video when I talk about words men need to move from their vocabulary. He went around surfing and collected all of this shit, stole an entire, literally stole an entire catalog from Henry Liu, right? Chinese guy that literally invented the term high value man.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then uses it to beat down on the heads of women. Right?
Well, that shows I'm not going to deal with his sexuality, in a way. But the thing that shows the desperation of our youth
reason I'm saying
and our
that, right?
women
just real quick.
Go make your point.
Just real quick. The reason I'm saying it's suspicious, right? You go onto a Vlad interview, you go onto a Vlad TV interview, right?
Okay.
with this slimy-handed Jew, right? And sit there, and while he's sitting there lambasting, right, and degrading the very image and likeness of the black community as a whole via the black women, right? He's asking Vlad, why is the gay innuendo thing allowed to persist against him while he is persistent in pushing a similar, equally decorative innuendo against the black community via its women.
Okay. Now,
he's asking the gay community. He's asking the LGBT community to come out and defend,
and also other cultural communities. We want to make sure we save this channel. But the point I'm trying to make is that channel
because all of this is for education, Ray. All of this is for education. We're going to save the channel because I'm not saying it to be say offensive towards any specific group. But
let me say some more, Ray. Hold on. We in here. We know this is a public platform, but we're gonna be fair and honest.
Okay.
And much times some people want to worry about the fucking politics. Remember, it's a fucking woman to run this fucking channel. I know concerned that we're gonna be raw, uncut as much as possible. Because let's be honest, for people that's concerned about that, they're more of their bottom line and bankroll. They're not really talking about the real shit. So I'm gonna let Cerulean on and speak with it. Go ahead, Cerulean. Speak your mind.
See, when I said slimy handed Jew, I'm talking specifically of Vlad TV, of who was the subject of what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Jews are inherently slimy handed.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about an individual.
Exactly.
You see,
well, I can hear you on that, and I think that we can speak our minds and speak directly on that. What I'm saying is that because so many channels have been taken off because of not being within the code that they're warning us. Because we can discuss this without making statements against certain people and groups on that. So that's why I don't deal with this sexuality. The real core issue is that we have been so broken that people will look for leadership and guidance from people who are questionable in providing that leadership. We're not looking to people who have, there are brothers in real estate who are legitimate. There are brothers in all types of entrepreneurship that are really legitimate. But the people that kind of gravitate to YouTube want quick fixes, that an instant gratification, which keeps them poor, which keeps them politically powerless. So the point of the matter that I was making, something as simple as marriage. All this anti-marriage, in my view, is because they're failing at life. They would do better. You don't even have to be a statistician or an economist. If you look at it, you said in the studies say that 70% of married men are in the middle class, and only 20% of single men. All you have to do is that you need to investigate what is it about marriage that will more than likely make you middle class, and if you stay married, you will more than likely remain. When black men get divorced, they only like 44% remain in the middle class, but when they get remarried, that 66% get back in. So those are the types of things. Go for it.
That's the type of thing. When Kevin Samuels is talking about that, he'll tell that to those women as if that 67% number or whatever stat he's quoting, as if those men are in those women's dating pool, and they're not. These are men like Judge Joe Brown. You consider him, he's in the middle class, but he's old as hell. You see what I'm saying? Like, these are not viable options.
But here's a fundamental problem.
Well, he's in his 70s. Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
But see, here's the fundamental problem, right? Is that this nigga just made it into the middle class.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
50-something years old, still trying to be a fucking poster model.
Right.
You see what
even with that, the issue that I'm saying is that we don't even have to consider him. We want to know, why are these people feeling so deprived that anybody that gets on this YouTube and tells them to F a college degree, when we need more people in trade school, we need them in apprenticeships, we need them in colleges, in every area. We need more black men, well educated in everything that they do, well read, well informed, and listening to a lot of these people who are failures, many of them convicted felons that have done time, trying to advise people who have never done those types of things. I mean, you have several. You even have convicted felons that have a so-called school for black kids. And let's be honest, I'm not interested in this. I mean, I do. They paid their debt to society, but I'm not getting my advice or advocating that young black men go to convicted. The only thing convicted felons could say is how stupid it was for them to commit those crimes. How stupid it was to sell crack cocaine, dime bags of crack cocaine in Cincinnati and spend 15 years in Ohio State Penitentiary. How stupid it was to do what they did.
Ray, it's not that. Ray, it's not that black and white, because when you're dealing with crime, again, that's political. You talk about behavior being criminalized. So, like for instance, you take for instance, conservatives love to bark on free market. They love to bark on crime and justice. Well, 70,000 white men fucking overdosed on opioids back in 2017. Not one person batted a fucking eye until a year and a half later they tried to make it a medical curse, while the whole time they were literally locking black people up because of that very same behavior, because of addiction.
I hear you.
You see, so it's a political
power to challenge that by having people stupid enough to partner with the people who are trying to jack up our communities. You're not being progressive or helping.
But what's jacking up? But wait. What's jacking up the community? Right. Let me get this right. What's really jacking up the community? Let's be honest. Pfizer, just in the last 20 years, Pfizer has killed more fucking Americans than the totality of Vietnam, Desert Storm, and the current global war on drugs, and the current global war on terror. Pfizer, just one company, and this is the company that's making vaccines right now.
Oh,
so let's just understand something.
How is somebody who dropped out of high school selling dime bags of crack cocaine in Cincinnati, Ohio? How is that helping black people?
But see, now you're talking on the same level, which is no different than what the red pill niggas is talking about. Because those are all effects of the overarching issue.
I do. There are effects of the overarching issue, but how is it that those people doing that?
Because let's examine let's examine what causes people to drop out of high school.
Okay, examine that thing. Discuss that.
What causes people to drop out of high school?
I'm not certain. Tell me what your view is.
But you're making judgments, and you're making moral arguments based on people that drop out of high school and go and sell drugs.
Sometimes they fell behind in elementary and middle school, were never able to get their reading comprehensive computing skills all together. So by the time they became big in high school, they just couldn't make it. So they dropped out. They couldn't become a self-taught.
Do you know what the number one? Do you know what the number one problem affecting children in America right now?
No, what is the number one problem affecting?
And it's the one factor that contributes to dropping out of school in general. It affects the overall well-being of the child's academic success, and that's childhood homelessness. That's the number one thing that affects children in America, bruh.
Okay, but breaking down, how is selling crack cocaine, dropping out of high school?
Okay, so let me you're moralizing the argument. Let me ask you real quick. You said, how is selling crack cocaine? Let me see. You got a job that's equivalent to crack cocaine? That the possibility or the ability of people to generate money off of crack cocaine. Do you have something that is equivalent or greater to that of what crack cocaine can generate for an individual?
Well, they're not that smart to generate that on themselves. They failed and get locked up and cost us $40,000 a year when we got to lock them up in Ohio State Penitentiary because because they're not even good. They can't even be good criminals. They're so stupid.
You say criminals again, like you talk about a political thing. What I'm saying is that the thing that incentivizes a young boy or a girl to go out here and sell crack is literally a lack of the thing that you're judging them on is the very thing that they actually needed prior to them even having the mind to want to go out and sell crack.
They failed in school.
But you ain't. But wait. You're not. But wait. You're not. But in Ohio, but see, hold up. But niggas in Ohio ain't generating no economy that can keep those niggas out of that system, though. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, if they're not doing that, so selling crack cocaine is a viable way for economic progress for a high school dropout that can't read.
Again, but niggas in Ohio ain't generating an economy that's well enough to employ those.
But selling crack.
Wait. So what's a greater detriment? What's a greater detriment? Them going out there and selling the crack and then getting locked up, or the very thing that niggas was supposed to be generating but don't, and then want to blame the child, even though the child drops out of school to go sell that crack, but you're not fixing the economic condition. Because you're politically apathetic.
Crack cocaine or sex trafficking.
But see that crack cocaine, but that crack cocaine will allow that kid to eat for that night or to house themselves, i.e. shelter themselves for that night.
Eat for that night, brother. We got a lot of resources that can. I mean, we're not
apparently not.
No, we're not that deprived as, say, for instance, the destitute of Haiti, the destitute of Nigeria. You're not in that third world destitution. We have resources to help people get the skills that they need.
No, actually, you don't as much as you think that you do, but you really don't.
But the point is that we're trying to make.
Hold on. Let me put it in perspective for you real quick. No, bro. No, because you said, well, you don't have any reason. Wait, let me put it in perspective for you, brother.
Let's do the next point. Then you could.
Let me put it in perspective for you, bro. We just got hit with COVID over a year.
Right.
Damn near half of the country completely out of work. Okay? You got an alternative.
Selling crack cocaine and sex trafficking black women helping us overcome COVID.
Oh, I'm talking about
you got brothers
in the needs of preparations.
YouTube, sex trafficking black women. How's that helping us
We're talking about preparation. You're telling me that this is a country that was completely unprepared for a major disaster, something that Americans, every single American, pays taxes for this country to stay prepared. And this country was yet prepared for a pandemic, a first world nation. But wait, an ill-equipped, uneducated child dropping out of high school, he's supposed to be more fucking equipped than the goddamn country, though. See, this is the pathology, Amiri, that I was talking about with a lot of these niggas.
You have a nation
of 350 because he's one of those niggas. For somebody to look down upon, right?
Hold on, Gray. Hold on. A nation of 325 million that's weathered this better than most nations. You have third world nations and you have other first world nations that have gone through this worse, that in 9 months a vaccine was created.
And yet we are here. We're not in any other country.
It's a competently trained PhD, the lead researcher for that vaccine.
How many PhDs did they fire from the CDC because they didn't even have the damn test right? How many PhDs were fired because they blew the whistle on spoiled vaccines? So understand, like, a PhD's job security is every bit as fragile as a high school dropouts, bro.
Great. Let me make my point. We're not here to just continually rabble-rouse rhetoric about issues that don't have relevance to our empowerment as a
Then why are you rabble-rousing about
hold on.
Why are you rabble-rousing about the effect instead of talking about the cause? We've been talking about causes.
The United States weathered the storm of COVID better than most nations. You were able to put a vaccine together in 9 months. Whereas most nations, I think only 14% of the world is vaccinated.
Are you living in the same America that we're all living in?
And that's what we need to do. Bruh, we need to be concentrating on the real issues.
You haven't seen the latest reports?
A lot of the conspiracy issues or this.
You haven't seen a lot of the reports?
Yes, I have. Have you seen the report?
Another
Only
damn near
14%
3 million
of the world is
infections
vaccinated,
in America,
and most people want to get a
and
vaccination.
that's for preparation.
Yeah. But the points that you're trying to make, we were initially talking about the importance of having the type of people to offer black young boys and black young men leadership.
Are you that type of person?
Hold on. Let me make my point.
Look, bro, 'cause I do this for real. So if you're not that type of person, you're not the person.
We asked that question because we were talking at the same time. I didn't hear you.
I mean, are you a community type person? Are you a person out there lending your leadership as an example in your community, bro?
Through the organizations that I'm associated with. Some are faith-based because I'm a faith-based person. But the point I'm saying is that when we get into these discussions, great. Okay, you can say that, but I say don't attack people's faith. But what the point I'm saying is this on this to Cerulean is that we are not helping each other when we wash under the rug aberrant behavior, even though that there are limitations and there is repression and lack of opportunity.
Here we go with the moralistic language. Let's talk about aberrant behavior. What aberrant behavior, such as what? You talk about don't attack. Wait.
Cocaine to pour back people in.
But yeah, you asking me. 15 years hold on, brother. Because you asked me not to attack people's faith, right?
Right.
But you have no problem attacking the faith of other people. And it's so funny. The aberrant behavior. Let's talk about aberrant behavior. Let's talk about that black church that a lot of you Negroes have so much faith in that hasn't done a goddamn thing for the black community that continues to extract wealth out of this.
We're not talking about that right now.
No.
Well, hold on, Brad. Let's get back to the point. The point that we're trying to talk about is, hold on, Gray.
Now we talk about one of the sources of total social collapse.
Provide productive leadership
Niggas don't like to
for
talk
young
about
black
that
boys and young black men to advance themselves economically and politically within the USA under the legal structures.
Is your faith based? Is any of the organizations that use that faith-based initiative doing any of that?
Let's move beyond that. Because the issue that I wanted to discuss is how do we provide.
Oh, you want to move beyond that, but you want to talk about the lowest common denominator, which is in effect.
The question that we wanted to discuss is how do we provide leadership for young boys?
I don't think that's the title of this program,
young black boys and young black men to advance themselves economically and politically, and to be their best selves. That's what I want to concentrate on. I'm not interested in conspiracy theories.
Look, you say, I'm not talking conspiracy. I'm talking absolute fact. Church, the black church has been extracting more than half a billion.
We're talking about
the church.
We are not talking about the church. We are not talking about the church. We're talking about how do we provide the type of environment to advance young black, provide leadership for young black boys and young black men to be their best selves.
You work for a faith-based organization, bro, and I'm telling you, if your faith-based organization haven't been able to do it,
I did not say that I'm employed by a faith-based organization. But
if you're working with a faith-based organization, how are they doing it? How are they doing it? See, this is the problem with these niggas. Like, let's exchange ideas.
What I am saying is that get to the point. Going on those tangents is not helpful. Get to the point. How do we help create environments to empower black boys?
Your mic is
talk about what you want to focus on. I've been completely on the title of the damn program. You going on about aberrant behavior of people who are effects of the overarching problem, and yet you haven't talked about one solution to say overarching problem. While I sit here on this panel with not just one, but a motherfucking entire plethora of them. Matter of fact, you can find them on GrayRegime.tv. But see, here's the problem when I'm talking is the church ain't doing the damn thing.
You're arguing with me for reasons I don't know because I didn't come here to argue with you.
I didn't come here to argue.
What I'm trying to do,
I came here to state facts.
I am trying to get
and you notice whenever we talk about that church, don't attack people's faith. You want to know there's only one faith that trumps all faiths, right?
For black boys and
in America, especially in the age of decline, there's but one faith in the age of all social declines. There's only one faith that matters above most, and that is the accumulation of wealth resources.
Yep. Fact.
And how you accumulate wealth resources then?
Oh yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what, you get your ass out there on the street with a pack. I bet you accumulate more than what you're making a year.
When you identify a pack, I don't know what that means. Tell me what that means.
Of course, you wouldn't know what that means. That's for when I talk to my young boys out here.
Okay. But the point is, Gray, let's stay on the subject of how we can help young black boys.
Yo, that's not what we was talking. Yo, that's not what we was talking about, my brother.
Okay. Well, my brother, what were we talking about?
Am I mistaken? Wait, hold on. Chaos Reign.
Yes, hello. You hear me? Yes, go ahead.
Were we talking about any of the shit this dude was talking about?
Nah, we were just sticking on the topic.
I'm pretty sure that I've been on topic the entire time.
Yes, he was, brother. He was.
The stuff you said.
Well, he want to tell me about the
emasculated. So you want to limit it to that.
While we're sitting here, right? You're talking about the effects of an overarching problem.
Yeah.
You asking me not to attack someone's faith while you're attacking people's faith.
I'm not attacking people's faith. But what point are you trying to make? So you want to go around in circles and circles and
like,
circles?
Let me ask you this, man. When's the last?
No, brother.
When's the last time you visited some locked up boys?
Brother, Gray.
Have you been?
Answer my
have
question.
You ever?
Because I'm not.
Have you ever went to a boys' town?
Gray.
Have you ever went to a boys' town and visited a group of locked up boys before?
Cerulean Gray.
Have you
answer
ever?
My question. I'm not going to.
It's a real simple thing,
Get back
bro.
to the point that I asked you, please.
Have you ever visited boys that have been locked up in the system before? Have you ever went to a boys' town or any of that? When you asking me about I'm asking you a direct question about the very question that you're asking me, and I'm asking you, have you done that?
To Gray, you're not able to harass me.
Ray,
I'm asking you a direct question.
Ray.
Yeah. Yes.
I know there's a lot of question bouncing, but since Cerulean posed that question, I'm
not going to answer that question because it's not relevant. It's not relevant to what we're discussing.
It's completely relevant.
He has no reason to ask me that. I asked him a direct question, and he wants to go around in circles. But he wants to do. We're not talking about
rabble rousing. While I'm sitting here on the panel talking to a nigga that ain't never did a goddamn thing for his community, but admonish it, nigga. That's what we doing.
So your goal is to, when people come on, is to get into fights with them to discourage them from working with you?
Look, niggas work with me all the time.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not opposed to working with anybody as long as it is work involved.
In Minneapolis, since you've been doing all this great work.
We have our partners over in Minneapolis that do the work. I'm in St. Paul, my brother.
Okay, St. Paul then. The Twin Cities. Tell us what's happening.
As a matter of fact, where we built our center is on a corner where young black men were getting killed at damn near every weekend.
So you built the center,
and you know what?
To stop young
since
black
we've
men from getting
been there the last 7 years, nobody's been there the last 7 years, and nobody got killed on that corner since.
Okay.
That's progress.
So look, man, I'm talking. When I'm asking you questions, have you been to a lockup where young boys
answer irrelevant questions?
Again, how is it? How are you asking me a motherfucking question about how we can come up with a solution for young black boys? And then I'm asking you if you ever went and visited young black boys that were locked up, brother.
How do you feel that you'll get people to work with you by getting into arguments and fights with people who want to work with you?
Bro, this ain't even an argument. See,
Ray,
man, it's like I'm talking to a snowflake, brother.
No.
His questions are irrelevant and they're not helpful to me.
Wait, hold on, chill, brother. Now, as much as you don't know the history of Cerulean, I have. I dealt with the brother, and he has put in work in this community. Now he asked a valid question. That's not some different.
I don't feel it. Chaos, I do not believe that's a valid question.
Look, you don't even hear me say. You don't even hear me use the word "feel" in a damn sentence. You don't even hear me use the word "believe" in a sentence. You don't.
Question.
You do not believe. That's the problem. You believe too much.
Okay. Well, Gray, you're not appearing that you really want to work with somebody who's reaching out to try to work with you. You've gotten all the answers because on that corner.
Are you trying to work with me for real? Are you trying to work for me for real, or are you trying to rabble rouse? Right.
It sounds like you've been the one who's been rabble rousing, talking about conspiracy theories for the last 45 minutes.
Conspiracy theories? What conspiracy theories?
Gray, I asked
I'm not even a conspiracy type dude, first of all.
And all you're doing is trying to to filibuster the
No,
whole
what I think is what I think it
and talk
what I
about
think it what no what I
conspiracy theories that
no what I
have no
think
relevance to
no what I think
empowering our
it what I
people.
think it is that you're just a Negro that the only thing that you've ever done for your community is admonish it.
No, that's not true. But the
Which is
point
why
is, the
which is
point,
why you
but
can't
see,
deal
so
you
this
can't
is
deal
a
with the
one.
topic that we're
So
talking
you're
about.
oh, this is a one-upsmanship, so that you
No, it's
have
not one
done
up.
all these
It's
great
not.
things for black
No, it's
people,
not
but
one
you
upsmanship,
don't know
bro.
other people
Bruh,
what
I
they've
don't even
done, but you're going
look.
to go ahead and
Look,
deride
I don't
everyone that you don't even
look.
know
I
what
don't
they
even
do.
brag on that. I don't even put a camera on the shit that I do in the community
I agree
because
with
it
you. I
comes
agree with
from
you. But
my
I'm
heart,
saying, how
brother.
are you deriding someone that you
Understand
don't know?
what I'm talking about, bro.
How
You
are you
admonishing people.
deriding someone that you don't
What
know?
I'm telling
You've
you is
been
that that's what you're
filibustering
doing,
the
bro.
panel. You won't let
That's why.
someone
That's why
put
you're
their
sitting
view
here.
on,
The
and
only
now
thing you've
you
ever
have
done for your
done
community
the
is admonish it.
greatest in helping empower black people, and no one else has made a contribution to the advancement of black people except you.
Wow, where'd you get that from?
Yeah, I wonder where you get that from.
Because you're sitting up here
Where'd you come? Where'd you
filibustering, saying that, asking that you have done these
filibustering?
great and grand things in St.
Wait,
Paul, but nobody
wait a
else has
minute,
done
wait a minute,
anything.
hold up. Here's a funny thing. Filibustering. That's what happens in a debate. We not up here debating about anything.
Well, you're trying to hog the entire panel. If you're not filibustering, you don't let
Dude,
anyone else speak.
I'm asking you basic ass questions. You sitting
I
here,
don't have
we're
to
talking about
answer.
something that is
Look, if you ask
overarching
a question
problem,
that I feel is completely
and you're here
irrelevant, I do
telling
not
me
have
about
to answer
like
you.
you're in here injecting low priority discussions, effects of a
Everything
greater
that you've
overarching
discussed has
problem.
been low priority and low vibrational. We're talking about how do we empower these young black boys to be their best
And it's
selves?
so funny
How do we
because
provide leadership for them?
Amiri actually opened up. With the very premise that you niggas would rather talk about the effects of the problem
So
than
you're
the
calling me
problem
the N
itself.
word now? You call him, and that's how you bond with your brother, by saying things like that?
Man, a spade is a spade, brother.
Yeah.
So that's how you've developed this great organization in St. Paul that's helped for the last 7 years, has made sure that no black kid has been
I've
killed
been
on
doing
that
it
street
longer than
corner.
I've been doing it
That you
longer than
have this
7 years
great
though,
order
bro.
for whatever
I've been doing it
period
longer
of
than
time
7
that they
years, but
didn't.
7 years
For
is
that's how, by
when you
calling
put
other
that there.
people that you know nothing about the N word. That's how you've done that, by starting an argument with someone who came in
I
on
never
good
started the
faith
argument.
to reach
I
out to you.
literally all I did was challenge your worldview.
No, 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 no,
Now,
no,
if you
no,
feel
no,
threatened
brother,
about anything
brother,
that I say,
brother. Listen to me.
then defend
And
your
I'm
worldview,
up
brother.
late where I am, and that's Amiri. I'm up late where I am. I came in to contribute, but do you want to hog and then browbeat some? We only have a few people online
Dude,
right
that's all
now,
you've
and if
been doing
they're
since you've been
hearing
on
how
here.
you come and attack someone who would want to
Attack
participate in
someone.
helping
Why you
what you're trying to do,
why you calling people in your own community aberrant and shit? Like, come on, bro. Talking
brother.
about like, come on.
That's
Oh,
helps. I
like,
asked you, was selling crack
listen to
cocaine
you.
a healthy behavior helping black people?
Yeah, it is. Actually, it is.
But if that's your view, then I don't see that as a scientific view. The science does not
No,
support that.
you don't see it as a scientific view because you got your head up your ass.
So Gray, so Cerulean, and you've done this at a lot of platforms. So getting into arguments and fights with somebody, ridiculing them, ad hominem and
So
attack.
okay, now I see.
That
Now
is
I
a
see.
way
Now I see
of.
what it. Now I see what it is. Right. Anywhere these niggas see me, that y'all see it, Amiri. It's chaos. Y'all see it. Anywhere I'm at, there's always one nigga to come up here that got a problem with me. You see what I'm saying? That's why I say the shit that I say, man. I'm not gonna hold my tongue for no nigga.
We see what you're saying, but I'm saying, how do you? When I reached out to Amiri, was not to have no fights and arguments with him. It was to discuss how we can be helpful. But you're attacking me. You don't know anything about me. You're saying
how you being
derogatory
helpful? You like
things.
way off.
Is this
You
how
way
you?
off topic,
Is this
bro.
how we build up black men to work
You way
together?
off topic,
Brother. No, I'm on topic
one
now.
way to build up black men is by showing them how to stay the fuck on topic.
With black men to work to build a better
Nigga, I don't need
society
to
for
build
black men and boys.
bruh. I don't need to build a fucking rapport with no nigga that admonishes his community more than he contributes to his community, bruh. I just
You know
don't.
nothing about me though, and the tragedy of this is
I'm listening to your language. Language is preceded by thought, right?
The point of the
Language
matter
is
is you have
preceded by
attempted
thought,
to
right?
attack
And
me
what you
all
think,
night. You know nothing about me, and I'm trying to come as a friend. I'm
what
trying
do
to
I
come
need
as an ally. And if you attack someone
as
that's
an
reaching
ally
out
to
to
what?
you, how
As
are
an
you
ally to
going to
what?
get anyone to work with
Hold
you
on, hold on, hold on,
that
hold on. You
doesn't
said
even
an
want to
ally,
understand your position?
bruh. As an ally to what? Do you even know what we fighting for me to need you as an ally? What are we fighting? You can't even stay
So
on the
your
topic,
goal has been
bro.
all night. You have filibustered and hogged the whole panel. And so, is that what you want
Have
to
I
do? You
hogged the
want
whole
to hog the
panel?
whole panel and,
No,
and put your
no.
position
But
on, and that's
you
it.
can't get a word. You can't get a word in edgewise. I mean, it's not a debate.
So your objective is to do what tonight, Cerulean? Cerulean?
It's not a debate.
I'm not saying
We're
this,
using these
but I'm
terms
asking you, what is your
filibuster. We're
objective?
not
All I'm
debating,
saying that you're just attempting to attack me, and I didn't even come here to fight with you.
bro.
So what is your objective?
Your language is off, bro. You want to focus on the lowest
I'm
common
saying, bruh,
denominator
too.
who are affected
What
by the
is
very
your
things that we're talking about up
objective?
here.
What is your objective? So you don't want me to speak. So what is your objective? So you want to
Look,
go ahead
I don't
and
have any
speak
problem
an
with you
hour or
speaking.
2 hours to say what?
Look, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't have any problem with you speaking, but the way that I'm carrying it from now on is you niggas will watch what the fuck you say when you on a panel with me.
So you calling
Period.
me the N word? You know nothing about me.
Yeah,
Why are you saying that?
nigga, you act like a nigga, you gonna be treated like a nigga.
So how am I acting like an N word? Break that down.
You a nigga because you are acting like an ignorant, vacuous imbecile who admonishes community. You passing judgment. You're calling people's
You
behavior
passing
aberrant.
judgment.
You have
So
no. You don't
people
even
that
know how the
sell crack
society is
cocaine
literally
and
works.
prostitute black women, they're
Yes,
identified as what? They're doing things to help the
yes. Those
community.
are those.
But a
Hey,
person
look.
that doesn't
Hey,
do
look.
that,
Those.
that raises
Hey,
up healthy
look.
communities,
Wait.
that's
Do
not.
we not live in a free country? So you're saying some people's freedoms are more important than others, right?
I didn't say
So,
that, Cerulean. You have just
yeah,
been
that's what
making
you
up
just
stuff.
said, bro.
Let
You
me
say, "Oh,
break this
what's
down, Cerulean.
Auburn?"
Let me break this down.
Dude, do
So
you
you
not even
wanted
know?
to come in.
So now,
It sounds
I'm
like
talking
you
to a
had
nigga that don't
a
even know.
fucked up
No,
attitude. You
now
wanted
we're
to come
talking to.
in and
Now I'm talking
continue
to a
to
nigga
just
that
berate
doesn't even know the
somebody.
definition of the
Bruh,
word he just
bruh,
used.
let
Bruh,
me make my point before I
you
leave.
don't even
Because
know the definition of the word you just
great.
used.
Great. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna let you have it because you want it so bad. I'm gonna go ahead and make my point and get off. You wanted to come on and do a diatribe for 2 hours and tell everybody how
Bruh,
allegedly smart you're supposed
I've
to
been going
be,
back and forth with you for
attack
damn near an
someone.
hour.
Brother, I came on the panel to add and contribute, and all you've done is attacked. You
Nigga,
don't even know me.
you will watch your fucking tongue when you're around me.
Brother, look, I'm watching my
You
tongue.
will
You're the
watch your
one that,
fucking you
bro,
will watch your
you are
fucking
the
tongue
one
when
that
you're
needs to
around me,
watch his
bro.
tongue because you're sitting up here making all these jacked up statements, don't know anything about me, man. And really, I reached out to speak
Yeah, why you saying that? Why
and
you
have
saying that?
fellowship with Amiri and Chaos.
Why you
I
saying
don't know
that?
why you want to go in
Why
here
are
and
you
fight with
saying that?
somebody.
You don't even know who the fuck is in your community. You don't even know the fucking crack dealer. You don't know the fucking prostitute or the things that fucking convinced them that that was a viable lifestyle, my nigga. We talk about, oh, you don't know me.
And the
Just
point,
like the
and the
people that
point
you
that you're
making
making,
judgments on
my
that you
brother,
don't know. Nigga,
and the
like I
point
said,
that
nigga,
you're
you will watch
making,
your fucking
Cerulean
tongue when
Gray,
you around me, bro.
St. Paul, Minnesota. Tell me the point you're making.
I just told you what my point is. You gonna watch your tongue when you're around me, nigga.
Brother, I watch my tongue because I respect the Amiri and Chaos. I don't even know who you are. But you, for some reason, want to hog the whole panel and make your points without you having anybody else have a different perspective. And then you want to get into fights.
Get into a fight. Nigga, when you call somebody you don't know, right? And these are people that I deal with on a regular basis. And you saying that, oh, they arbor, oh, they sell crack, oh, they dropped out of high school. Nigga, I deal with these people on a regular basis. You
Okay, you
don't.
deal with them on a regular
No, no,
basis.
no, no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 no. No, no, you don't. They not here to defend themselves. So I'm gonna speak on their behalf. You understand
Okay.
what I'm saying?
You're
So like
speaking
I
on their
said,
behalf, but you're
like
attacking
I said,
someone else that you don't
no,
know.
Negro, like I said, you gonna watch your fucking tongue when you on a panel with me, bro.
Bro, I didn't say anything derogatory to
Why
you or
you don't
about
want
my
nobody to attack your faith? Why you talking crazy about people that are in your community?
So what point? So now
Because you one of them niggas that want to be better than the people in your community.
So since you've argued at me, since you've done the ad hominem attacks,
nigga, you started with ad hominem attacks, bro.
Brother, hold on. Since you've done all this,
you started with ad hominem attacks?
Hold on, Cerulean, hold on,
nigga. You literally started with ad hominem attacks. Why you talking about ad hominem? You started with ad hominem attacks, bro.
Can I make a point? I didn't make any ad hominem attacks against you. I made a statement about aberrant behavior that triggered you, and then you start attacking me.
You made an ad hominem attack against a community that I hold in high esteem, bro.
And sell crack cocaine. They're doing something heroic to help the black community.
Yeah. They're doing something heroic for the individual.
We're not going to come to a point of agreement on that. And you don't have to attack me and call me all kind of names. And I'm going to do this because I respect Amiri.
What name did I call you?
Hold on. Let me make.
What name did I call you, bro?
Will you let me make my point?
What name did I call you, bro?
Did you just get through calling me the N-word?
Hey, you were acting like it. A spade is a spade in my book.
Then, if you know what you said, Cerulean, and is that all you want to just generate a laugh? You have some highly competent individuals.
Look, man, I don't.
You just want to generate a laugh.
I don't make.
So, but
look, you don't hear me laughing about shit.
I work, so I'm
because I don't know what gives you the assumption that I'm joking.
Cerulean.
I don't know what gives you the implication that I'm joking, bro.
With 2 hours, so that you can go ahead.
Nigga, I ain't even been on the panel 2 hours. They didn't even open it up until an hour into the show. So where you getting all of this excess time from?
You know what? It just seems like you just want to argue. You don't want to come to any type of conclusion. You don't want to come to.
No, there is conclusions, but nigga, you way off topic. You way off topic.
You just got to say we're not going to be. Hold on, Cal.
You came in off topic,
bro.
Be
attacking each other, and you just keep throwing out the N-word. I mean, what's up with you, man? Why are you?
Okay, you came in way off topic, bro.
You don't even want a brother to come to learn, to try to be a part of something productive. You want to.
Okay, you want to learn. Take your ass back to the chat.
Your way is the only way,
bro. You want to learn? Take your ass back to the chat. Because last I checked, before your ass got on here, me, Mary, Chaos, we were actually having a productive conversation. And then you came in literally doing the very thing that Amiri literally prefaced this entire show about.
So
niggas just want something to be better than, so they admonish the community more than they help it.
That's not true. But the point is, so now that you've gotten to speak all this time, and so now that you've ruined another potential person that could come in and contribute, you're satisfied with that.
Well, that's funny, nigga, because I didn't ruin shit. If I'm talking about ruin you, a potential person,
you have not ruined me, brother. I'm good.
If I have that great effect on you, nigga, you need to stop listening to me.
Any points? You are sitting here arguing.
What point did you make the entire time you came in here?
Is that how you build relationships?
Yeah, that's what I want to know, Ray. What point you actually made?
Say that.
Yeah, I made one.
Say that again, Chaos. I'm trying to hear what you're saying.
I made a point since he's been here.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow now because throughout the last, I'm not sure, 30, 40 minutes.
When he was speaking, Chaos, I did not hear what you said.
I know.
Say that again,
I'm trying to see what point is being made.
Now he's playing deaf, but he can hear everything else.
I'm trying to figure it out now because
I can't make any points because every time I say something, Cerulean interrupts me and calls me the N-word. So if you want to block the whole conversation, you don't want anybody to add anything because I don't want to waste energy like that. So you've made all your points, Cerulean. You feel better now because you know everything. And you're solving all the problems for black people.
Any man said we know everything.
I don't recall ever saying no shit like that, bro.
In St. Paul, Minnesota, on that corner where nobody's been shot in 7 years.
I don't remember making any statements like that. And see, that's the other thing about ad hominem attacks is when you get to making the assumption that I said something based on your own way you think, what's on your mind. That's also an ad hominem attack because I don't recall ever saying that I knew everything.
Okay. I'll agree to stop doing that if you agree to stop calling me these names as well. So, Rudy, what point are you trying to make, man? I've come here to learn and share.
I'm trying to figure out what point.
I just got
I'm trying to figure out what point you was trying to make, bro.
So you want to call me that just because?
Look, I'm trying to figure out what point you was trying to make because we're here talking about
stop calling
the
me
greater.
nigga then, and we can get some points in. You got that?
Don't like to be called a nigga, but love to use.
You just got to. I had not used that until you just did it. You have repeatedly done it because by my ignoring you're doing that, you feel that you're getting away with
leadership,
it.
bro.
And this is the type of bullshit.
Show some leadership.
Hold on,
bro. Show some leadership.
This is
show some leadership in yourself. Take ownership for your own actions, bro.
People
Take ownership for your own actions.
When people hear this
stop being a fucking follower.
They're going to use this live stream as the reason that we're not working together as men to build a better society.
Man, you're an example of why niggas don't want to work with niggas.
You are. You're the one that wants to attack someone that did not come on here attacking you. You want
you don't mind injecting your little religious shit in the
aberrant.
Your little fucking.
You want to come on and feel that you in St. Paul, Minnesota,
Victorian era
organizations that have saved black
people. Fucking post-Protestant fucking judgments on motherfuckers. Like, gee, stop it. Take some ownership for your actions. Stop being the motherfucking follower, bruh. Oh, I didn't use it until you used it. Well, stop following me, nigga. And that's why I call you a nigga. Stop being a motherfucking monkey.
You're stupid.
It ain't monkey see, monkey do.
You're just stupid, man. I thought you had a modicum of intelligence, but you're just a piece of shit. And you're angry because for whatever reason,
thanks for the
promotion, you've been put together hasn't been working for you. But instead of looking,
the good thing about a piece of shit is a piece of shit. The good thing about a piece of shit.
And you will have different people who will listen to this conversation and say,
the good thing about a piece of shit is a piece of shit can at least,
with four people on a panel,
piece of shit can at least be used as fertilizer to grow something new.
On four people on a panel at midnight,
that will mean that I'm actually greater than you.
Decent conversation, man.
That actually means I would be greater than you.
Yeah,
because that would mean that you're less than a piece of shit.
Your goal was not for us to come to learn and share and try to understand each other. Your goal was just to come.
Man, Jay, like, G, what is there to understand? I mean, we typically understand each other already. Nigga, you and I are not on the same fucking wavelength.
Well, if you choose to call me nigga, I'm gonna call you nigga back. Is that since you want to use that term?
Well, stop being a follower, bro. Like,
I'm not following you.
Use your own terms.
You think you're way smarter than you are, Cerulean.
Man, what is it with these niggas? What is it these niggas that's literally?
No, you talk to me.
I can talking to them a regular way,
boy.
And the first thing that they always say, man, you always think you so smart.
You're very tragic, man, and I apologize to you, Amiri. I didn't want to come in here and say these types of things, but this idiot has come on here and just acted a fool.
You suspicious ass nigga.
But you know what, Cerulean?
I kind of
you can have the panel, man. I'm finna get out because you. Cerulean.
I kind of sensed it.
Cerulean.
I kind of sensed it when I started talking a certain type of way about your godfather, suspicious Sanders over there.
I just didn't want to. I don't know anything about it, but I'm surprised that you're yelling at that chaos. But go ahead. But you know what?
Be careful how we talk about other groups. Man, other groups don't give a fuck about the way that. Look, man, other groups don't give a fuck about that.
3 people on the panel and talk for 2 hours. You won't even have anything to say, man.
You trying to police what the fuck I say?
Stop you
like,
making statements on this channel, which will get Cerulean's panel removed.
You ain't got to stop shit. You ain't got to police shit.
Okay, you good? So you.
Nigga, I didn't know you were the I didn't know you were the fucking moral. I didn't know you were the language police. Okay. Nigga, I say what the fuck I want, nigga, and fuck them other groups. Like, no, for real. Fuck them other groups, nigga. Okay. Especially LGBT, which I suspect you're from. I suspect you're an LGBT nigga.
Okay, Gray. I'm sorry, Gray.
Because as soon as I say something about LGBT, it's like it's always one nigga, like Ray. Like, man, we gotta be careful what we do about other groups. Man, other groups don't give a fuck about how they fucking offend black people.
Sure that's why you so well.
And my position is we shouldn't give a fuck about offending them.
Same problem. Nigga.
If we go look, the very first way to understand the people, the very first way to understand the people, or even another group, is to always know where you stand.
And you want to attack people that you know nothing about. That is really tragic.
Well, you sat up here and attack people that you know nothing about, bro.
I didn't come on here to do this kind of stuff, man. I came to participate in all Cerulean has done.
You came here.
Go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead.
You came up here to catch cum, niggas.
Yeah, go ahead and have it, man. You
You
feel
came up
good
here to
now?
catch cum,
You
nigga.
feel good? You feel better now?
Like, dude, listen. I
At
mean, listen to the
midnight,
way you
you said,
carrying
man,
on.
look, man, I got something to
I
do,
thought
but
you
I'm
was gonna
just
get
saying,
off, bro.
I
I
came
thought you was
on
gonna
to
say one last thing
participate
and
in
get
you
off,
on
nigga.
Cerulean,
Oh,
and they will
man,
come on. They will the people
and
who are
all I
the
hear you is
enemies
whining,
will come
whining to me,
listen to this
about what
shoot.
the fuck I say, nigga. Like, is that shit hurting you
Fuck
so
you,
bad, bro?
piece of shit losers,
Man,
nigga.
okay, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that's all you are. That's all you've ever been.
Hey,
That's
man,
what you.
look, I'm gonna
That's
be
why you
honest with
got.
you, man.
That's why
A
you
piece
got.
of
You
shit is a
want to be a
promotion in my
general.
book,
You want to be an officer, but you
brother,
never been
brother.
anything in life. And you put
That's
your
so
little
funny,
program to allegedly help all these poor Negro
man.
children,
Look, man.
and now you want to attack somebody you don't know. And you've done this everywhere
Oh,
you've gone, Cerulean. You've done
oh,
this
good.
everywhere. You
Yeah,
put
so
your
my
little,
reputation precedes me.
everywhere panel you go on with
So you've
someone
been
in
on my
different
dick
view,
for a
you
long
attack.
time.
But go
So
ahead,
you've been
man.
on my,
No, no, man.
nuts for a long
Get out,
time,
get out
huh?
there. You know what? That make you feel good. That make you feel good to say those types of things
That
because of
LGBT
your
ass
low
nigga.
status in life.
Uh,
That's why you say the type of low vibrational things you say. You don't even know me, but you want
Man,
to
who's
sit up
this
here
Cleo
because
Monago
you
ass nigga, man?
failed at everything that
Who
you've
is this
done with
Cleo
your life.
Monago ass nigga, man?
You got all the solutions for black
Who's this old
people,
Cleo
but
Monago
you
ass nigga?
have not
Come on, bro.
accomplished a goddamn thing with your motherfucking
Look,
life.
bro,
And you a
bro,
third-rate
bro.
nigga wanting to be more than you are, and that's why you argue with everybody. Go ahead and laugh.
Look how I
That's the
got this
most
nigga. Look
positive
how I
thing
got this
you've
nigga in his
done tonight
feelings.
because you don't really deal with
This
somebody that
nigga
comes
real.
at your
This nigga
stupid
soul
ass
really hurt
because
behind
the
that shit,
shit
bro.
that you saying makes
That
no
nigga really hurt
sense.
behind that shit.
The shit that you
But he
say is
only hurt about the shit behind what I say about the LGBT, bro. Like that
not
nigga
about
soul
that.
really hurt, nigga.
No. Now,
Your
bro,
soul really
you
hurt.
might want to check yourself
Really
because a
touched
lot of
your
people
soul
who
with that shit.
project that, that's you
I really
projecting all
touched your
that.
soul with that shit.
You had some issues growing up.
Go ahead, man. Say,
Somebody
say.
touched you the
Look,
wrong way when you was
I
growing up,
like, I
Greg.
like to know where I stand with motherfuckers. So get it all out, bro. I know that
You
shit
get
touched
it
your
out.
soul.
I'm
Get it
getting
all
ready
out,
to
bro.
leave so you can take
Nigga,
the
you been getting ready to leave for the
power
last
so
15
that you
minutes
can have a panel of three people
because you're a
that basically
procrastinating
you
ass nigga,
ruined,
and you
Cerulean.
ain't a nigga. And you ain't even a man of your
You
word.
ain't about
You
shit.
said
You
you was
never
gonna say
been
one
about
last
shit.
thing, and you've been
That's
on
why
your
you on
15 minutes
YouTube
trying to get the last word like a
complaining
bitch.
against everybody because you never accomplished a motherfucking thing with your life. And you're a piece of shit
Now
loser
you're
and you're
projecting. Now
angry
you're
about that.
projecting.
You're
Now you're
triggered when
projecting
someone
because you
comes out with a
never
position.
accomplished
You
nothing.
don't even want
You
somebody to
never
put
did
a
anything.
perspective out there. And you think filibustering is going to do it? You're just a
Man,
loser,
you've
man.
been trying to
But go
inject
ahead.
this
I'll see
twisted
you on
shit.
panels all over
Man,
wanting to
go
argue
ahead,
with
man. Look,
everybody when
hey,
I'm still building,
just
brother.
let me know, man. You've
I'm
been on
still
my nuts a
building. While you
whole
on all
look.
these
You've been on
panels
my nuts
wasting
for a
all this
minute, then.
time, all this
Cause
motherfucking
nigga,
time,
cause
Cerulean.
nigga, there's very few
I'll be
panels that
built.
I even
Okay,
be
and I
on,
hope
bro.
that your St. Paul
And,
organization
and not
that
only
they're
that,
able to listen in and see how you call everybody a nigga all day
man, they
and
look.
how
There's some in the
productive
chat
that
right
is
now.
in helping that organization
Look,
keep
there's
people
some
from
tuning
getting
in right
shot
now,
on a
nigga.
corner that they haven't gotten shot on in the last 7 years because you
Man,
have
there's
perfectly
niggas
put together an
listening right now to say
organization
party.
in St. Paul,
Nigga,
Minnesota.
this shit is actually playing on my TV in my living room where there's
Okay.
some niggas that will dome your ass for
Yeah,
real,
yeah. And now
listening
you
to
want
me,
to
bro.
threat. That shows how weak you are. You know
Well, I'm just
nothing. I
telling you
didn't
what it
come up here
is.
to fight with
Like
you. I
those
didn't come
same
up,
aberrant,
but you know
same
what?
aberrant
And that's
niggas that you're
probably
talking
why you
about.
did so poorly in the
I got a couple of
military.
them in my house right
They
now,
had to
bro.
kick your
And
ass out before
they
you would
listening to how I'm lambasting
dishonorably
your ass and touching
discharged.
your soul, nigga.
That's why
Matter
you
of fact,
sit up
you
here
hear them laughing in the
dwelling right
background.
now. A
If I had my
third-rate
other mic
loser,
hooked up,
angry
you'll
at the
hear they ass
motherfucking
fucking
world
cracking up in the
because you
background,
never
bro.
made anything of your life. So you
That's
attack
so
people
funny.
that you know nothing about
You never made
because
shit
you're
in
a
your life.
failure
That's why you're
in life.
saying that shit.
You're a loser. You know nothing, and
I
it makes you feel
touched your
good
soul
to
that bad, nigga. I touched your
put a
soul that
little
bad, nigga.
writing together and a
I touched your
so-called
soul that
alleged
bad, huh?
organization together,
I
and you're
touched your
nothing
soul
but
that
a
bad,
failure.
nigga.
This is really pathetic. I didn't come on here for this bullshit.
Sitting here, man.
And
Look,
so now, have you made your points now, man? Because I'm trying to
I
get
thought,
the fuck off. Have you
look,
made your motherfucking points?
well, you've been
Because
trying to
you're
get the fuck off
pathetic.
for a long time. Maybe you
When I
talking
look
to the
in the
nigga that's mounting your
dictionary
ass right now.
under the
While you talk about trying to
motherfucking
get the fuck
term
off.
pathetic, your picture is there. That's how fucked up you are.
Yeah, and
Okay, now. Okay, I guess Ray got to
So,
call.
so you're not a man of your word. Thought you was getting off. You said your one last thing, but you're still here. Okay.
Okay.
Which is the other thing about something that we can help instill in the next generation is niggas being a man of their word.
Man,
What
why
you
don't you
see,
shut
Ray
the
clearly
fuck
isn't.
up? You sound like some type of idiot. And the reason that you sound so stupid is because you failed all of your life. You're insecure. You're a loser, and you want to attack people that you don't know.
Man,
Yeah,
play that
laugh
crying
it
reel,
out. You
man.
sound when
Hey,
people
play that
listen to
crying
this, they're
reel,
gonna
man.
be
This nigga
laughing
sound
at you,
like that nigga that was
Cerulean,
crying.
because you're a complete idiot.
Go ahead, keep
And
going,
I'm
man.
hoping that they'll have discussions about how stupid you were tonight and how
Man,
ridiculous you
look, man.
sound, and so that you can, and how small you
Look,
are as a
man.
man.
Look, man. I've been
You as a
called that
dude
most of
as
my
well
childhood by
as
white teachers.
yeah. And so all of
Matter
this
of fact,
talk, I mean,
anytime
because you, for
hey,
whatever reason, you couldn't even
I've been
let me
told that
make
by
a
anybody
point. You start
who
calling
feels
me
that I'm
names and all
challenging
that
their
because you got
worldview.
triggered because the truth hurts you too.
No, it's
Because you're that little boy failure at life
that
who
little
couldn't
boy
get his
from.
shit together, and you're angry at everybody that's accomplished something with their life. Go for it, Cerulean.
I
I
don't
know I'm
know,
getting
man.
your
Look,
psychology now.
look, man. The esteem of
That's what's
Mary
fucking
Brown has
your head
accomplished
up
a great deal.
because you think you're real
Mary,
smart, but you're just a loser sitting in
whenever we're
St. Paul,
talking, do
Minneapolis,
you think
begging for
that I
crumbs
feel some type of
from
way
white
about your
folks.
accomplishments? I mean, that's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. It's tragic. It's tragically comical because you're that hurt, you're that wounded that you
No,
attack
you're that
someone
hurt.
that
That's why you
you
keep
do
talking,
not
bruh.
know.
That's why you
You
keep
don't
talking, man. You're
even
sitting up
know
here looking
me,
bad,
but
bruh.
you feel like you want to talk
I
some
sat here and let
shit.
you have the last word, and you still talking. Man, I just
You didn't
want to.
let me have anything. You have been
I'm
a
glad you had the
loser
last word, and you still
your
talking.
life, and you
You
just
using your last word, like you literally using your last word to insult me instead of making your fucking point. Like, see, that was the thing about me, bro. Like, I always was gonna make my point, man. Fuck the motherfucker. Like, I'm gonna make my point, bro.
you small man, piece of shit loser, never accomplished anything with your life,
It wasn't.
and you
Once
on
again, bro.
YouTube wanted to argue with people you don't know anything about. That's really sad. That's pathetic. Tragically
No,
comical.
man, you're pathetic, bro. Like,
No, don't use my words now,
you
brother.
suffer,
Make
man.
up
You're
some other
suffering
words
from
for
manic
yourself. You
self-inflicted
got a
shame, bro.
thesaurus somewhere.
You're suffering from manic self-inflicted shame, which is why you have more
Oh,
judgments
really?
about your community
Okay,
than you've ever helped your community.
check out
You're just a
Cerulean.
nigga that's never done a
He's trying to
goddamn
do
thing.
diagnosis now. Well, check
You've never
Cerulean
done.
out.
You've never done a damn thing for the
He's
community.
check out Cerulean
Which is
Gray.
why when the first thing comes to your
He
mind,
has
you
the
thinking
heart
of a
to
drug
show.
dealer. You're thinking
Somebody
of a
came in
prostitute.
and busted his
You're
broke,
thinking.
his
You're thinking of
fragile
somebody that dropped out
ego,
of school,
and now
right?
Cerulean Gray wants to
Instead of
argue
the
and
thing
bust his pipe.
that
Go
literally
ahead, Cerulean.
encourages
Go
kids to
ahead.
drop out of school.
Go ahead, Cerulean. Keep on.
Like you're just projecting.
Go ahead, Cerulean. You got so much
Keep
to say.
feeling sorry for yourself, bro.
It's
Like,
only
dude,
four
I gave you the
motherfucking
last word.
people on this
I gave you
goddamn
the last
panel,
look.
and
I
your
gave you the last
stupid
word, and
ass
this is how you want
wants
to
to
use it,
hog the
right?
whole thing, essentially to say nothing.
Want to hog the whole thing, man. Look, I wouldn't hog the whole thing if you were saying something
Essentially to
worth it.
say nothing
Oh,
because
so
you're a
anytime, so
loser
I get
at
it.
life. You failed
Anytime that
at life.
somebody
You're
challenges your worldview,
insecure. You have low
they're
self-esteem.
insecure. They have
You
low
don't value
self-esteem.
yourself.
Like I
And
didn't know
all
that
you're
you were.
doing is trying
Are
to
you a
build your
clinical
self-esteem
psychologist,
on
bro?
YouTube
Are you a
because you
clinical
can't do a
psychologist?
goddamn thing with your fucked up life.
This nigga, I didn't know that this like niggas come on here. They're clinical psychologists now.
Go ahead. You call it. You
You're a clinical
diagnose me,
psychologist now. I
brother.
didn't know that.
I'm gonna go ahead and do some diagnosis on your poor self-esteem. That's why you got the general bars on there because you weren't nothing but an enlisted.
The general bars. Where do you see a general bar?
Stars on there.
Where do you see a general bar?
Okay,
Where do you see that
you
at?
have to bring the. You know what?
See,
I'm
man,
not gonna
yo,
play your game, Cerulean.
listen,
But you
man.
want
Like,
you
dude,
want to be a beret. You want to
you're
be a green beret,
looking
but you couldn't make
bad,
it.
man.
You want to be a green
You
beret, but you couldn't
sounding
make it,
bad
huh?
up here, bro.
You couldn't pass the exam on that. So they said, no, nigga, sit up there and supply and
Yeah.
run circles around your ass. And that's
Oh
because
God,
of white
this
supremacy
shit is
led
funny
to
as
life.
hell, brother.
And so you were a poor soldier. They pushed your ass out, and you've been a failure at life all the time. If you fuck with the right one, did you know that?
Man.
You fuck with the right one.
So they pushed me out, huh?
To speak with Theory,
They pushed me out, huh?
with Chaos, and you made yourself a motherfucking fool. You sound crazy.
Oh man!
And when they play this shit back,
that's funny as hell.
This is the reason that black men
all this projection, Ray, man. Like looking bad.
As long as you talk,
like you would think that you and I would get along. I mean, our names literally rhyme and shit, right?
Yeah, you're a failure. There's another section in the dictionary. Go look at failure in the dictionary. You'll see your
it will bring up homosexual avatar. It will bring up a homosexual Christian choir director like Ray.
Failure. Cerulean.
Yeah, we'll bring up suspicious
and
homosexual.
So when you wake up in St. Paul
director
tomorrow,
named Ray.
You got to go to that bullshit job that's not paying you what you want, and you got to be bullied at your job. Then go ahead and deal with that. But see, since you can't do shit there, you want to take it out on people you don't know on YouTube. I hope you get you a nice following.
I'm taking it out on you. Like when general statements in an individual thinks that I'm talking about them specifically.
Shut the fuck up.
Right.
Why don't
all right, Cleo Monago.
You have
all right, Cleo Monago.
You wanted to read a long diatribe.
You know what? I know who this is, bro. Now I know who this is, bro.
People on it.
This was the glitch that was in Suspicious Samuel's bed, bro.
And your fuck. Up views because you failed at life.
Hey, this was the glitch in Suspicious Samuel's bed.
When people don't get their education, they don't get their understanding of life. It makes something that they're on YouTube complaining.
What you mean like you?
Life.
You mean like you? You mean you must be talking about yourself?
They live their life by.
You must be talking about yourself.
They sit in St. Paul,
you definitely talking about yourself.
Claiming that they're
that's why you're talking. That's why you're talking about prostitution,
the
drug dealer,
black boys.
These who dropped out of high school. Like, come on, bro.
In St. Paul, Minnesota. So he's better than everybody else because his organization did that.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. No, I know what it is. I know what it is. Is that my humble accomplishment? No, what it is? What it is that that manic self-inflicted shame, right? That even my humble accomplishments, right, make you feel like less than nothing because you haven't done shit.
Man, I'm trying to get off this motherfucking phone.
Man, you've been trying for the last.
Still talking.
Look, there's a little thing, right, with an X, a red circle.
When you come at
with
them
an X
like
in the middle.
They let you go ahead and bully them. But I don't. You only 5'3". Why the fuck I want to have you bullying me? Why the fuck you think I want you bullying me?
You said I bully you. I'm bullying them. I'm stuffing them in a locker and giving them wedges and shit. Like,
you're angry. And when you get around real men, you don't act like this because a motherfucker will knock you across a table.
Man, I ain't been knocked out yet.
You're little boy.
I talk like this in real life,
short in stature, and you say something stupid, a motherfucker will knock you across a fucking table.
Man, I ain't been knocked out yet, and I've been talking like this all my life, nigga.
That's why you're on YouTube, and you've been failing at YouTube all the years you've been on YouTube. You haven't accomplished a goddamn thing on YouTube.
I only started YouTube in 2018.
You don't have a legitimate following. You're a piece of shit loser. You're a failure at life. So I hope that you. Are you cool?
Then let me be that.
Get the fuck off.
Then let me be that, right? Then let me be that.
And I'd like to move on if you shut your motherfucking
then let me be
mouth
that.
With your stupid non-accomplished.
Hey man, look, you better go hop back in the Suspicious Samuel's bed with that bullshit, bro.
You want to think? You want to talk to people any kind of way.
Look, man, you feeling a type of way, like you really hurt behind this shit, bro, because you ain't get your point across or whatever, man. Like,
you hurt,
bro. You've been trying to find the exit, brother.
When you finish up, go ahead and have you cry, and then you go ahead and go back and wipe your tears and go to that piece.
See what I'm saying, Chaos, man? Like, come on, bro. Nigga been trying to exit for like.
When you get off of this motherfucker, go to the mirror.
Even when I let him have, even when I let the nigga have the last word, bro. Like, it's like, bro, come on, man.
What up?
You said that Cerulean is a failed YouTuber. Am I right? That's what I'm hearing, right?
Yeah.
Hey man, look, hey, let him, no chaos. No chaos. Let him have it, bro. Let him have it.
Okay.
Chaos,
like this,
look, man,
this means the world to him right
man.
now.
Let me go ahead and get off so that I can talk to you.
This means the world to him right now.
Will you let me talk to Chaos, man? I want to get
this means
the fuck
the world
off.
to you right now. Like, bro.
Gray, I know you don't have anything to do. Cerulean, I know you don't have anything to do with your life. That's why you're on another midnight live stream that you're gonna be on for 3 hours because you don't.
You mean the same live stream you on right now, bro?
I'm getting off right now, bitch. Bitch ass nigga. Okay, I'm getting off right now.
All right, glitch ass nigga. Glitch ass nigga.
You're a scared little boy. When you get around real men, you get nervous
because we
knock your motherfucking ass out because you ain't shit.
Man. Hey man, look, I welcome it, bro.
You still feel bullied from elementary school. That's why you want to have some sense of self-esteem.
Look, man.
That's why you
I ain't
put
never
your
ran from a fight, bro.
right now.
You can pick a
look like you.
I ain't never ran from a fight, bro. You can pick a landmark in the Twin Cities, bro.
I'm not going. You know what? I would
not. I want to be knocked out.
Look, I've already beat your ass.
No, real shit. I want to be knocked out. I want my ass beat, bro. No, real shit. Okay? I want my ass beat, bro. Pick a landmark in the Twin Cities.
You know what? You know, bipational people. That's how y'all
pick
operate. That's why
bro.
when we lock y'all up, when y'all do stupid shit like that,
when we lock y'all down,
and you get mad at that. I don't know if you spent some time in jail. Maybe that triggered you too. Maybe you spent some time locked up in the something went down because that shit triggered your little ass. But
even the way you say, even when you drag your essence, something triggered your little ass.
Let me tell you something. You fucked with the right one tonight.
You don't limit pepper lifestyle.
I would like to. Cerulean, would you let me just go and get off the thing, man? I'm on the lead because I don't have shit to say to you.
Nigga, I mean, if you be so kind, my nigga. We're waiting on you to leave. You be so kind.
You're not waiting on me.
Waiting on you.
You're just a failure at life, and you want to just talk.
Hey, then let me be that.
You don't have anything going
on.
Then
let me be that.
That's why you're gonna be on this motherfucker for 3 hours because you ain't got shit going on with your life.
Then let me be that. Then let me be that. I'll be that. Then let me be that.
Let me speak to the chaos right quick before I get off, man.
No. Wait. Before anybody speaks, we got the CEO of the Office of the Goddamn Law and Mr. Heartbreak Hotel, the one and only Charles Faulkner Jr.
Woo! Long time, brother.
Woo! What's up,
What's good, brother? I didn't know you were listening in, man. Charles, how long you been listening?
A little minute. A little minute. You know me. I do what I do best in the darkness of night.
Mm-hmm. So what's on your mind, Charles?
Not much. Just seeing what's the conversation about. You know.
Well, it's hard to tell you, brother, because I don't know what just happened. I mean, I just let it go. I know, Cerulean, we were on top. Go ahead, Charles.
I'm just like, hey, you know, this is one half of the other Great Faulkner initiative. You know, gotta love it, gotta support it. Mm-hmm. It's a great plan. A lot of people love it.
Yeah, I agree.
You know. Yeah. You know, one day me and Cerulean, I gotta give Cerulean my number in the back chat. I don't know if you got my new one. I'll put it in the back chat for Cerulean. You know, we gotta do the international new revised version of it.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah. Guys, still got your number, right?
For a revision.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's like it's great because I'm just listed the two guys, have their differences of points of view. Hey, it's to me that's Tuesday. I'm like, shit, somebody break out the good liquor and cigars.
Mm-hmm. I know I should be going to cam up and just light one big one right now, miss.
Oh shit, I might.
It's that night, man. You get me? Yeah,
nice LFDs, man. Them LFDs with that slow burn. That good old Maduro.
But since you're here, Charles, I'll give you the name of the subject matter and you could give your own take. Why are modern men so emasculated? And there's an examination from the Great Liberator went in for almost an hour. His take, I give my take. What is your take on the subject?
Well, it's Well, it's a combination of modern day feminism, combination of a lot of young men don't have the initiative, and then two, we marginalize masculinity itself so much so that instead of actually respecting that there are some things that men and women are going to do better than the other, we just jumbled everybody into a pot and say we're all equal. But then reality shows you differently. You remember the time when I had the live stream and we went over the video what the Marine Corps captain said, white female,
yes,
that women should stay the fuck out of combat arms. And as we see now, because women are now allowed to join infantry, artillery, special forces, do we see a lot of women joining? Hell no. If any.
And now
If any.
Women that talk about this draft, that women are going to be drafted, and a lot of women not really. I'm not sure it's bringing concern to some of these women because they know if it was mandatory, that means you're going to be doing the same exercise like women.
And here's the crazy part: is that you're gonna when you're saying you don't want a guy or a husband, a man's job is to, as Cerulean once put it, tame and conquer the environment. We're the reason why women and children can walk safely because of the sacrifices men have. Just like women, they're supposed to protect and teach the children at all costs. Mm-hmm. For some reason, we got away from that symbiotic relationship, and it's destroying the fabric of what masculinity is. Like, you're gonna need masculinity. Like, throughout history, very few women fought. Now there's some, but very few. And even then, the men did the heavy lifting of the fight. So when we look at media, how you have Black Girls Magic and all this other stuff, I have no problem with that. But are we focusing on the issue of not having enough capable, effective, and efficient young men growing up? If you have a daughter, wouldn't you want your daughter to basically have a husband or a man with her that's capable of providing, protecting, problem solving, and bringing provisions? So in other words, I don't care. Excuse me. I don't care if women obtain education or become learned, but don't do it at the cost of young Black boys either, who are the most marginalized group anywhere.
And part of it is that overarching problem is the way things are marketed to us. If you remember, not too long ago, maybe started back in the 90s, when they was marketing this idea that if you went and got a college degree, that you was going to make $250,000 more than a person without a college degree. And then what happens in the early 2000s is you're finding that that's not necessarily the case, because the price of education literally increases by more than 1,000%.
Yeah.
Just between the beginning of third wave feminism in the late 60s, all the way up until the DACA of 2001, college had increased like 3,000%. And then from 2001 just to 2011, like, most people can't even afford to go to college. Matter of fact, they had to make an adjustment to the GI Bill in 2012 because veterans that got out, during, say, the years while the global war on terror was just getting started, so 2001 to 2008, if you had that GI Bill, you weren't able to afford a college, because that's how much education had increased.
Oh wow! And
that's why. That's why you had Obama. That's why you had Obama passing that bill for the post 9/11 GI Bill, which gave you another what $30,000 or $40,000 on top of what you already had.
But Professor, our boys should not go to the white man's army.
Well, so you know my position on that is damn that. Damn all of that. What we shouldn't do. Go to the white man. First of all, anybody still calling it the white man's military don't know a goddamn thing about the military.
Never been there.
If you understand the demographics of the military, like it is not a white man's military. I mean, as a matter of fact, the current the current head of DOD will tell you that.
They're becoming a very fast, smaller minority by the minute. Because
and who remembers late last year when I was telling y'all that black women, for instance, the articles are going to come out in March. We got hit with COVID, but they did release it in June about how black women are literally the predominant women in the military. They are the largest group of women in the military now.
Yeah,
so in other words, the black woman, right, knows that this is something that she can push herself into the middle class with, but the black man don't. Where you still got young kids talking about it's the white man's military. When you talk about conspiracies, speaking of conspiracies, so Lloyd Austin just made it mandatory for all military personnel to take the vaccination, and yet I still hear all of this shit, right, about why he shouldn't get the vaccine, as if the government is going to give its forward deployed soldiers something that could possibly kill them and therefore diminish force strength, right? It's not going to happen. I mean, it doesn't even make sense.
Wait a minute. Let's look at layman's terms. I'm going to give you this thing that's going to kill you, even though I need you to still show my dominance around the world.
But I'm Cerulean. You mean all forms, Moderna, Johnson, Pfizer, they have the option to pick which one if this forced vaccination?
You got Moderna, GlaxoSmithKline, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, all of them. If you really look at the vaccine thing, man, like all you're really looking at is companies competing for the contract to be the exclusive provider of those vaccines.
That's
how money's changing hands.
So
it's no different than what.
Let's project now.
It's no different, basically, like how you had Brown and Root and Kellogg and all these other companies like Academy, former Blackwater, were vying for military contracts. Same shit, same philosophy.
Yeah, same thing with the X-plane program, right? You had the McDonnell Douglas Boeing versus the Skunk Works over at Lockheed, right, to develop the next generation fighter, right? And Lockheed ends up winning with the F-21. It's the same thing with the drugs. It's the same thing with the vaccine. Only thing that it depends on is who can make them faster, make them reliable, and get them to the vaccination point in a timely, expedient fashion. That's really all they're vying for. That's why so many companies are putting their hats in the ring.
Okay, I see. So projection, which do you think will win out of these 3 months? There's a projection future right now. Well, it looks right now.
Well, I mean, look who right now it's down to Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. The other two.
Johnson. Shit, I'm not fucking with Johnson. We already know what. Not say Pfizer ain't better, but Johnson one shot. Shit, I already hear enough problems with that as is. That vaccine.
He got a preconditioned. Yeah, it's gonna fuck you up a little bit. I mean, think about it. Yeah. You think if you were the president of the United States, would you rather lose 600,000 people, or have 300 million people just dwell into chaos? Like a lot of people don't put themselves in the chair of authority, especially black people, because we don't know any better.
Like for us, there was supposed to be a revision to the 2021 fiscal year budget because the original 2021 fiscal year budget uh, it didn't say make concessions for relief packages, right? Like COVID relief.
Mm-hmm.
So unexpected. Those things come out every end of the fiscal year, right? Late November, last week of November. That the revision to that 2021 fiscal year budget still hasn't come out yet. They're gonna wait till 2022. And all you have to do is look at those fiscal year budgets to see where America's money goes. Those are the institutions where we need to be.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So I'm not sure why people still afraid say I don't need to be in the so-called institution of power. I say you better be smart being in institution of power, unless you
Look,
got
when you
any
talk,
plan B
when
or
you
C, which
right,
niggas don't got no plan B or C. And here's a funny thing with the young black males, because I know women are gonna accept it to get some comfort and nest somewhere. That it should be more a criteria to try to get some of these boys just to be harboring in these institutions, especially there's nothing really out here for them. And when we talk about education, we want to go to college. I have my own opinions about college. That majority of people should not be getting debt going to school. I don't care what career you take. You have to, if you go that route, go the route of least resistance. So where you're still able to function society without holding or owing so much money for other institutions that keeps you in some so-called permanent underclass.
if you look at some of these, especially 4-year degrees, some of these 4-year degrees cost more than your average American house.
I know.
So what would be better for you to go to work as opposed to go to college and save your money to buy real estate, which you can in a lot of these states, especially where you're seeing the housing market starting to level itself out while starting to collapse in other areas, especially like California. Like you're seeing a complete sinking of California and Florida's housing market. But see, if you had worked for that, say 4 to 8 years that you would have been in college and saved that money, you'd have enough to buy a house, right? Like free and clear, right? Which does not put you in it takes you out of the debt cycle you would have been in if you went to college. Then you've been working, your ass off paying that college back, right? And probably wouldn't be able to afford that home until you was in your 40s or 50s, right? Which is why we were talking earlier about that that article. Actually, that was done by American Enterprise, right? The one that Obsidian kept harping on, right? That most black men are in the middle class. That's not even true. It's not even remotely true, because most black men don't even own real estate. So when you talk about generating wealth, right? Generating wealth, in order to generate wealth, first you actually need to be in the middle class. You're not going to generate wealth from being the working poor. And when you look at where America's money goes, it goes to the critical institutions of America, and that's the military, the Department of Education, agriculture, right? These are things that instantly put you into the middle class. Not sitting there, going to work for Target or Walmart or whatever, and trying to scrape your money by, especially if you're a single parent. So what's happened is that we've had this kind of adversarial view that's been pressed on us, right? To where we look at the critical institutions of America as inherently adversarial. When the only reason why racism, so-called white supremacy, is employed is to keep you out of those critical institutions. Those are the real reins of power.
Exactly.
The military,
power,
right? The military, the police, which is paramilitary, which is literally your domestic military, really, when you talk about police.
EMTs,
EMTs, EMSs,
fire
right?
department.
Emergency room technicians, your firefighters.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can go ahead and take yourself out of the core circulation, right? Which you look at the majority of people that work in those fields, they don't come out of high school going to college. They go right into those fields and bam, in 10 years they have created job stability, right?
Mm-hmm.
And within that 10 years, they will be in the middle class or even less, less than 10 years. And if they're saving their money, they'd be able to buy property, which is how typically wealth is generated, is through real estate.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, real estate, as far as an economic instrument, is actually better, is a better money storage than gold even.
Mm-hmm. Because it's a real asset, still old form asset in the land. Mm-hmm.
You can generate passive income just by getting a piece of real estate.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, a good friend of mine, just about 8 blocks east of me, right up the street, he rents out an empty plot that he has to some Asians, and they do a fucking community garden out here,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
I don't go to the grocery store to get fucking vegetables and shit like that. I go right down the street.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Group economics.
And every Wednesday they come out. They have shit that they've grown. Whether it be onions or cabbage, fucking uh, oranges and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I go right down the street.
Mm-hmm.
And that shit is usually about uh, you know 50, 30 to 50 cents on the pound cheaper than going to a grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of that week, guarantee they're gonna sell out. And I have a lot of them, right? Like community-based agriculture. You see in a lot of it. I was actually looking into doing one myself. You're seeing people getting all kind of grants and contracts for urban agriculture, especially for some of these folks that live in food deserts where they don't have grocery store. The nearest grocery store be 5 or 6 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where the money of America is literally being invested. The vast majority of it. Man, I saw out here, man, like watch these get PPP loans. The smart ones went and started real businesses. The dumb ones went and bought cars and put rims on them. And yeah, we be on their ass too. Like, nigga, you ain't got a PPP loan and didn't even fucking start an LLC or a 501c. We be on their ass for real.
Mm-hmm.
I talk like this in daily life. Nobody really get a pass.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Look like Ray's got silent. I don't know if he's still here. Well, but
He can't find the button with the X on it. Apparently, said he was gonna get off it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, niggas have a hard time keeping their word though.
Yeah, I noticed that. I have noticed that. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But my thing is this, that it's gonna come to a time where a lot of black men and young black boys, it's like this thing could be fixed, but is will to really to do what's necessary, to sit there saying and playing these games, I like to call it, that which most niggas like to play and fake as progress. And my thing is this, because I know most black men, when they look at the community as a whole and say, look at this. We got to deal with what about these people that sell drugs, crack, all this stuff. And I know it's a bad thing, but like I said, it's a byproduct of this environment that niggas we don't control. You get me? And there are some people that are in the communities that's doing what they can, making.
Oh man, look, I used to go to the boys' town. And I stopped going, man. Like, I don't have the resources to pull them all out of there, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there's not a lot of organizations that are willing, especially when it comes to black boys. There's not really a whole lot of organizations willing to sponsor, say, stewardship of incarcerated black juveniles.
Mm-hmm.
That goes for male or female. Not a lot of them, right?
Yeah.
It is, once it gets circulated through the system, it is difficult to change their mindset. Like, you literally have to remove them from that overarching environment into an isolated environment where they're not even exposed. Like, there's no exposure to that.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, it's a challenge because when you talk about school, like, you see kids, selling drugs, in 6th, 7th, 8th grade, right?
Yeah.
You got to, they live with their mom, single mom, working 2 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
They're babysitting themselves basically. You see what I'm saying? As they say, idle time is the devil's workshop.
Exactly.
And then just think about a kid sitting there watching their sole provider literally breaking their neck to barely be able to provide. But that's not an effect. That's not that's not to speak ill of, say, the parent, because the parent will get out there and work their ass to the bone. It's really to speak more to the economy and the state of the economy. It's such that a parent would need to work, 2 jobs, sometimes 3, where they're working one in the day, one at night, and they have a job on the side on the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And then the kid growing up in an environment where they're watching the parent literally break their neck to barely be able to make ends meet. Right? And then they're looking at this, man, like, from my talks with a lot of these young dudes, especially the young boys, and he's like, man, I watch my daddy break his neck. I watch my mama work her finger to the bone to barely be able to keep the lights on.
Mm-hmm.
And then bam, they get into, the underworld lifestyle, the fast money, was being able, the sense of pride these young boys will have to say that they was able to pay their mama's light bill.
Mm-hmm.
The sense of pride they get is, I was able to pay my mom's rent 3 months ahead, so we didn't get evicted.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I would never admonish these people for no matter what that they, whatever it is that they did, because they're literally just people trying to deal with the environment. But then if we're going to talk about environment, like, we can talk about, racism and white supremacy, and that's just part of the equation.
Yeah.
Because the biggest problem really that you're seeing is black male apathy. And that's literally an effect that comes from having too much access to sex, where you're apathetic about everything. If it ain't involved in sex, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's why you're seeing so much of this admonishment against like single mothers, right? I ain't raising another man's kids, but you'll complain about the another man's kids doing something to you instead of showing some leadership. But then you'll complain about them getting caught up in, say the gang life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is acting as a surrogate father. But on the other hand, you want to complain about the woman taking welfare because the government is acting like a surrogate father. But then you're telling me that you a 6-figure nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't you ever find it interesting? You got so many 6-figure niggas in YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
or allegedly so many 6-figure niggas in
said
YouTube,
that 6 figures, so they say.
but don't have shit to show for it though.
No, they don't.
And they got more complaints about the easiest thing to access, which is sex. Like, sex is too easy to get.
Mm-hmm.
It's just too easy, and that makes men apathetic about shit. It just does.
Mm.
Like, if a dude's laying up and the chick's giving him everything that she wants, he ain't got no reason to do anything else, right?
Right.
Like, what? She let me use her car while she go to work. She let me fuck on her. Letting me, basically skate scot free, not putting me on child support, knock her up, abandon her, come back whenever I want to, and
Mm-hmm.
you see what I'm saying?
It's a
So
heaven.
so
It's
so
niggas heaven.
now we're talking about white supremacy, the effect, but the thing that you need to challenge that very system is the thing that you hear all of these arborate whining ass niggas complaining about, which exacerbates that very problem. Hence the pump and dump.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get married.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I get married for if she already? Why buy the cow if she giving me the milk for free? That kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But they complain about the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you knocked her up, and then the government, the government basically said, "Hey, we're tired of flipping the bill for you derelict motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to garnish your wages. I'm going to garnish your salary. I'm going to garnish your retirement and pension
Mm-hmm.
because we're tired of flipping the bill for you derelict motherfuckers." That's why you're hearing this language, especially coming out of the Biden administration, about infrastructure. When you talk about infrastructure, those are jobs bills,
Yep. Some of
because
the
the infrastructure bill is literally meant to put men back to work. That's why you look at the states that are mostly affected by it, right? States like West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
The government has basically made it stand, saying, look, we don't want to see another 70, 80,000 men commit suicide or fall into some kind of opioid or fentanyl addiction.
Mm-hmm. And you think when America is doing such a great job, doing so well, Cerulean, but I said, how are you doing so well when most majority of your men are killing themselves and put themselves on these drugs that will lead to suicide at a more higher rate? Can somebody explain that?
I mean, it's how empires rise and fall, right? You go all the
Yeah.
way back. You go all the way back to pre-World War One, right?
Yeah.
Especially a place like, take for instance, Germany, where your bread and circuses were cheaper than fresh water,
Mm-hmm.
right? And nutritious foods was more expensive than, say, beer and bar whores. It was cheaper for you to go into a bar and fuck a bar maiden, right? Halfway drunk or even fucking totally slummed, than it was to, put food on the table for your family. I mean, and you look at America today. It's cheaper to. I mean, it's cheaper to get high, drink alcohol, have sex, than it is to help put food on the table for your family.
Leisure.
And then you got this big thing called Amazon, where you literally can get the services that usually were reserved for a king or a queen, right? Same day delivery of anything your heart's desire. That level of convenience, it de-incentivizes that very drive that men used to have, and women for that matter. Because a woman can dial up some dick. A woman can got a dick on speed dial, and that nigga gonna be Johnny on the spot.
Yep, in less than two seconds.
Let me ask you: if she got dick on speed dial, you think she's gonna have some creative will to want to get married to a man?
Hell no, man. She could ride and suck that cock until her heart's desire.
because if you look at the way things have kind of unfolded, women have taken on the mindset that men used to have, right? So they use men the same way men typically used to use women, right? These young men have become the new whores and whatnot of society. So she could dial him up, get her rocks off, send him on about his way, and then she keep on going to work, working those jobs or whatever, 2 jobs, or continuing her degree, and she got him on speed dial whenever she needs him. She's not gonna have any incentive to want to get married.
It's sexual freedom, sexual revolution, baby. I could fucking suck who I want. Look at I'm on IG, I'm on Tinder. Look how many DMs I'm getting. I'm getting dick pictures. I can
and then especially you look at the flesh market, right? You look at the flesh market. If you got a woman that could literally, all she has to do is show some nipple, right? On a platform like OnlyFans, and show that off to thousands of people, right? That would support her lifestyle. She ain't got no incentive to want to get married. She ain't got no incentive to want to connect to anybody, because everybody is basically a subscriber at that point. So any man that she deals with, she's also going to look at just as another subscriber, a tool to be used and to hit her cash app.
Yeah.
And if you're attractive enough, you could throw her some D on speed dial, and she'll do it with you on that level whenever she needs you. But other than that, it's fuck you, pay me. Pay me to see these nudes that may or may not even be me.
Yeah. And I'll make you give the illusion or the possibility of whiffing the pussy virtually. You know what I'm saying? Just like Mercedes Moore. No, I'm joking.
And see, and it's the same way with the guys, right? I mean, and you see it here on YouTube, like guys get a couple thousand subscribers, right? And they get a little social media fame, and they begin to do shit like coerce women into having sexual exchange with them for getting their platform popping, i.e., the thing that's happened with Fresh and Fit, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So if they're noticing the shift in the way we interact with each other, right? That's not incentivizing males to literally want to have anything but a short-term relationship, right? All their relationships are horizontal. i.e., pump and dump.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to commit. I don't want to get to know you. I'm YouTube famous. Give me some ass, and you get on about your way.
Facts.
But that exacerbates that very problem because what it does, it proliferates that very idea that, well, you don't really need each other until you want to have sex or have children. And you don't necessarily need to be together to have children. And so what happens? Next generation, they grow up, incubated in that very same environment, take on some of the very same mindsets, and you're dealing with that same problem 20 years into the future.
Mm-hmm.
But that whole market was created by men.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's read this. What is this? 2/3 of the country's workforce cancels the frustration of vaccine Americans upset about not being able to return normal life during the repeated call for pandemic of unvaccinated. Biden had a direct message for the nearly
Let's
80.
see at the same time, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How can you blame, blame individual people that they don't control the economy? And if you really look at the way a lot of these things are played out, really, when we talk feminism, what you're really talking about is another form of layered control, where you have a group of men, captains of industry, at the top, right? They're able to incentivize, women to suppress the other men because they need the men to keep producing. They need the women to keep pumping out babies so that they have more consumers.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, capitalism, this is the detriment that comes with a capitalistic, a capitalism heavy society, right? It incentivizes, oh, I'm only going to look out for myself, fuck community, as long as I'm able to, uh, you know, afford Netflix and uh, pay for whatever meager uh, thing I could find on Amazon and deliver it to my house same day. Look, I'm fine with that as long as I can pay my bills, yada yada yada. Fuck everybody outside of that, right? The community around them can be falling apart. You don't care about that as long as they can get these little daily meager needs met, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go out here, get some ass, right? Pay a chick to fuck you. If you're paying a chick to fuck you, I mean, she's not going to be able to bond with you. She's only looking at you as, an ATM.
Mm-hmm.
You're just the next one, Just like on OnlyFans, you're just another subscriber. And then you got these guys, they can't bond, they really can't bond with anybody because the next chick is just the flavor of the week, just another hole to fuck. That's why you hear the rhetoric that you do. They'll ask a woman if she cook and clean, but they'll turn around and say that they can clean for themselves. They can cook for themselves. Like when a relationship is literally it's more layered, it's more nuanced, it's more deeper than those basic things, like these basic objectives that are met in the relationship. Like a relationship overall is more than that. And see, when you ask about why are modern men so emasculated, you have to understand the very premise of a man. Men become their strongest when they have something to protect, i.e., wife, kids, right? These are all building blocks of community. So if you have a mass of people that no longer adhere to these things, they no longer see these things as viable to the way that they live their life, then that very building block of community begins to fall apart. So why are they so emasculated? Well, there's no incentive to get married, and i.e., they become weaker because they have nothing to protect. They have nothing to fight for. They're not even motivated to fight, which is where the apathy comes from.
Okay.
Because what are you really fighting for? That's why when we talk about these very deep and overarching societal issues like racism, white supremacy, you have Negroes that God say, man, ain't nobody oppressing you, ain't nobody doing nothing to you, you're not being disadvantaged in any way. This is a sign of a weak man. This is a sign of a weak mental state, that you don't even see that there's a competing group of men that you need to usurp in all institutions. And you don't see that because you're not building family, which is that building block of the community. And so therefore, in your mind, because you're thinking like an individual, which you have the freedom to think like an individual, you don't even see that you are missing out on the greatest opportunity to take control of your own reality. And so you fall into these other blame game kind of narratives. So you blame everything on the woman. You blame everything on the gynocracy. That's why I mentioned earlier that the Hotep hustlers over in the conscious community and the so-called red pill niggas are actually saying the same damn thing. What's the difference between saying the black woman is God and the black gynocracy? The gynocracy runs the black community. What's the difference? There's no difference.
Mm-hmm.
What is a God? A God is one who rules from on high. What is a gynocracy? One who has complete and total rule. A woman who has, or women that have complete and total rule. But if you really examine the phrase, black women don't have complete and total rule of how the black community turned out. They can't determine where you work. They can't determine how much you make. They don't determine your rate of taxation. They don't determine where you can go to school. They don't determine where you live. They don't determine what goods and services are offered in your community. It's not a gynocracy. Because in a gynocracy where women had total rule, all of those things would be determined.
Mm-hmm.
But what you do have is a lot of Arab gas stations, Korean stores, Korean hair stores, right? Korean beauty supply stores, yada yada yada. You have Mexican food places, Chinese food places, yada yada yada. Asian clothing store, right? And Negroes love that Foot Locker. That's white. But see, you have all the access to sex, which kills the creative will. So you're not building, the very thing that you need to stave off those effects, or even literally, uproot the system that is causing so much dysfunction, if you will. That's how it continues to exacerbate. And all of those things are connected by one thing, and that's the economy. You have literally, this is the mental illness that persists within all of America, but in particular the black community, where men don't feel like men because they're not making a certain amount of money. That's why you're seeing those 70, 80,000 white males killing themselves. They weren't making enough money in their mind. They weren't In their mind, they were less than men.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a huge a huge marketing apparatus that keeps telling women the same thing over and over again. That you know, get married. Just if in order for you to take a guy seriously, he's got to buy you expensive gifts. He's got to buy you, expensive cars. He's got to put you in the lap of luxury, the latest designer. Oh, you can be independent and have everything.
Mm-hmm.
While it's telling the man, well, you know, if you don't make this amount of money, you're not a man. You see, and that's why I refer to Kevin Samuels as Suspicious Samuels, because that's basically what he's telling women. It's a mainstream narrative. You want to be a high value man, da, 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 da. Like which is all nonsense.
I tell you one thing, it's a very catchy phrase. Wait, hold on. Is that you, the general?
You know
That's
what
the general.
is? That is I.
I said
Damn,
who?
Suit
No,
on.
I say
You got
who?
all your.
All right. I say tighten up and prepare for battle. Okay.
I said who?
I say who? Brother Cerulean, again, salute. Chaos, salute. Thanks for having me. But I kind
Okay.
of have to. I don't disagree with a lot of what you said. I disagree with a few points that you made, and maybe you're saying the same things, and that's why I came up here to see. All right. Number one, here's what we have. We have a scenario. When you look at it through history, we have a scenario where the black man and the black woman is at odds. Okay. We know that the government has played a large part in that. We understand that. We also understand that the way society has been shaped has played a part in that, because today you have women, just as you said a moment ago, Cerulean, to quote what you said, who can go on OnlyFans and use OnlyFans as a substitute for having a man to provide and take care of them, because now they can make their own money that way. So a man to them simply becomes another subscriber, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's put the onus on the owner here. That those type of women who uses that ideology, or the ones who uses the ideology of I have my own job, I make 80 plus K a year, I don't need a man for anything. They've used their jobs and education to replace having a man to do those things for them, right? Which is fine and okay. That's okay, right? So then you don't get to come and place that burden on men by saying, well, it's your fault because you haven't built anything, you haven't done anything, you haven't
Oh
put
no,
anything in play for the women. You don't get
no,
to do that, because those
no.
women,
Here's my premise, General.
hold on.
Real quick. Here's my premise
Mm-hmm.
with that argument.
Okay.
Is that it would still be men's fault because they create the market. They are the subscribers. You see?
You're talking about a certain caliber of man, just like you're talking about a certain caliber of woman. And if all things being fair and equal, you're always going to have a lower rung of society. You're always going to have the dope pushers, the dope peddlers, the dope suppliers. Those are levels once you peel the onions back, right? The dope supplier doesn't take any of the risk because he's simply giving the merchandise to the pusher who's out on front, on the corners, so he's taking more of a risk. You understand? And receiving less of the proceeds. You understand? The dope supplier simply grows it, and then he gives it to somebody that transports it who takes a risk, and then the transporter gives it to somebody who sells it to take an even greater risk, right? So the supplier of OnlyFans simply put the platform out there, right? Which is a risk because they can cancel that platform, right? This is what we're talking about. And then he simply made the platform available, taking a small amount of risk. The women who come on there and show their bodies for money and all this sex talk and sex play, they're taking a greater risk. The men who are watching and viewing this for their viewing pleasures or whatever it is that they're doing, they're only taking a small risk by giving small donations. You understand? So who does it hurt more in the end? Does it hurt the person who developed the platform? Does it hurt the men who supply $2 to look at a woman get naked and play with herself, or does it hurt the woman and her reputation in the end? Who does it hurt more?
Well, I don't think they're. I don't. Here's. I don't think that they're separate. I don't think there's any degree of separation.
Oh, there is because
Because
there is because if I choose to view OnlyFans, I'm doing that anonymously, right? I can use a different screen name and all this other stuff, right? So nobody could never potentially ever know that I have an OnlyFans account and that I'm viewing these women, that I'm giving them $2, $5, whatever the case may be. Nobody will ever know that. However, on the flip side, that female who's live and direct in HD TV, her image is plastered all throughout the community, all in everybody's mind, so everybody knows, oh, she's an OnlyFans girl. Oh, okay, that's what she does. Oh, okay. So then you wonder why these women who have carried themselves in that fashion, they can't find a man who will actually take them in and sit down and try to create a family with them. Look at one of the most beautiful women in the world, voted 3 times the most beautiful woman in the universe. She cannot get a man on her level, or any man for that matter. Sure, there are a lot of men that will fuck her, that will have sex with her. Speaking of one, Miss Halle Berry. There are a lot of men that will have sex with her because she's fucking Halle Berry. A lot of them. But they ain't finna marry her. Look at Toni Braxton. Beautiful. Was a goddess. Was a dream girl to me in every aspect. Could sing, had the look, had the body, the whole 9 yards. Why come she can't keep a man? Because she's trashed herself out through society with this man, that man, and been very public about it. So when that happens, you look at, and you know this from high school, Cerulean, let's go all the way back to high school. When you got a girl who's very promiscuous in high school, right? And then you got the guy she might have went through the whole football team. Then you got the captain of the goddamn debate team. Smart guy, educated, he's gonna get a scholarship, he's gonna do big and wonderful things, right? He ain't gonna date that girl. He'll fuck on her, but he ain't gonna date her or look at her as a potential mate once they move on to their collegiate years. Why? Because there's a risk factor there. The risk factor is what? Her reputation. Women have something that's called a sexual reputation that they have to protect. Once a woman in our society is deemed or looked at as being a whore, men of certain value, men of certain means, men of certain characters, men of certain honor are not typically going to deal with her as far as the long-term relationship is concerned. We got to stop the cap, and we got to actually put the ownership on the owner.
Let's just be real, General. Like, for a woman that does that, she's not even looking at a possibility of that.
Eventually, she will have to because she's gonna age. Eventually, she will have to because she's gonna age out. Just like the Vivica Foxes now. Vivica Fox just went on and made this whole thing about not being able to find a man and all this other shit after she publicly talked about eating 50 Cent's ass. What guy on her level is gonna come snatch her up? See, we gotta stop conflating the arguments here. What guy on her level with a certain amount of money, with a certain amount of prestige within that community, the Hollywood community or Hollyweird community, what guy is going to come and wipe her up after she publicly sat there and talked about eating 50 Cent's ass? Which one? Who?
But see, that's why I say there's no degree of separation, right?
There is a degree of separation because men and women are viewed differently within the scopes of society. Men, it has been expected since the dawn of this country, where men, all the way back to the establishment of this country, where men were always able to go to the brothels and they were always able to have a side bitch here and there, whatever, fuck a whole da-da-da-da. A woman was not able to do that. Look, that's the reason why the Scarlet Letter became so fucking prevalent within the scope of society and relationships. That's the reason why that happened. You haven't heard of a man being given a Scarlet Letter because of his sexual exploits in society.
Read some of those. Better read some of those diaries from the old West back in the day, where women, even back then, would leave their husbands to be a bar whore because they would make more money.
Exactly. So, but in the end, when she ended up being an old ass barfly sitting there at 45, and she done aged out, and her body is failing her now, her looks are dissipating now. What hopes does she have of being protected and taken care of in the end, towards the end of life? What hope does she have? And then she'll sit there and she'll say, I left my husband when I was 26 years old to become a bar whore because I was chasing men with gold dust in their pockets. Here I am 20 years later, and I'm 46 years old, and I'm still sitting here hustling, panhandling for drinks now. And there's not a man in sight.
But see, you're like not understanding what I'm saying, right? When I said there's no degree of separation, if she go to work as a bar whore because she get more money, a man created the market for that because he saw some woman getting all this money, right, from a bunch of patrons, like fuck all that other stuff. A man created that. A man incentivized her to do that.
Yes, I understand that, but the degree of separation is not between her and that man.
And so what happens is it created.
The degree of
in other words, what I'm saying is that
let me
men created their own problems by being the
agreed 100%.
The thing that undergirds. See,
agreed 100%. However, the dope pusher on the corner, when he sees that young girl, that young tender that's fresh out of high school and her body is pristine and she's smooth, and he offers her all the nigger trinkets, the cars and the clothes and the jewelry, and she knows that he is a dope boy. She knows what could potentially happen to her. And once she gets strung out and become what we call a strawberry or a crackhead, whose fault is that? Is it the man's fault for presenting it to her, or is it her fault for taking it? I'll wait.
Hey, the onus is on both of them. Man, there's no degree of separation.
No,
bro.
you can put it on. I chose a different lifestyle than some of my relatives chose. I chose to stay in the gym.
We're not talking about our individual, like, you know what I mean? Like, we're not talking about our individual.
I'm not talking about. Okay, well, there are okay.
Because just like and this is what I'm saying. General. And it's all connected. We're all inseparably tied to each other. It is all
connected, but nobody. But
what I'm saying is that if she saw the dope boy, right?
Cerulean.
The dope boy giving her everywhere she wants.
Nobody told Cerulean. No, you saw the guys out there. Anecdotal experiences. You saw the dope boys that were making the money, that had the cars, that had the clothes, that had the jewelry, that had the women. You saw all of them, didn't you? But Cerulean looked at that and said, I can see the pathway that they're headed down. So I'm going to go over here and go to the Navy and go to school and do all of these other things. Whereas those same guys, your same age, have spent the majority of their senior adult life locked up, locked away in prison, that are going to come back out to the society now and going to be deemed as being on a lower rung than Cerulean. So when if a woman looks at the two of you and she chooses to go with the dope boy instead of choosing to stay with Cerulean because Cerulean is dating her and she leaves Cerulean for the dope boy, she knows what she's getting. They are connected because they're one and the same. I do not disagree with that. But to take the onus off of the owner of the decision that's a farce, and I cannot allow that to happen. I didn't choose to do dope or sell dope. I chose to play college ball. I chose to go to college. I chose to go into the military and have a career. I got cousins and relatives and friends that chose to be the fast life. They wanted the fast money. They wanted the fast women. And now them motherfuckers are sitting up, done spent 25 years of their life locked away, and now they're back out here with no career, no job, no money. They ain't got shit. Those same women that chose them over me are out there now trying to find the next sucker to come along and take care of those mistakes. We have to put the onus on the owner. Nobody forces you to take the red pill or the blue pill. They simply present an option to you. You have to hold people accountable, especially when they consider themselves to be grown. You have to hold grown men and grown women accountable for their actions. We got to stop this pussified panhandling of, it's the man's fault because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Even when men are doing what they're supposed to do, the women in their lives, let me finish and I'm going to give it to you. The women in their lives, some of them still choose the BJC. They still choose the dope boy. They still choose to go after the fast money. They still choose a certain lifestyle. So the onus is not on the men. The onus are on those women and their decisions. Period.
see,
Point blank.
again, I say there's no degree of separation. Men, look, whenever say the dope boy pulls that chick, right? Not only does it
It's
literally
her decision to
convince
go with him.
it
That's where
convince
the degree
other.
of separation comes in at. It's her decision to go with
you're
him.
talking about a market, right? Like that's how the
Yes,
market
the market.
keeps new bodies cycling through. To make
Right.
it look, to make it look new, it advertises that. But we talk about the overarching thing. Who here controls the economy? Right?
The
Because what I would
dominant
say,
society. But we
what I would say to that,
okay.
what I would say to that, reason why I keep putting this onus on the man is because if you got tired of the dope boy stealing your bitches all the time, then maybe you should disincentivize dope boys,
No,
right? By
you'll never.
offering some kind of
That,
alternative.
we have. You
But
and
the
I. No,
community
no,
hasn't
no.
done that.
Yes,
Community
we
hasn't done
have.
that.
Men like you, I, Chaos Rain, the other brother that's up here. We've done that. We're
Look,
saying
I'm
we're
gonna tell you.
jumping.
No, the reason I'm saying that, bruh,
We're
even in
jumping up
high
and
school,
down.
bruh, even
We're
in high
jumping up
school,
and
bruh,
down, bro, saying,
bruh,
"Hey, look at
bruh,
me, look
even
at me. I'm over here. Don't choose him. Don't go with
bruh,
him. Come and go with me."
bruh, a friend I went to high school with is a St. Paul cop, right? And I remember we was coming up together, right? He wanted to go to the U of M. I'm like, man, fuck that. I'm going to the military, right? I remember people telling him, "Oh, you gonna be one of the most snitch ass niggas. You work for the one time. You gonna work for 5-0." And I remember niggas telling me, "Oh man, you gonna go in there, man, die in the white man's military." Like, gee, like we disincentivize the alternatives. We
You don't
literally
have
have done that throughout the years.
you don't have to do that because what you simply
And
have
and,
to
I-
do
and
is
literally, I heard that mostly coming from other dudes.
what
Okay,
you simply have to do is allow the law of attrition to take place. Where are those same Negroes that was telling you, "Oh, you're gonna go to the white man's military and you're gonna die"? Where them niggas
look,
at?
I don't.
Where are those niggas at? Where this is the degree of separation, Cerulean. Where are those same men that was telling you and your homeboy, "Oh, you're gonna be a cop, you're gonna be a bitch ass nigga"? Where they at? Where those same men that was telling you, "Oh, you going into the white man's military"? Where they at? What are they doing for themselves? That's the degree of separation right there. I had a homeboy to say the same shit. Man, goddamn, every time I see you, you be fresh to dress, you have an ass pocket full of money, you got a new foreign car. Every time I see you taking trips, every time I see you on Facebook, man, you here, there, this, where. Guess what he doing? Standing in front of the fucking liquor store at 50 plus years old, asking a motherfucker for $1. Say, "Hey, brother, you got $1 I can hold?" That's the degree of separation, Cerulean.
But
That's the
even
degree of
still,
separation.
even still, I look at them all as their effects of that overarching thing. Yeah,
It is,
like
but you have decisions. You have decisions within the effects of the overarching compound scenario in which we live under. You have a decision. You can either say, "You know
you
what?" You can either say, "You know what? I may have to atone to the American societal way of life and not be a real nigga. Fuck it, I'm gonna get it out the mud. I'm gonna be a real nigga." Well, being a real nigga is how well is that working out for you? Why don't you use some of the tools that are available to you, like getting an education, like the military, like getting some
because
job skills, job training,
those
right?
things are all those things have always been
Right,
disincentivized.
but those
Like
things, those things have always been disincentivized in our community.
no,
Our community.
not even just our. That ain't limited to just our community. If that was the case, you wouldn't hear white folk complaining about that shit now. You wouldn't hear Asians and Mexicans and whatnot complaining about that shit now. If it was just in our community, that's just always been. It's kind of
That
always been the American ideal. And matter of
right
fact,
that,
you could go all the way
because
back.
they're
You go all the way back
because
to the era of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, where that literally stems from the anti-war protests in Vietnam. If you really look at
yes,
it,
but so what happened? What happened to those motherfuckers who went with the sex, drugs, and rock and roll, who followed that ideology? they failed by societal
Nigga,
standards.
they sitting out here right now. They're sitting out here right now, chasing the next great nut. They sitting out here right now, chasing the next, chasing the next big dick. Okay.
So that's the degree of separation. Whereas you and I don't have to do that because our living is made because we chose to do the right thing.
But it's not, because then we can't say, if that's the case, then we can't have any complaints about the way the community turned out, bruh. Like, we all
I don't have any. Okay, so I don't have any complaints about the way the community turned out. It is what it is. The law of attrition will ultimately make the rules of the land. Those individuals are ultimately, when I go home and I see the same motherfuckers that I went to high school with that are looking like, instead of being 50, they're looking like they're 70, and they're out there dirty, nasty, talking about, hey, bro, goddamn, bro, I always knew you was gonna make it. I always knew you was gonna make it, bro.
Like, I mean,
let me hold something.
Like there
the law of attrition.
Like there was no social dysfunction that exists in the black community that is unique to the black community. Like every single social dysfunction you can think of is literally an American dysfunction. It's the overarching society.
But here is the problem with it. Here's the one fault in that law that you just laid out. The one fault in that is that we did not start out on an equal playing field in this country as a group of people. That's the fault. We didn't start out on equal footing. Okay, then
we understand that. And that's why it's imperative.
So what we cannot do is complain about it now. What we have to do is strive, like some of us have done, to level the playing field. What we have to do now is take advantage of the things that are presented to us so that we can level the playing field. What we have to do now, upon generations upon generations upon generations, there are black families for generations who came out of slavery, and their family now.
General, this has always been my position.
You gotta let me finish, bro. You just gotta let me finish, bro. If we're gonna have a conversation, that's all I want to do. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna be respectful because I really want to have a dialogue tonight and not a fallout argument. So we really have to, let's get it under control. And I know we're very passionate about this. You and I are saying somewhat the same things. We just look at a few things.
I don't have a problem with the I don't have a problem with the attrition rate.
Exactly. Neither do I, because I understand it. I understand that when a woman goes out here and she has a child by a dude that gets up and walks away from her, don't repeat the process. Here's where I do have a problem. That first child that you have in high school and the guy says, "That ain't my baby," and he walks off and runs away on you, and now you out here stuck with that child. Don't find another nigga that's gonna do the same fucking thing to you. Now you got 2 kids. Don't then go find a third nigga that's gonna do the same thing to you. Look in the mirror and say, wait a minute, why am I attracted to this type of guy? Maybe I might need to look at what it is that's causing me to pick this type of guy. If you're a man and you keep picking thoughts and whores that you keep impregnating and they keep running off on you and then dropping you on child support, don't do it. Stop and say, let me change. Let me look at a different scenario. You got to put the onus on the owner. People got to take self-accountability and self-responsibility, both men and women, for their actions. To sit here and blame a man for a woman's misfortunes is fucked up. That's my opinion, because we don't live under those laws and under those constraints anymore. We don't. They have options now. When a girl gets pregnant in high school, 12th grade of high school, and she has to rock with that baby, she gets that baby up and gets that baby in school. She gets to school. Now here come another saggy pants ass nigga dragging up to her. Girl, you know you fine, and woo, girl, I do this and that and the third for you, blah, 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 blah. She should have learned from the first Negro that hit her with that same shit. Nigga, talk to the hand.
How is she gonna learn from the first Negro? That's literally,
because that's what teaches you.
Environment.
Because that's what teaches. That's what teaches us.
But that's all that's in her environment that she has access to.
No, change. Then you have to change.
And that's a trick. That's a part of that attrition. That's what contributes to that attrition rate.
You have to change.
And I don't have a problem with that attrition rate.
Cerulean, change your environment. I grew up in South Central California. I knew it was death, murder, mayhem, drugs, prostitution. The likelihood of surviving that environment was very slim to none without going to jail and getting a record and having a life fucked up. So guess what I did? I changed my fucking environment.
Okay.
You keep going to the same club. You keep going to the same club. You keep
That's
running into the same type.
right?
Wait a minute, I'm gonna show you the environment. You keep going to the same club as a female. Free before 9. You keep going to that same club. You keep running into the same type of niggas in that club that just want to fuck on you and leave you. You keep doing it over and over and over. Every Friday night, you run down to that same club. But it's another club across town where some very well-to-do, proper men are. You don't want to go to that club because you're bored. They bore you. Them niggas, they bore me. Them niggas bore me. You want to go to the club where the niggas smoking a pound of kush. You want to go to the club where the niggas are. You want to go to the club. You want to go
that they want to go to.
Cerulean, let me finish. Then
That's
they
the
can't.
attrition rate.
Then don't blame men. Then don't say, well, those because those men
That's the attrition rate, though.
Right, because those men in there are the ones who are running through your pussy and leaving you out here with a house full of babies and not doing anything for you or the babies. Instead of taking your ass over here, girl, I don't want to go. That's where them thugs that they always shooting and fighting. You got proper men over here that and know how to enjoy themselves, know how to approach a woman, that give a woman respect. You don't want to deal with them niggas. You want to go over here with the shoot 'em up, bang bang, stabbing jab club. You want to go over here because that's what makes your pussy tingle. That's what gets you wet. You need excitement. Then when you get pregnant by that dope boy that's in that same club and he gets locked up, now you got 3, 4, 5 babies by another dope boy because you keep going to the same goddamn club when you got a guy over here across town saying, it's a damn shame the way that young lady just let them niggas run through her and dog her out. I tried to talk to her, man. Shit, about 8 months ago, man, I ran into her and I invited her out, man. She didn't want to have nothing to do with me.
But why is he trying to invite her out? Like, you're not even
this is before
this
is before, you understand? This is before she's been ran through and slutted out. Hey man, I ran into her, and I saw her standing out there, beautiful chick, man. And I know she worked at the hospital or whatever. I tried to invite her out, man. I tried to get her. She shot me down. Then you see the motherfucker 3, 4, 5 years later. Here she come walking up to you. Hey, Cerulean, how you doing? With a goddamn step goddamn group of kids behind her.
The Jerry, you forgot to say is, hey, big head.
Yeah, hey, big head. And now she wants Cerulean to come in because Cerulean wants to be goddamn Captain Saber. Oh, girl, I take care of you and them chilling. I take care of you and I take care of you and all them thug niggas chilling. You still got a fat ass.
Oh, yo.
You still got a fat ass.
Yo.
I come on over here with me. I got you, girl. Hell no.
Now, let me ask you this, General. Why? Let me ask you this, General, man. Why do you think?
I am not taking care of the next man's children. No.
Let me ask you this, General. Now, why do you think? Now, why do you think?
That was an example, right? Not a shot at you, Cerulean. It was just an example. That's all, brother.
No, I'm saying, like, why do you think that I would if I'm in one club, right, where all the squares or all the bored motherfuckers are at, right, and I see the environment that this person is persisting in, right? Because see, now you're saying, well, let's take away their choice. Why you want to stop?
I'm not saying take away their choices. I'm simply saying put the ownership on the owner of their choices. Put the responsibility on where it goes. Be very pointed about it. If I fuck my life, me and you in the same, we live in the same neighborhood. Our parents live on the same fucking street. Cerulean chooses. Wait, let me finish. Cerulean chooses to stay in school. I choose to drop out. Cerulean finishes school. Cerulean goes on to the military. I choose to stand on the corner of our block and sell drugs. Cerulean and I are friends, childhood friends. Cerulean say, hey man, you might want to stop selling drugs because eventually you're gonna get caught or you're gonna get shot or some bullshit's gonna happen and you're gonna ruin your life. I get locked up. Cerulean goes on to the military, has an illustrious 20-year career. I'm behind bars. I get out, I see Cerulean 20 years later. And I'm saying, you know, Cerulean, you tried to tell me, brother, but I just wouldn't listen, man. I've been locked up for the past. Man, Cerulean said, man, I wonder where you been. I looked for you, you know, but yeah, man, I should have listened to you way back then. Law of attrition. I can't blame Cerulean for me deciding not to finish school, deciding not to go into the military. I cannot then blame Cerulean and make it your fault. I can't. I have one child. I'm paying child support for it. Cerulean says, hey man, you might want to stop impregnating these women. I did say, fuck what you talking about. I'm fucking on these bitches. I go out here and I have 4 more children. Now, I'm fuck off in the game because I'm paying all my money to child support. Cerulean doesn't do that. Cerulean gets married. Cerulean has a family. Cerulean has the good life.
Look, bro, you wanted to look.
I'm
bro,
struggling.
You wanted to look, bro. You wanted to pump and dump. Okay,
right.
This what you wanted.
So then you have
don't
to put
complain to me about.
So right, that's what I'm telling you. So don't put the blame on me. I have to accept my responsibilities. We gotta stop allowing these women to throw their responsibilities off on everybody else. It's the man's fault. Men should just be men and do what men are supposed to do. That's true. Men should be, but make sure that you're choosing the type of man that's doing the right thing as a man. That's doing what a man is supposed to do the right way. Everybody has life choices.
I'll go back to what I was saying before, right? This is what I'm saying. I don't have a problem with the attrition rate, right?
Nobody should.
And furthermore, when you say change the environment, I'm gonna just be 100 with you. Everybody can't just change the environment. Everybody's not. Everybody's not built like that. If it was built for everybody.
Cerulean, I know what I'm saying, bro. That's the law of attrition, bro. Yes, I understand where you're going with
everybody's
this.
Not built. Everybody does not. Because it sounds to me like you want this blanketed thing where everybody needs to just be in a better environment. No, it wasn't built like that.
No. Then take care of the environment that you're in. Straighten up the environment that you're in. If that's the case, if you can't leave, then straighten it up.
But see, that's what I've been saying the whole time. While hearing these dudes complain about the environment in which they persist, right? Well,
ergo the passport.
What would the women gonna do? Because women gonna nest in the environment, even if that environment is fucking hazardous.
Right.
Even if that environment is dysfunctional. Right.
So check this out.
If you persist in an environment and you got all these complaints about these bitches, then yes, that's your fucking fault for being in that fucking environment and not doing something to change that shit.
So then you can't sit here and point at the passport bros. You can't sit here and look at all these other brothers that are saying, fuck dealing with these motherfuckers, I'm out of here. Then you can't make that argument either. Because they choose not to deal with that environment. They choose not to deal with the women that come from those environments.
No, that's not even what kills me. That's not even what kills me about the passport bros, right? The thing that kills me about the passport bros, for real, is them sitting there saying all of this shit about why they want to go to these other countries because this American black woman ain't shit, but they go to these other countries, bro. These are dirty foot countries, bro, where they're doing all of the shit that they're admonishing in their own country, man. Like, let's just be real. Let's just stop playing with the shit. While niggas will go here and sit here and lambaste American black women because they single mothers and go over to fucking the DR or Brazil, propping a whole motherfucking single Brazilian, a single Dominican bitch up, right? Buying the bitch stoves and all type of shit. Okay.
But they are getting. What we were originally speaking. I listen to you, bro. I listen to you. Allow me to respond. Here's what you're not understanding. They're not getting the argumentative side of what they're dealing with here. They're not getting the fucking you side of what they're getting here. At least in their minds, they're not. You see what I'm saying? They feel as though they're getting something in return. They feel as though that they're getting the cooperation, the femininity, and
Which is
all of
what
that
we
shit.
were, General. We were just talking about this. They operating like women, brother.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how they operate. That's their choices. I don't agree with it. That's their choices.
Because they feel.
You got
Too many
black women that
feelings, man.
you got black women that are doing the same motherfucking thing.
So
I'm gonna get me a white boy. I'm
nigga,
gonna
I ain't got,
these niggas ain't shit.
look,
These niggas ain't shit. Fuck these niggas. Girl, don't you shouldn't give Cynthia G, your girl Cynthia G. The black man ain't shit. No race of woman should deal with the black man. Come on, man.
like, okay, I see what it is, General. Like, what is it about her that's got all these niggas' panties in a bunch, bruh?
I don't have my panties in a bunch over her. I'm using her as an example because she's the type of bitch that says one thing and does the exact opposite. Very simple. Very simple. You talk, she talked as though she was on a high horse and she don't deal with certain men and all this shit, and then she goes out there and gets impregnated by a motherfucker who got 5 other children. Stop it.
You know why? You know why I don't typically talk about. You know why, General? Do you know why I don't typically
it makes a point. It makes
a
point. That's why you don't typically talk about it.
But do you know why I typically don't talk about like women and what they need to be doing? Like, cause I don't have a pussy, so I can't fucking tell a woman how to be a goddamn woman. Only that's up for her to fix. That's their shit to fix.
You know why I do talk. You know why
I only speak to the issues of my peer group, brother.
You know why I speak to the issues of my. I speak to the issues of my peer group as well, but when I hear women sit there and try to put all of their fucking misfortunes and all of their faults and all of their poor decision making off on men, I cannot allow that to happen. Just like they tell us, well, you chose that bitch. These bitches out here choosing these raggedy ass niggas. If you want better, choose better. Stop putting your responsibilities off on the next person. Stop putting your decision making process off on the next person. Stop it.
But see, that's what you're telling. Like that's what you're telling her to do. Like you're telling her to choose better. So you're gonna wait for her leadership?
No,
like it's for her to choose.
I simply
like you're leaving the choice on her.
No,
like you're being led by her.
It is her choice. It ain't you being led by her. It's her choice to pick a better man. It's her choice. Come on, Cerulean. It's her fucking choice.
Yeah, man, I don't get menstruation periods.
I cannot force you to pick a motherfucker that's not gonna put 3-4 babies in you, then get up and walk off and say you on your own, bitch. I can't force you to not choose that nigga. I can't force a man to put his dick in multiple bitches and create children and knowing he can't take care of them. I can't say, man, don't nut in that bitch, man. I have to let you deal with your responsibilities, and I have to let you deal with that environment that you created for yourself. I can advise from the side. Look, I'll give you a prime example. There was this girl when I was in high school, chick named Dorothy, right? Beautiful girl. Beautiful. Played volleyball, smart, intelligent, all this shit. Beautiful girl. Beautiful. She and I were like friends. We had a couple classes together. We grew up in the same neighborhood on the same street and all this shit, right? Went to the same church and all this shit, right? I kind of had a crush on her. I was like, hey, how come, you don't never let me take you out, for a slice of pizza, this, that, and the third. She was dealing with this other dude named Kenny. Now, Kenny was the playboy. He was the fly boy. He's an athlete and all this good shit. But Kenny dogged her. Impregnated her while she was in high school. They fighting all the goddamn time. She would always come to me crying. Say, well, I ain't no player hater, but, that's what you chose.
That's a sad story.
That's what you chose. All right, wait a minute. Fast forward. Now, she reached the moniker of success because she went on, and even though having 3 kids, she did go on and get a college degree, and, she became a nurse and all this good stuff. But now she's about 280 pounds, She's fucking run through. She done
Did
had
she ride a
30
little
plus.
motor scooter?
She done had 30 plus years of being ran through. This man,
Did she
that
ride a
man, the
little
other
motor
man.
scooter while
No,
balancing a
no,
beach ball on her head or something?
no,
I mean, like,
no,
bruh,
no. Wait a
like that's
minute, man.
attrition, bro. Like that's attrition. Like, I
There
don't
you
know what.
have it.
Like,
There you have it.
why do you have a problem with the attrition rate? Like, what? Because it's her?
There you have it. No, there
Like,
you have it.
did you have
So
some kind of feelings for that person?
you're not listening. So there you have it. So at our 30-year class reunion, here she comes, all 280 pounds. Hey, big head. Boy, you still look the same. I ain't seen you. I said, in my mind, I said, damn, the law of attrition really fucked you off bad.
Hey man, life
And I,
hits some people with a knuckleball, bro. Like, yo, I don't, like I said, man, I don't have a
when
problem
you
with the
have
attrition rate.
control,
Like,
the attrition rate is one thing, but having a moniker of control to decide what your rate of attrition is going to be is different. A commander, you know this as well as I do. They know that going onto the battlefield, there's this thing that's called acceptable losses. You know that. But once he reaches his acceptable losses, he has to do one or two things. He has to make critical changes within his leadership style and his decision-making process so that he does not go above the acceptable loss rate. We understand that there's going to be a level of attrition on the battlefield. But once that level of attrition gets too high, the commanders in charge should say, hey, we got to figure out a better way. That's how you defeat the law of attrition. That's how you improve what your attrition rate is. You know that, and I know that. But to sit here and keep taking the ownership off of the owner, to sit here and keep taking the responsibility off of where the responsibility should go is a fucked up way in our ideology of looking at things. This is creating a scapegoat. This is creating the scenario that we have now. It's never my fault. It's always the man's fault because he's the leader. Well, how the fuck am I the leader if you're not willing to follow? Stop it.
hey man, y'all the ones that keep trying to fucking drag a fucking dead horse.
Well, no, don't say y'all because I and the men that I associate with have long since figured it out.
I keep trying to drag a dead horse to
this
the
is why
watering hole, brother.
no, because we're trying because you get you so are you. You're trying to save the community. You're just going about it the wrong way, in my opinion. You want to take all of the onus. You want to tell women. Well,
I ain't telling women shit. I don't even address women.
But you want to tell. I'm sorry. Correction. You want to tell men all you have to do is build it, and they will come. And that's not true.
No, and I've never said that though. Like I've never.
You haven't said that in that exact words, but you said that. Well, men need to give. We need to provide jobs in all these institutions and all this other shit for our women, so they will have something to bask in.
I'm looking at it from a totally scientific and scholastic point of view, bro. Like there are six main things that people need to survive, live, and retain control of their environment. That's food, clothing, shelter, education, employment, and security, bro. How many of those things are you offering? Like,
you're absolutely right. So what you have to do as a woman, you have to choose. What you have to do as a woman, you have to choose a man who can provide those six main elements. You also have to choose to follow, and you are subjugated to, if you want those six main ingredients, and the man possesses those, then you have to make a choice. You have to say, I cannot have it my way. I have to fall underneath his rule and leadership, his guidance, his provision, in order to get his provisions and his protection.
And
that's what you have to do.
Now we come to that overarching. Now we come to that overarching problem. Now a competing group of men has said, "Look, bitch, you ain't got to listen to nothing that nigga say. I don't give a fuck how many of those 16 See, that's what we were really talking about. Bro.
I know, but it is still up to her to take the red pill or the blue pill. It's still up to her to say, you know what, the white man is right. I don't have to do that. I could get on Instagram and I could get on OnlyFans and I can make way more money than that. then you choose that. And when your body starts to fail, your looks begin to go away, and when you're out here and men are not paying for your subscriptions to your pages, then
then so
then
be
you
it.
have to
Like,
figure it out.
and then so be it.
A law of
We're not
attrition.
like, I'm look,
It's really easy.
look
This is
when I look
easy.
at the current rates of who black people marry, it's still overwhelming majority within their own group, right? Like,
Eighty-six
and
percent.
and you can look at just about any other group, whether it be Hispanics slash Latino, Asian, white, whatever, and you're going to see that same pattern. Okay, like that's an American thing. People tend to stick with who they're familiar with.
Very much so.
Okay, like my thing ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm talking
Right.
about the
These are
overarching thing. Like
you.
that. Those are still effects, and it's a quite you know uh, obvious that we don't not talking about attrition. We haven't reached that level of unacceptable loss apparently because niggas are still grouping up with other niggas.
Those that is true. However, come a pause, like I know, that we have been up against the overarching factors since we've been in this country. And the only thing that we could do as men in said group of African Americans here is do what? We have to continue to push forward to make changes within our community. You cannot do that as separate entities. You cannot do that if you're having women that are saying, fuck what he talking about, girl. I know he make $120,000 a year, but I can make more money than that on OnlyFans. So then when 20 years go by and you're on OnlyFans and your money starts to dwindle because men that used to watch and subscribe to you have moved on with their lives, the younger men are not paying any attention to you. So you're not getting the subscriptions. Now you're stuck out here. You have no education. You didn't use any of the business model sense that you should have used to move on from OnlyFans into some other field of entrepreneurship. You stayed right there because the money was good. Then now you want to blame everybody else because you made a poor decision. The law of attrition takes effect.
So
It's really
let me get this
simple.
right. So let me get this right. So you're trying to reverse the attrition rate? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not trying to reverse anything. I'm trying to put the information out here, much like some of the other people are, that I somewhat have a tendency to agree with, to change the scope of the landscape in which we as African American exist under and within this country. Family is the ultimate way to set a successful future for you and
No,
your offspring. Family,
family is just a
family,
building block. Family is just a
Fa-
building block.
right. And that
Right.
and that's the building block, and it's the building blocks to success. Family. Like I know, and you can look at the stats, and I know you always do. A person coming from a two-parent home is far more likely to succeed than a person coming from a single-family home. You know that just as well as I do.
And that's not necessarily true. I mean, but from those batch numbers that they took, yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, of course. If we're looking at those batch numbers that they took from their small, segments, I don't think a lot of y'all realize like what's really happening in America. I think I'm just seeing something different than what a lot of y'all are seeing.
What are you seeing that
Like,
everybody else is not seeing?
I'm still seeing black people group up with one another. Like, and see, as far as my fight is to literally keep and maintain what is already established. As far as those groupings, I'm not going out like, yo, I'm not going out there trying to fucking drag a damn dead horse to the watering hole, bruh. And I'm not crying. I'm not sitting there crying or complaining about what some chick did when she was 20 and now she's in her 40s and can't garner the attention she could in her 20s. I'm not trying to do none of that. Like, that's not even the position. Like, if you look at the initiative, the entire point of it is to try to get as many black men within the middle class, to expand the black middle class. That's why I talk so much about institutions. I don't give a fuck about what motherfuckers are doing as individuals, as far as outside of them being in the damn middle class. As a matter of fact, if you really look at a lot of the new studies that are coming out, now that you're seeing America fall apart as a country, you're seeing that a two-parent household really ain't even, there is virtually no differentiation between the single parent and the dual parent.
And the reason why,
and the reason why, no, the reason I'm saying that is because they even seen it back in 1978 when the first study was done. They even saw that how was these kids from two-parent households still creating latchkey kids, bruh? Still
and the reason
kids
why
that babysit themselves.
well, we know how that was done. We know how that was done. That was done because of the rising cost of inflation. That's how that was done.
And
It
what I'm
took
saying
two
is that
parents to
is a,
make.
and what I'm saying is
Okay,
that
so
that same
that's
thing is
so
that same thing is
so
still that
what we're
same thing is
having
still
is
happening.
so what we're having is we're having actually two different conversations. Yes, that same thing is still happening because black people have got to learn that the more money you make, you can't look at it as the more money I make, the more money I spend. You have to pay yourself first. That's something that we haven't learned. We haven't learned how to control our economic status yet. Instead of saying, hey, okay, you and I are married. We have two kids. You make $80,000 a year. I make $80,000 a year. Do we really need this 5,000 square foot home? No, we don't. Do we really need to have these goddamn Cadillac Escalades? Each of us got one. No, we don't. Do we really need to go on multiple goddamn trips throughout the course of the year? Do we really need to do all this shit? No, we don't. So how do we fix that? Okay, let's take the $80,000 that I have. Let's get us a moderate home. Let's get us some moderate vehicles. I'll pay all of that stuff. You put half of your money away for a rainy day, and we'll invest the other half for our children. Smart. We don't do that. That's $160,000 a year. Girl, let's go get this 4,500 square foot home that costs us $3,000 a month in mortgage. Girl, let's go get these goddamn Cadillac Escalades that's gonna cost us $900 a piece.
I get it. So it actually does happen. It just happens in pockets. There's never going to be a blanketed effect of that. As a matter of fact, if you look at America, there's never been a blanketed. As a matter of fact, you look at America's history, you look at any country's history, there's never been a blanketed effect of that. Like
that is more of what's happening in today's society. Hold on.
But see, the question goes like, why are modern men so emasculated, right? And the reason why I keep putting the onus on the motherfucking men is because you got a problem with hoes, you got a problem with chicks choosing dope boy, you got a problem with chicks choosing the Pookie and the Ray Ray. Nigga, you created the motherfucking market for Pookie and Ray Ray. You are the Pookies and Ray Rays that you complained about. It's very simple. It's even simpler than what you're proposing. Hmm? So how many like let's just be honest. Like this environment is an environment that was created, subsidized, upheld, and undergirded by men and their support, bro. You wanted easier access to sex, you got it. Now you're complaining about it and its effects. And the women gave you exactly what you wanted. You wanted pussy. You wanted pussy over family. That's what you got. You see it even now. Niggas is abandoning their whole fucking family to get some new pussy. Like, gee, like let's stop pretending that men are just these fucking innocent victims. Like, why are we using the victimhood there? Oh, it's not placing it's placing the blame where it actually fucking belongs. You have a problem with whore culture, niggas stop creating the fucking market for whores. You're running around here saying pump and dump. It's so funny that when I talk about passport bros will go and literally support the foreign whore market, right? Which actually, because I'm so all encompassing with it. That's why I don't like comparing Black Americans to any other group. You're gonna support the foreign whore market. You're gonna support the foreign dirty foot market. Why are you complaining about the one you got here in America? But you won't clean up the one you got here in America. But you go there and contribute to the filth in the already filthy, dirty foot countries. That's the problem I have with the passport bros. What I'm saying is that, okay, if you don't want to take ownership, then stop complaining about the shit. At the end of the day, these women didn't have no fucking rights before men gave it to them. Amiri, Chaos, any of y'all have any disagreement to that?
I agree with you.
So if women don't have any fucking rights before men gave it to them, then guess who the onus is on to fix the shit? While he's sitting there trying to fucking beat the woman over the motherfucking head, telling her to change, but she's still living in the fucking environment that you created, mind you. But you don't want to clean up the fucking environment that you already got. He said, "Fuck this environment. We don't want to make it, stable, right, and sustainable for families. No, we don't want to say put the onus on men because we don't want to do any kind of cock blocking or dick policing or any other goofy shit that niggas say. So no, the onus will be on fucking men. It'll be on fucking men until fucking men stand the fuck up and fucking restore order in this bitch. And it's the same way in the fucking military, bruh. Like, stop playing with me with this shit.
No, stop playing with me because that's a false narrative. You know it and I know it because you cannot control the uncontrollable. You know that. And in the military, in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, Marine Corps, when a soldier or a Marine or a sailor gets out of control, what happens? He's eliminated by what? The law of attrition. So now that these sisters are out of control and they want to do things their way, these women are out of control. These women are out of control. No. I just listened to you. I didn't interrupt you.
Why are you trying to retain out of control?
I didn't interrupt you. No, nobody's trying to contain them. People are simply issuing the warning because it's to say, hey, if you keep going the way you're going, this will be where you end up. And I really don't want to see that to you because I'm trying to fix the conditions of the environment. We're trying to do exactly what you just said. Correct the environment. Because we set everything up as men and we put everything in place. We're trying to correct that right now. But we're not getting any cooperation. So now men are simply walking by, leaving women to their own destruction. So don't get mad now and say, well, these men don't want to fix it. We're trying, but it's falling on deaf ear.
Is it?
So don't miss me with that bullshit. Oh, yeah.
Is it? Because last time I checked, it's now 6 states that have either repealed or used states' rights discretion to repeal abortion laws. So come on, bro.
You're talking about
falling on deaf ears. Like, was it falling on deaf ears when niggas was sitting there making all those fucking babies, and the government got tired of flipping the bill for derelict niggas' kids? So at what point in time was it falling on deaf ears?
You're talking about something, Cerulean, that really we have no control over.
See, now we don't have any control. Hold up. Now we don't have any control. So now, now we're victims again.
I'm trying to have the professional.
So now we're victims again.
I'm trying to have a professional conversation with you. You, on one hand, you say it's overarching. This is why we're where we are. And now you're trying to tell us that we do have control. Which one is it, Cerulean? It's the overarching thing that's created this. So which one is it? Is it the overarching thing that has created this?
Yeah, the overarching.
Is it us?
It was the overarching thing that did create it. And every time there was that overarching thing, it was always men that stood to oppose that shit. And now we got a fucking group of men that don't want to oppose shit.
We are opposing it. We're
As
simply
far as they
walking away.
concerned, as far as they
We're
can,
simply,
as far as the modern man is concerned, as
brother,
far as modern
you
man
don't
is
have to,
concerned,
brother,
if it don't,
you don't have,
as far as the man,
brother,
as
you don't
far as the
have to
modern
yell,
man is
brother, you
concerned,
don't have to,
if it don't
brother.
involve
Brother, you
getting no
don't have to
pussy,
yell,
it can't
brother. I
be.
can hear you. You see, this is what you do.
But no,
And I'm
this is
trying
what
to
you
keep
do,
it.
bro.
I'm
You
trying to.
yelled over me the whole time. I let you have it. But I'm
No, I'm
saying,
trying
like,
to. I didn't
it
say
is the
nothing for the
overarching
last
thing,
5 minutes, bro. I didn't say nothing for the last 5 minutes, bro. I sat here and listened to
Don't
you for the
complain to me
whole
about the
time.
fucking
I
attrition rate.
sat here and gave you your time to give your dissertation. The minute I start speaking, and see, this is what I'm talking about. You don't want to have the
Because
real
now we're back
conversation
to being
because
victims.
I'm not. I didn't say nothing about being a victim. I'm telling you what's going on as I see it, just like you're telling me what's going on as you
You're
see it.
saying that's falling on deaf ears. We don't have the
It
power.
is. It is. This is why. This
Oh,
is
bro.
why you have the emergence of the passport bros. This is why you have the emergence of brothers going to other countries. This is why you have the emergency of more and more brothers going outside of the
Look,
race.
man.
This is why all of these things are pertinent within our society today, because we're saying we're tired of talking to you. We're tired of trying. We've been talking to you for the past 60 years. We've been trying to work to straighten this up for the past 60 years. And it's falling on deaf ear. You're not listening.
Yeah,
You're choosing.
but you
You're
haven't.
choosing
You
to go
haven't.
over here
You
and take.
haven't.
You're choosing to go over here and take a ready-made path.
Look,
Bullshit.
I'm trying to figure. You said the past 60 years. I'm trying to figure out at what point in that 60 years, right? Where you really trying to fix that shit? Because what I see, as far as 60 years, now I'm not 60 years old, but from what I see, was niggas weren't concerned about shit unless it involves some ass, bro. That's what I see. I seen it growing up. As a matter of fact, I seen it and heard it damn near all my life, whether it was being lectured by my grandfather, my father, one of my uncles, some of my cousins. They fucking fell into those traps. They didn't fucking listen.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Like, but I'm not complaining about the fucking attrition rate. I'm not trying to drag a dead fucking horse to the fucking watering hole, brother.
All right, hold on, brother. Hold on. I'll be right back.
I don't have a problem with the attrition rate at all. I'm not trying to work with motherfuckers that ain't trying to work with me, man. Like, and I'm not trying to work with like. Let's just be real, man. Like, my focus mostly is on the youth, the younger males, before they fall into those institutional and what they call romantic traps, where they end up with fucking 15 goddamn baby mamas. I'm trying to fix no fucking grown ass motherfucking men. Well, look, if you complained about some bitch that didn't give you a fucking pony in high school, nigga, fuck you. Not trying to hear that shit. Deal with that. But I ain't gonna sit here and like, oh yeah, we victims. We victims. We victims. We victims. It's falling on deaf ears. Oh, the overarching thing to deal with. You have the problems. Matter of fact, there's ways to deal with that overarching thing. That's why you hear me hammer over and over again on the institutional response to that. You still look at institutions as adversary. You see what I'm saying? Like, gee, let these bras choose who the fuck they gonna choose. And let them deal with the fucking consequences of their fucking actions, whether it be early on or whether it be current. Because if you can't do anything about who the fuck they choose, then why the fuck you trying to change something you can't change? Deal
We're
with
simply
the shit you can
we're
change.
not. It's just a conversation. Hopefully, the information will come out so that they can understand and see what the fuck they're being told and why they're being told. That's all that
Every,
is. It's just a
every single
conversation,
time,
brother.
that our community has either been under siege, has been in some type of decline, whether sharp or steep, and it's always been men of that generation that have fucking stood to the testament to fucking reverse that shit. The greatest generation was an example of it. Of World War One, the World War II generation did it. Civil rights era, the boomers, they did it. The early Gen Xers did it. late Gen
Right.
Xers
Well,
kind of start slacking, and now we have niggas that don't even want to follow in that same noble and great tradition
no,
of doing
because
that. Now it's saying, well,
if you go back, and you be honest about it, what did we have during each of those generations? We had intact family homes. We had male leadership in the homes. Right now, we're going right. No bullshit. You want to talk history? Doing all of those other generations, the greatest generations, we were married at a 78% clip. Go back and look it up and do the research. For the past 40 years now, for the last couple of generations, towards the end of the Generation X and moving into millennials and the zillennial generation, we've been bombarded with single-parent households where the male was absent. Stop the fucking madness. Stop the fucking madness. Let's just put the onus again where the owner, let's put the ownership on the owner.
Okay, all right. So then what I'll say is this: they've got the Voting Rights Act of 1964. Somewhere after that civil rights era, that post civil rights era, you niggas got lazy. And you let the community go to shit. You let the motherfucking women run shit the way the fuck that they want to run shit. And want to motherfucking choose things, every wrong decision, you let them fucking have it because you thought that you were fucking included into the overall American apparatus, and now you got what the fuck you got as far as the black community, and now you want to fucking come to me in 2021 and whine about that shit.
No, nobody's coming to you and whining about nothing. There are men who are voicing their opinion and saying that we're opting out.
If you want to blame somebody, blame the men of that fucking post civil rights era. Because them niggas ran around and told you that race was no longer an issue.
Because they were led astray by whom and by what organizations that were out there at the time, and by the president of the country. They were led astray. They were led astray by whom and by what organization and by the president of this nation at the time, by President Kennedy. By President Kennedy. You know this, and I know this. You are a historian. So we were led astray, bamboozled, hoodwinked, and we were put back to sleep when it was getting ready to turn again on its head. What did this country do? This country said, hey, there's some unrest in our country. We need to I know what to do. This is the only way we're going to solve this problem. Bingo, give them a black president. That'll put it, and everybody went back to sleep. Then Trump came, and motherfuckers are like, hold on, this is some bullshit. It started, the reawakening is happening in this country, both socially and politically. The reawakening is happening. Now, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like that brothers are saying, man, fuck it. I'm going over here and I'm going to do this. I'm going my own way. You don't have to like it. You can sit here and sit there complaining about it all you want to. But at the end of the day, motherfuckers are waking up and they're saying, I'm not taking care of no bitch and the next nigga's kids. I'm done trying to fix the community. Let it burn. You can get mad all you want to.
And them niggas are a part of the attrition as far as I'm concerned. Because the way I look at it, nigga, 2/3 of these niggas ain't worth a goddamn anyway.
But that's your opinion, and you're entitled. You that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. So the only thing you can do is continue to voice your opinion and talk about it the way you are, or you can let it go and say, "Hey, it is what it is," and not be a part of the attrition.
But that's the whole time. The whole time, that's what I'm saying.
You're not going to be
a part of the solution or remain a part of the problem, brother.
You're not going to fix it. I'm not going to fix it. Neither is anyone else on this panel. We're not. It's over with. It's done for. You have an option. You could either move on to something else and save yourself. That's why SBM, or you can sit here and continue to complain about it like everybody else.
Abandon your noble responsibility as men. Yeah, that's why it's SBM. Do the thing that immigrants do whenever they come to this country. Won't make shit of their own country, but will come to this country and then have all these same complaints, right?
Well, that's fine. That's the way that they see to solve it. So you can't get mad at me because you present me with the problem and then I look at and I fix it my way. You can't give me a job to do get mad at. You can't get mad at me when you get bruh. You cannot get mad at me.
It's a difference.
You cannot get mad at. See, this is the problem. I'm trying to finish, brother. And you want to? I'm trying to finish, bro. Yes, it is. I'm trying to finish it. You want to overtalk me because you simply want to try and make your point felt and heard, which I do. I feel and hear your point. To a degree, I would have to say I agree with you, but you must also agree with me. You can't get mad when I look at a problem and I say, well, what was done beforehand hasn't fixed that problem. So I'm going to fix it my way. And my way of fixing it is to do it this way. I'm going over here to do this. You can't get mad at a group of men who decided they want to exit out. What do you want them to do? Stay? What do you want them to do? Do you want black men in this country, in this nation, black men aloof, right? To just say, oh, we got to fix it. Let's take on all these single baby mamas out here and take care of them, put them in houses.
That's funny.
And we raise
what I was saying is this. Because what I'll say is this.
Is that
right?
what you want? What would fix it? What would fix it in your opinion, Cerulean? Let's just have the honest. In your opinion, what should happen? Look, you can't beat them into submission. So the only thing you can do is try to talk to them. So
you want to beat them into submission, General?
That's not what I said. You see, this is where the conversation with you gets screwed, because you want to now propagate some bullshit. I said you can't beat them into submission. That is not the way that I would choose to do it. I would choose to have civil discourse so that we could talk through the problems and find out where we're at this stalemate, why we have this stalemate between the black man and the black woman, and then try to work towards some solutions. Where other men have decided, you know what, there is no solution. I've tried to work with our women and I'm done. I'm simply going to walk away. Now you're going to tell them, because you won't stay and wallow in and you won't waddle down in all the misery and you want to leave, you less than a man. You ain't no real man. You supposed to stay here. And you supposed
I never said that though.
But that's how you coming across. What is it? What do you think will fix it? What do you think will fix it? Let's cut the bullshit. And what do you think? How do you think we fix it?
Bro, it's a difference of opinion, right? Like you want to do it your way.
That's why we're having a conversation. What do you think will fix it? I want to see if I can agree. I want to see if I can agree with you. What do you think will fix the problem between black men and black women right now?
General,
I'm waiting. What do you think? How do we fix this problem?
Look, here's the thing. I don't think that there's anything broken between black men and women, bro.
There is. There's a loss of family. There is. We got our youth, our younger generations are out here aimless, and our younger generation are out here aimless. The youth are out here with no hope for life whatsoever. They've all been given up. They've turned to drugs and alcohol and getting high and OnlyFans and fucking damn near down to prostitution. If that ain't a problem, I don't know what is.
So what I'm saying is I think that this problem that you perceive as a problem is really just an effect of the lack of access to wealth, resources, and opportunities, bro.
That hasn't changed since 1854. I mean, that hasn't changed since 1654. That hasn't changed since we came to this country. So what's new? Tell me something new. That hasn't changed since the day we was working on the farms and in these plantations for free. So tell me what's new.
So
we like to go back and we like to use shit. We like to go back and we like to use shit as scapegoats. We're in the modern era. We're not in the fucking 1800s no longer. We're not in the early turn of the century any longer. We're in 2021.
No. I get it. We're not in the 1800s. We're not in the late Victorian era where bitches got in the kitchen with their aprons on and cooked and cleaned and was a regular Marsha, right? So a regular part of Brady Bunch, right? But niggas want motherfuckers to revert back to that shit.
Women have always wanted men to just be men and just pay just because I'm a woman. You should just pay because I'm a woman. I shouldn't have to do anything for you. I shouldn't have to cook and clean and wash your uniforms for you to go to work. I shouldn't have to do that. I should just be able to come in here and set up shop in the nest. And you should do everything. You should do everything. So how do we fix it?
Again, you have a critical mass of dudes that would support that shit by sitting there and just being another subscriber, though. Like, you're creating the market for the thing you're complaining about, bruh. Like,
I'm not. So listen.
Well, I'm not saying you per se. I'm not saying you per se, but I'm saying
I'm gonna use it like this. I'm gonna use it like this. Deflection. you have always had men who would pay for prostitution. Black men, white men, you've always had that. You're always going to have the underbelly scourges of society. You know that, and
Yeah,
I know
before
that.
when they were paying for it.
So that's
Before when they were before they before they before when they were paying for it, before when they were paying for it, nigga. Before when they were paying for it, bitches ain't have no rights, and now they got rights, and now they get to choose whatever the fuck they want to choose. But you are the only one that got to complain about what they choose.
No, I don't.
No,
I'm saying I don't. See, that's that bullshit. I'm simply saying. I'm gonna say this to you again. I'm simply saying
because see, back before bitches had rights.
See, there you go. There you go. Cerulean, are we gonna have the conversation or are we not?
But see,
are we gonna have the conversation?
I'll let you talk, General.
Are we gonna have the
I'm saying back before bitches had rights, bro.
I'm trying to respond to you. I don't want to go back to civil rights. I want to respond to what you just said a moment ago. Okay? You're absolutely right. So then when you choose that path, don't sit here and blame everybody else for you choosing that path. Don't sit here and then say it's not my fault because some man should have came along and prevented me from doing that. Don't do that. You can't see. You gotta put.
But it sounds like you're trying to protect women from themselves. You gotta
put the responsibility on where the responsibility goes. That's what it ain't. You ain't got to tell me what it sounds like. I'm telling you what I'm saying.
It sounds like you're trying to protect women from themselves.
Deal with what I'm
bro.
saying. No, don't deal with what it sounds like. Deal with what I'm saying.
To lower the attrition rate or something.
Don't deal with what it sounds like. Deal with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you make a decision. You take responsibility for the decision that you make. Deal with that. Don't tell me what it sounds like. Deal with what I said.
But you know what, General? I think that's something that you should tell them. Like I don't deal with women.
I don't have to tell them. It's men all over the goddamn space that's telling them. It's men on now. It's moved into the major sectors of society that are telling them. So I don't have to tell them shit. They're finding it out the hard way. Vivica Fox, she's finding it out the hard way.
I mean,
what's the other chick? What's the what? No. Vivica Fox, she's finding it out the hard way. She's crying and complaining and whining now.
See, you always want to bring me into the reptile thing.
No. I'm using them as an example.
A middle class. It's like you want to drag down into the genderized conversation.
The 1.18 million people that tune in to Kevin Samuels and the women that he talks to are finding that same thing out, what I'm saying, the hard way. They're finding it out the hard way. This is why he's reached the moniker of success, because they want to know what to do. What can I change? How can I get a high value man? How can I get a man to come in and take care of me and my kids now? What am I doing wrong? What am I not doing? What do I need to do? No, fucking figure it out.
Hey man, look. I'm not the type of dude that'll tell a mentally ill chick that wants to call it.
Oh, it's not meant now. See, there we go with it. It sounds like you're trying to give them an excuse, a scapegoat, Cerulean. That's what it sounds like by saying, "Oh, they're mentally ill." All of these women that have come on that show all of these women that have come on that show that have reached a moniker of success, that make 6 figures or more, that work in various fields, various professional fields, and now they're mentally ill.
Look,
those women are let's deal with that. Bro. Now those women are mentally ill. Those women who have master's degrees and PhDs that call into that show, that have went to school, that have gained a certain moniker of success,
master's degree, even with a PhD.
That have reached, and now they're mentally ill.
Ted Kaczynski was a whole mentally ill fucking Harvard professor.
Oh, now they're mentally ill. Okay. How many Harvard? Let's just
be real. Let's just be real, bro.
No. Great point. How many other Harvard professors were there out there that didn't turn into the Unabomber though? That's an outlier. Come on, man, don't do this.
I would say the same thing, right? Of these females niggas keep complaining about, bro. Like, I'm not seeing this shit in mass in this blanketed way that y'all seeing.
You can walk outside and go to your local Walmart and see droves of them. What are you talking about?
Because what I'm literally seeing is sexual access is easier than it's ever been in any point in American history. Okay,
Right, and that has to do with what? The sexual revolution that took place in 1967 with the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment,
and let's
and
just be, let's just be,
and a third and a second wave of feminism.
and I'm
That's
just gonna
why
be real with you,
it's
bro.
like that. Because there's
And
no
I'm just gonna,
shame in there.
and I'm
There's
just
no
gonna,
shame in
and I'm
those
just gonna be
actions.
real, and I'm just gonna be real with you, bro. A lot of these arguments, about who a chick chooses to sleep with, that all stems from the lack of sexual access. Because that's something typically women do. It's called mate guarding, bro. Like women typically have that kind of mate guard. You should choose. You should choose this. You choose better. Like I'm hearing dudes even use the women's talking points, like to argue against the women who created them. Like
I would say
like
that
women.
I would say that some of it is, but I would say that some of it is not. I would say that some of it is because there are some men out here who simply want to see better for our community,
And the
and
reason I said mentally
who are
ill, bro,
simply
is like this.
who are simply no. I don't want to hear that mentally ill shit. If a bitch can sit up and goddamn me watch Instagram and YouTube and learn how to do all these professional hairstyles and all these professional nails and shit, if she can sit up and fucking learn how to goddamn me go out on dinner dates and get money out of men for nothing, for little or nothing, then that's
Hey
not
man,
mentally ill.
if a man is doing it, how mentally ill is he? But see,
I'm
like
waiting.
we want. I see the thing is like we want to put the onus completely on the women, and we want to absolve men completely of their actions and shit. Like, or we want to create some degrees of separation.
Not true.
Like, a certain type of men, right? Well, that's why I don't put any degrees of separation.
That's not true. Are there some simple simp ass men out here? Yes. Professional men. Is Boyce Watkins ill? Here's a PhD, right? Is he ill for telling other men, if you don't take in a single baby mama with multiple kids and help her raise them kids, you are less than a man?
Again, look, and this is why I always tell people not to use.
Could he be considered mentally ill?
Hey, he probably could. And the
Is
reason
he
I'm saying that
mentally ill for that?
he probably could be. And the reason I'm saying that is because, look, man, most influencers on any social media platform, they don't say shit because it's necessarily true or even because they fucking believe it. They say shit because, oh, it's popular, it's trending, it's pop culture. And then this is the other reason why I tell people not to use their own life as anecdotal evidence to prove a fucking point or disprove a point. And the reason I'm saying that is because even if he did say that, he's fucking using his own life as an example and then lambasting anybody. But see, in a reactionary response to people calling him a simp for marrying who he married.
I understand that.
But
I understand that, but at the end of
and
the
it's so
day,
funny. It's so funny, and it's so funny, and it's so funny
and
that men use the same.
I deem him if that's his ideology, I deem that as mental illness because there's no way in the hell you're gonna convince any man. But I won't say. Let me say that because there are some outliers out here. In the modern era, the majority.
You said outliers
in the modern era, the majority of
the
majority of these men, especially in the Zillennial generation, has fallen off quite a bit with Generation X. But the Zillennial and Generation X, they're not even garnering by the majority the idea of dealing with a single baby mama and taking care of their children.
As a matter of fact, I don't think they're outliers at all. In fact, I think that's the everyday brother for real.
Well,
that's the everyday brother. Laid up with a single baby mom that he couldn't get in high school, or got some years down the line, he wanted to double back on that and get with her because he had some kind of infatuation with her whenever he was in his formative years. I think that's literally. I think that's the everyday. That's like the average man in America, bro. And the numbers literally bear that out with the studies done on mixed families and blended families and shit.
So using that ideology, then the average woman is on OnlyFans shaking her ass for money. Using that same ideology, right?
I mean, here's the deal, right? The same thing.
I simply need to answer for the question. I simply need to answer that question.
I'm giving you an answer, right?
Because I can agree to that. I can agree to that.
Here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing that I would say about the brother that gets out on the corner with a pack and sells dope. The same thing that I would say about, say, the stripper or the Instagram model, right? You see, like, unless you're offering these people an alternative as opposed to that can pay comparable or to sustain their lives or what have you, like, I don't have a fucking complaint about what they do, because at the end of the day, it's a free fucking country. And despite what you say about the attrition rate, I don't give a fuck about the attrition rate. I'm only trying to maintain what has already been established. And for what I see is something completely different than what y'all see.
What do you see, Cerulean?
I still see black folk grouping up together, bro.
I do too.
Hey, wait, guys.
I still see it.
Hello. Let me pause for a second. For those, I have 12, 13 people liking. I'm gonna decide. Okay, this one we'll do. Since people are now here tuning in and watch this stream, if y'all guys want for me to go for another hour or close to hour, hit the Cash App now. I'm gonna give y'all 10 to 20 minutes.
And as far as that,
and hold on, let me finish. I'll see nothing. I'm just going to conclude here because it's already past the time. But I'll let it run for
okay.
All right. So if the chat room really is hitting now, if I see a few contributors, I will let this run the one. Continue, guys.
And as far as what I see, as far as that overarching thing, is what I see is that I see men, complaining. We built everything, and we gave these women rights to foster egalitarianism, and now these bitches won't give us any ass. And I think all of these damn arguments stem from that, because you don't have free and open access, right, to women's body. Which is why hold up, brother. Which is why every time niggas talk about leaving, they go somewhere where they have that open access that they really want here in America.
Right.
And so
the point of the matter is that they're leaving. That's the point of the matter. The point of the matter is that they're leaving. They're defecting. This is why the Soviet Union and other countries.
Wait. You said defecting. Are they getting dual citizenship in these countries?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're getting.
Or are they over there as a sex tourist?
It doesn't matter. They're getting what they want. It doesn't matter. They're getting what they want. What matters is they're not here. They're not dealing with women in our environment and in our community. That's the problem.
If they weren't, they wouldn't have so many fucking complaints about the women in their environment.
They don't have complaints. That's why they're leaving. They're saying, I'm done talking about this. What they're saying is, I'm done talking about it.
Well, when the fuck they gonna be done talking about it then?
I'm done.
When the fuck they gonna be done talking about it?
You talking about a few niggas on. See, I don't live in this digital world. I don't live in. I don't look. You talking about a few brothers?
I don't either.
That got YouTube pages. Okay,
I don't either, which is why I say I see something completely different than what you niggas are talking about, bro.
I don't, because I'm seeing young men coming to the military. When I sit down and I do their intake process, and I ask them, "Hey, do you got a wife, a woman, a girlfriend, or whatever?" Nah. And then I kind of go above and beyond, and I'll ask them, "Well, hey, man, what's up? You dealing with sisters or no?" Nah, man, fuck that. I don't deal with black women. Fuck them. They don't want shit. They ain't what. This is the next generation of men. Fuck them hoes. They don't want shit. They just want you to pay for everything. They don't want to do nothing for you. They don't want to give you nothing. They don't want to cook no food for you. Fuck that. I ain't dealing with them bitches. No, I deal with Latin women. I deal with white women. I deal with Asian women. This is what I'm saying. These are young men, 18, 20 years old.
Okay.
They're not on YouTube. These are men that are coming from young men that are coming from the environment.
All right. So okay. So what you're saying, in essence, or trying to say, is that the quote unquote problem, this perceived problem, is fixing itself through this next generation of men,
Yep.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if that
Mm-hmm.
is the case, right? Why is there such a need for it to be a fucking international fucking campaign via YouTube and Instagram and Facebook and all? Why is there need to be that if that was really happening, bruh?
Those are people who live on that, who only look at things from the latest YouTube video that they watch.
But
They're not
see
going
this
out.
art. But check it out, General.
Let me answer
bring
your
this
damn question, bro. Let me answer
when
your
you bring this
question,
argument to me,
bro. Let me
when you
answer your bro. Let me answer your question. Those are guys that are simply looking at the next YouTube video and they're listening to a certain group of people within a certain sphere. You know that
but
as
that's
well
what.
as I do.
But see, and that's what I'm saying, General. Because every time you bring that argument to me, that's what I think is that you're only bringing this to me because of some fucking video that you watched.
No, I actually do the goddamn work. I actually deal with thousands upon thousands of young men every motherfucking month. I actually ask these questions. I'm actually doing a field study.
I'm like, this shit that these
I'm
young
doing
people,
intake
I'm
for
not seeing it, bro.
I do intake for an installation which houses 65,000 plus service members and family members. So what the fuck are you talking about? I don't just look at YouTube and listen to what they're, yep, they right. No, I actually do the field work. I actually deal with interactive people and interact with people in person on a daily fucking basis. I'm telling you what I know, not what some motherfucker on YouTube has said, not what somebody from SYSBM, not what somebody from the past. Well, what I'm getting from the young men that I'm interacting with that are coming from the environment from around the United States daily. From Chicago, Arkansas, North Carolina, South Carolina, California, Washington State, Arizona, I'm dealing with these men. I'm asking these questions. I'm collecting the data. Don't hit me with that bullshit. Talking about, hey, sound like you didn't know. Half the shit I take with a grain of salt because half of these motherfuckers are old and bitter. Half of them had good women and fucked them off. Half of them simply, that's just how it is. So I'm dealing with a young, pure in mind, pure at heart, just starting out in life at 18 to 21, 22 years of age.
Right. I'm not trying to dress no old ass nigga about none of that shit. Like, look, there's a noble responsibility that men have. That's why I talked about young men, bruh. Like, I don't have a pussy. I don't wear tampons and hang lines and shit, bruh. Like, I couldn't tell you the first thing about being a woman, let alone being a good woman. Like, dog. Like, the shit is
My whole
beyond
point,
me.
is this. You can't reach young men because they're already set in their ways. They're like, man, fuck this shit. I ain't dealing with these bitches. I'm going outside of the community.
And see,
They're already at that stage.
And see, and just like I'm telling you now, right? Those same young men, because if I hear that, those same young men, they'll come back in 15, 20 years still complaining about bitches. I would tell them to shut the fuck up.
Right, exactly. But I'm by no means am I going to tell them today, right now, well, you should stay. You should keep dating black women. You should give them a chance. You should stay and wallow in this murky water in the mud with them. Don't leave your sister.
See,
Them your black
that's
women.
the other
You
thing,
got to
General,
love them.
is I don't look at the black community as murky water at all. That's what I'm saying. Like, it should be wild for real, man. Like, should I be hearing, man? Like, yo,
I didn't say the see. So I hate when people try to push a narrative. I didn't say that the black community as a whole was murky water. There are pockets. You go to the south side of Chicago, for example. You go to the east side of Detroit, for example. You go to South California. There are pockets within our community where life is fucked up. And there are pockets within those pockets where life is really bad. So, again, we're back to change the environment shit. And it's just not one race of men. I was talking to a Hawaiian brother. He was like, man, I don't. I was like, you was in Hawaii. You from Hawaii, right? I don't fuck with Hawaiian girls. I'm like, what?
Yeah, which is funny because I hear that from white men saying they don't deal with white women here in the Twin
Right.
Cities. They'll
So
they'll
that
they'll
tells
only
you.
deal they'll only deal with like we have a large Somalian population. I know a white dude a couple of miles down the road that I'll tell you. Matter of fact, back some years ago, when I was trying to get my other nephew into the Navy, he ended up going 13 Bravo for the Army, Fort Leonard Wood, right? He come out, whole different, the whole different walk. White boy tell you, I only deal with like Somalians or what have you. He don't even deal with his own white women, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll sit there and tell you. Matter of fact, one day I'm gonna have him over. I'm gonna record his ass
So there
and let
has
you
to
hear the
be.
recording.
So there has to be. Here it is. Now you got the apex man in America. I'm just facts of the matter. That's what it is. The white man saying, "I don't even want to deal with white women. Fuck them." Now you got black men saying, "I don't want to deal with black women. Fuck them." They're going to minority races of women outside of black women and outside of the majority race of women. That should tell you that there's a problem with the Western woman. Period.
But see, once again, your passport, bro. You're telling me about this Western woman, and then you talk about going to Brazil, which is another Western world. Talk about going to the DR, another Western world, where literally all manner of perversions unchecked, right, are going on down there. Like, don't tell me that you have a problem with your community while you go and support the dysfunction of
Yeah,
another.
because men have taken it on to whereas, and some of them may be using that as an excuse, but men are taking it on as that I got to do what's best for me, and if this is what makes me happy, then fuck it. Just like the women have taken on, I got to do what's best for me, and if going on Instagram and if going on OnlyFans, showing my ass for money, if that's what's working for me, that's what I'm gonna use. And this is where we at. That's the bottom line of it all. Everybody is out for their own self happiness.
And at the
They can
same
use
time,
whatever excuse they want to use. They can use you didn't go to school and get your education, and now you can't get the jobs that you want to pay the money that you want. You will say the white man is holding me down. The white man is holding me down. But you don't want to take any responsibility for not going to school, not getting your education, and not being qualified to get the job. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. You didn't go to school. You didn't finish high school. You didn't go get a trade. You didn't go to college. You didn't go to the military. You just stayed in the block, stayed on the block in the hood, and now you mad because you want to get a job that pays you X amount of money, and you want to blame everybody else. And now you want to blame everybody else. But no, it's not. Blame yourself.
And that's their fucking look. That's their prerogative, bro. Like every time there's been a major shift in the way we interact with society, or just a major shift in society in general, it has never happened by this huge mass body that everybody got to be doing the same shit. No, it's always happened with just a small inkling, a small group that has been able to influence just a critical mass, not
right, and I understand
the
that.
whole body. Like
I understand. I understand that. What I'm saying is, if you don't do the work, you don't then get to stand by and blame the government or another race of people because you can't get the job when you didn't do the work in the first place. Come on, Cerulean, stop it.
That has never been my position. Like, I don't recall ever saying, like, bruh, come on, man. You never heard me say that.
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
What I'm saying, look, I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to land-base niggas into the ground. Every time I hear that argument, I'm going to land-base niggas into the ground about that shit. Because at the end of the day, nigga, check yourself. You see what I'm saying? Like, you want women to fucking be accountable? Check yourself. What are you doing to be a fucking loser in society to where bitches is choosing the motherfucker rather choose a dope boy over you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they are checking themselves. That's why they're checking the fuck out. because they understand it's a fucked up ideology that they have. What's up, bro? Can't get mad at that. Can't get mad at that. Yep, I check myself. So it's not them. I'm the problem. I'm going to go to Colombia, Brazil, where I will be happy. I'm going to go to the Dominican Republic, where I will be happy. I'm going to go to Africa, Cairo, Egypt, and other places where I don't have to be subjected to that. Now that when I come back, I don't need none of them bitches who fail. I don't need none of them bitches who ended up being failures in life. They don't need to call me or text me, "Hey, big head," because they done fuck their stuff off.
Look, man, if
That's how I go.
You ever ate at Fogo de Chao, bro?
Yep.
Now, if you're a person that regulars Fogo de Chao, are you gonna have a complaint about, say, Burger King?
Mm-hmm.
Because as far as I'm concerned, you only have a complaint about food that you're eating, not food that you're not. Like, that's just what it is. If you're a regular at Fogo de Chao, whatever you decide to eat out, why fuck you complain about Burger King or McDonald's? You're not eating there. It's because we only complain about food we eating. And that's what I see. So as much as niggas say that they going out and they going away, and like, let's just be honest. Niggas also say that they 6-figure niggas, and they not. So let's just be real. Only reason they have so many complaints is because they are not the chosen amongst the men of their community, bruh. So, which means that this is all stemming from sexual access, and they use all of these accessory arguments, like single mothers.
They could be having a complaint because they simply want to see. They could be having a complaint because they simply, much like myself, want to see our community do better for itself. Just like you have a complaint about men, just like you have a complaint about men, and you want to see men do better for themselves, which is why you came up with the Great Faulkner, the Great Regime, and the Great Faulkner Initiative. You want to see black men do better for themselves, so you came up with an initiative, right? And there are some people, to include women, who will tell you you're wasting your fucking time, but you don't feel that way because you see things differently. So there are some brothers who want to see women do better, i.e., a la Kevin Samuels and others, that want to see our women do better for themselves. So they come up with it and devise the plan to have an interactive conversation so that we could do some mediation and reach a middle ground. Instead of just saying, fuck it, I give up, and walking away. Yes, there are some brothers who are actually trying to save the community. Yes,
look, I have a Che Guevara approach to doing things. Like, I'm not under any delusion that everybody that hears what I'm talking about is gonna be down with it. And if they tell me that they ain't down with it, look, I move on to the next, man. I'm not trying to drag. Look, I'm gonna drag you into this point. Like, no, man. Like, I'm just letting these do the fuck they do. Those that want to work with me or want to collab with me, look, I'm fine with that. As long as it's about that. And they don't want to, like, look, I'm not going to sit there and land based and cajole them. Whenever you see me insulting them and calling them derelicts, it's only really a response to all of the fucking crying and complaining and whining and victimhood that I keep hearing. These women have just victimized these niggas so bad.
So what would you rather see them do?
But see,
would
this
you
is
rather
what I was
see
saying
them
before.
So what would you, wait a minute. So what would you rather see them do? Would you rather see them try and have a conversation to try and fix it? Or would you rather see them just simply turn their backs and walk away?
Look, just like anything else.
No, answer the question. Which would you rather see them do? Would you rather see them try to have a conversation to try and reach a middle ground to fix it, mediation?
What is it?
Or would you rather see those brothers just simply turn their backs, stone cold, turn their backs, and walk away? Which would you rather see them do?
I'll tell you the same thing I just told that fucking suspicious Negro Ray. Nigga. Like, okay, If you don't want to be that or be down with that, nigga, then go about your fucking business.
There you have it. So the community is finished.
In your opinion, in those
Mm-mm.
niggas' opinions.
Mm-mm.
Because I always find it so. No. The reason I'm saying that, 'cause I always find it so funny, right? When I see niggas have that mindset, and I've seen plenty of niggas that have that mindset. Oh man, these black bitches, tired of these black bitches. Then they go get them a white bitch. They go get them a Hispanic bitch. They
Yep.
go get them a fucking Yugoslavian bitch. That
Yep.
drag their ass. They drag their ass through the ringer, and then where the fuck do they find themselves at? Oh, back over here, right up under the black woman's skirt. That they was just dogging, nigga. Like, stop it. That's why they keep complaining. They just want sexual access. They don't really want anything else. They
And
don't
that's
even
why
want the fucking responsibility, bruh.
that's why they're going to where they can get
Today's
in.
educated, look, today's educated lame is tomorrow's Pookie and fucking Ray Ray. If you really want
It
to know the
is,
truth.
and that's why they're going where they can get the sexual access now.
And they
Because they
really,
want it now.
and let's just be real. And let's just be real. Let's just be real for a second. They ain't nothing but sophisticated Pookies and Ray Rays. Because they just leaving bitches with babies no matter what fucking culture that they fucking in, bruh.
Well, that's how you see it. That's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what I see, especially here in the Twin Cities, bruh.
That's what I see.
The derelicts, yeah, they say that goofy shit like, oh man, I'm tired of you black bitch, man, black bitch don't treat nigga right. And then the white bitch do her little thing where she done pretended, put on her little mask for a period of time. Next thing you know, I see that nigga getting locked up behind some domestic shit because he yelled at her. As a matter of fact, the shit happened to my cousin, bruh.
It's been going on in our community all along, so
The
that's
shit
not a
happened to
point
my
to prove.
cousin, bruh.
It's
I remember,
been going.
I remember almost, I
There go
remember
to
almost, I remember,
anecdoted personal information because it's been happening in our community the whole time.
the shit's been happening all over.
Okay, then. So it's a problem of not race, color.
Minnesota,
It's a problem of
we got the
westernized women.
third highest rate of fucking mixed babies, bruh. Of mixed children. We got the third highest rate of mixed children.
Yeah. Fact.
The Twin Cities, third highest rate of mixed children.
Mm-hmm. Fact.
And you know what? There's a lot of single white mamas, a lot of single Hispanic mamas up here. There's a lot of them, and I see them all over. I see little half Mexicans, right? Little half Asians. Be up in the grocery store all the best, like damn, like where that nigga at? Oh shit. Oh, he went and got another Asian bitch pregnant. He went and got a Hispanic bitch pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what me. And you know what? It's so funny. It's so funny because we do have, once upon a time here in the Twin Cities, we had the highest rate of middle class black men. We did. Like nearly half of the black men in the Twin Cities were middle class status.
So what happened to them? They left. What happened to them?
A lot of them moved like to the south. Like
Yeah, they got
I
the
know a
fuck
lot
out
of.
of Dodge. Yep,
I know a couple of them personally that went to Austin or Dallas or
Yep.
Atlanta, right? So they left they little honeycomb hideout of miscegenation to go be around black women after a lot of, look, like I said, the guy I was telling you about, a young white dude too. I call him Discount Channing Tatum, right? Won't even deal with white women. We sitting there here one day having a couple of beers. He just came off his last deployment, and like, because we thought he was still dating this girl he was dating in high school. Nah, he ain't dating her no more. He's like, man, I'm done with white bitches. I said, what? Because it's awkward. Like for niggas to hear that from a white dude. Said they sneaky, probably around here sleeping around, yada yada yada. But she had a fucking half Latino kid from one of his boys. It's a white chick. But niggas love white chicks so much. Like, Like, come on, man. Like, and when niggas get done dirty, and I've seen it too many times, that Asian bitch didn't turn out quite like I wanted to. They'd be right back up in the black woman's face. Like you wasn't just talking shit all on fucking Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Because you know niggas, they got to broadcast all their business to the world. You can't just fucking go on about your fucking business. No, you got to make a spectacle of yourself by putting a post on fucking Facebook or YouTube or Instagram or whatever the fuck. No, oh man, these bitches ain't shit, man. Don't trust Asian bitches. Nigga, wasn't you just saying that about black women before you was dating that bitch? Nigga, get to deleting your comments. Oh, we deleting that. My new bitch gonna say something. I don't want my new bitch to see that. Oh, because your new bitch is black. Like, come on, bro. Like, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm seeing out here. I'm still seeing black people gravitating towards one another. Like, and that's why it happens, man. We have a natural kind of pull, attraction to one another. We have that naturally.
Yes.
Like, so
I don't disagree with anything that you just said, but at the end of the day, we are in a dysfunctional. It's dysfunctional.
Nigga, America is dysfunctional, bro.
Yes,
like,
yes,
you ain't gonna escape that shit.
So
and as a matter of fact, it don't matter what. It don't matter what country you fucking go to. You're gonna bring America wherever the fuck you go.
Right.
Wherever,
so then we need. So then, look, brother, look.
I say, you know what? Throw the whole country away. Look, here's my solution. Right? You got a problem with American women, nigga, and you want to go over there, nigga. Give up your citizenship and go live over there where you happy at.
You can't force a motherfucker to give up nothing.
Hey,
that's
man,
free
look,
will.
that's what they want to do.
Now you want to put a band-aid on the motherfucker.
Oh, if you're so happy with it, what you need the citizenship for?
Do I not have a right to create my own goddamn happiness?
Hey, you said you did. You wanted to be happy in the DR, in Colombia, in Brazil.
Do I not have a right to create my own level of happiness? Now you want to put restraints on my level of happiness.
You did. You said,
you're right.
You said you'll be happy in Brazil. You said you'll be happy in Brazil.
Now you want to tell me. Now you want to.
Now you. Hey, but when are we going to acknowledge that the SYSB?
Now you want to be the judge, jury, and execution. Now you want to be the judge, jury, and execution. How about you? How about they tell you? How about you just shut the fuck up and mind your own business and let me fuck these hoes?
General, that was called a trial balloon, right?
No, how about you just shut the fuck up and let these fuck these hoes and let these hoes figure it out on their own. Stop calling them derelict. Stop talking shit about them. Just stop. Focus on who's allowing these motherfuckers to have access to them. That's what you need to focus on. Mind your own goddamn business. Mind your own business.
Again.
Let me fuck bitches from
Detroit. Mind my own business.
Let me fuck bitches. Let me fuck bitches from Detroit
I am minding
to the
my own
Dominican
business.
Republic.
Nigga, I am minding my own business. Let me pay. I am minding my own business, bro. I am minding my own business, bro.
Let me fuck bitches from Detroit.
I am minding my own business, bro.
Let me fuck bitches from Detroit.
Let me just put it in perspective for you, bro.
How about that?
I am minding my own business, bro.
What's your own business?
I didn't fucking inquire about what country you was fucking bitches in. I didn't inquire about your fucking affiliations to whatever fucking women that you was sticking your dick in. I didn't inquire about that. Niggas made a spectacle of that in your own. In other words, they made it the public business now.
Don't listen.
No. They made it the public business, and now they do. Okay. Then how about you just tell these niggas? Hold on. How about you just tell these niggas keep what the fuck they doing to they fucking self, even they complaints, bro? How about that narrative, which is my narrative, bro?
It ain't my place to tell them that either, because that's their business. It ain't my place to tell these women if they don't want it to be somebody else, if they don't want it, you're wrong, bro.
if they don't want niggas to be judging them, if they don't want niggas to be judging them about what the fuck they doing,
how about you just
tell them to shut the fuck up about their business. Cause see, I tell niggas all the time to start putting their business out here.
Where you putting your dick at? It ain't none of your business what they do. Whether they do or don't put their business out there. They made it.
Look, they made it the public's business. Now you got what you got. Stop. If you didn't want your motherfucking business to be judged on, stop putting your fucking business out in the goddamn street. That's just the motherfucking way it is, brother. That's just the way that it's gonna be, brother.
Okay, so in defense of these men that are talking shit about these bitches, tell these bitches to stop putting their business out here. And you won't have a problem.
Nigga, that's your job. You tell them bitches that.
Let these
bitches,
let these bitches buy a dog and die alone.
Look, if that's what they want to do, it'd be their prerogative anyway.
Right, but stop telling me that they shouldn't have a.
And for the record, bro.
Stop telling men under that ideology. Stop telling men, well, you don't have a right to tell a woman. You just worry because you not getting the pussy. You ain't got shit to do with that.
Hey, that is what it is, bro. And they just making up added excuses as to why they not getting no pussy, bro. Which is why that when you talk about they doing what make them happy, they go somewhere so they can get access to some pussy. Because that's where the fucking argument is rooted in. Them not being able to access women's bodies, i.e. not being able to get pussy.
And you're mad.
And if they didn't want to be judged about what the if they didn't want to be judged about the shit. If they didn't want to be judged about the shit, they should shut the fuck up, putting their business out in the streets like that.
Okay, so you're now mad because these brothers are
mad. What the fuck I got to be mad for? I don't know these niggas personally to be mad. You sound mad because these brothers. I'm just telling them what it is. It's called tough motherfucking love, bro. It's called tough motherfucking love. I'm not gonna sit there and coddle them and tell them, hey man, no, you bitches, them bitches was wrong. No, what it is that niggas want me. Niggas want a nigga like me to coddle they motherfucking ass and tell them, yeah, you're right, them bitches will show is wrong. No, nigga, stop putting your motherfucking business out in the street if you don't want a motherfucker to give them their honest opinion on the shit. Because obviously, you're putting the shit out in the public because you want somebody to comment on it. But I'm the nigga, I'm not going to give you the fucking comment that you want. I'm going to give you the comment that you actually fucking need, brother.
These are content creators, and that's what they're doing.
And that's their fucking problem.
Right. Okay. So, and they have a right to voice their opinion about it, and that's your fucking problem if you don't.
And I have a right, and I have a motherfucking right to voice my motherfucking response.
And they have a problem, and they have a right to tell you to shut the fuck up, mind your business.
But they're the ones that. But I'm not the one motherfucker complaining about the shit all day. And let's just be honest, nigga. If you was,
it's called force feed yourself into a situation. That's what you want to do. You want to force feed yourself into a situation.
It's a real simple thing, General. If you was at any establishment, bro, and you heard motherfuckers talking a certain type of way, motherfucker, you gonna get up and say something if you got the balls to. I'm that nigga that does that. No matter where the fuck I'm at, whether it's in a restaurant, whether it's in a motherfucking library, whether it's in a motherfucking, it don't matter.
And you got niggas that's gonna tell you, brother. And that's why you got men out here getting killed right to this day. Because they feel like they gotta need because they feel like they got the right to inject themselves into other people's business. You're right.
I would tell a nigga in real life, as I told them, and I would tell niggas in real life, and I would tell niggas in real life, if you don't want motherfuckers talking on your shit, shut the fuck up and keep your shit to yourself.
Okay, I got it.
That's what I would say in real life. And if you bad enough, and I would tell a nigga if you bad enough to come fuck with me, bro.
Are we gonna have a conversation, or you just gonna try to? Okay, so that's what we're doing. All right, I got you. Here we go. This is where we at with it. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna play your game. So now I'm ready. Let's go. I can hear you. Go ahead.
I was waiting on you to say something. I thought you said here we go.
I ain't gonna play that game with you no more.
You went out. You kind of went out there.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You want to play this game? Go ahead.
It don't matter where I'm at.
I'm trying to have the intelligent conversation, and not with a bunch of fluff and goddamn filibustering. You want to use overwhelming firepower.
This ain't a debate.
So now we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna play the game. Go ahead. We're gonna play that game. Go ahead.
Filibuster, General. This ain't a debate.
Go ahead. Because every time I go to say something, you just I'm the type of man. Go ahead. Come on,
General. You General, you very rarely use your inside voice, bro. But I know you ain't talking about somebody yelling.
Bro, I got artillery ears, and I tell a motherfucker I have artillery ears.
But you talk on this motherfucker like you wear a hearing aid, bro. The way
That's
you be
neither
yelling
here
in the
nor
mic.
there. That's my personality. I'm a loud individual. I'm a loud, boisterous. I'm like you.
Okay, so
I'm the
you're a
type of
loud
motherfucker
individual,
when I hear some fuck
again,
shit, I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna say that's fuck shit. That's what you
but that's
just
what I'm
said.
saying to you. But see, that's what I'm saying to you.
Right, and I'm telling you that you don't always have a right to force feed or interject yourself into what somebody else is at, what some other
Hey,
man
they
has
don't.
going on.
Once again, they don't have. Look, they don't have to fucking inject their shit into the fucking public acre. Period. If they don't want it commented on.
You can also change your public environment as well. You can turn it off. You don't have to listen. You can unsubscribe. You don't have to
So
go
can
on
they.
YouTube, but you have to hear
So
it.
can they. Hold up.
But
So can
that's
they.
not.
But
They have
so
a
can
right.
they.
They have a right.
But hold up. But hold up. But hold up, bro. Hold up, bro.
They have a right to do what they want to
So
do,
can
just like
they.
you have a right to do
But
what you want to do.
every time we have this conversation, it always starts out with these bitches, and it ends up going into a conversation about something Cynthia said.
I don't get why other men are so concerned with what the fuck other
Oh,
men are doing
because you
with
said
their
other.
dick.
That see once again. That's so
I don't
funny.
get it.
That uses the female shaming tactics, right, on other men though. But you hate being shamed by women. But you use female shaming tactics.
That's a male
Because
talking point. I don't need another. That's a male talking. No, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. That's a male talking point. Because I'm not gonna let another motherfucking man tell me what I should or should not be doing with my dick. That's a man's talking point.
Look, on some real shit, right?
That's a man's talking point.
On
It's
some
not a
real
female talking point.
shit, General.
I'm not gonna let any other man tell me what I can or cannot, or who I should or should not, or where I should or should not go to get some pussy. I'm not gonna allow it to happen. It's my dick. I do what I want to do.
Hey, look, I'm not shaming. I'm not shaming them. I'm just saying, look, you don't have to put your motherfucking business out in the street for it to be commented on. But I'm gonna just be honest with you, General. A lot of reason why I think these niggas put that business all out in the fucking public like that is because they want to try to kind of do some kind of, I don't know if it's like passive aggressive kind of threat to women. Oh, we're leaving because they think that the women are going to be like groveling at their feet. Oh, please stay, come back. Like, nah, man. Look, go ahead and do you, is what I'll say. But if you don't want motherfuckers commenting on your fucking shit, bro, like keep your shit to yourself. Like, why you doing all this public ass pillow talking?
I do not disagree with that. However, comma pause, it is that man's business if he chooses or chooses not to. If it's that man's business, just like it's this female's business if they want to put their pussy on display for men to pay for to see. That's their business. Who am I to tell a bitch that she shouldn't be doing?
Look, I would say the same thing to a female. She's showing the motherfucking pussy all around, bro. Like, she's showing the pussy all around. Look, don't sit there and try to fucking get me to control the niggas and commit, bro. Like,
and don't sit there and complain because you done put your pussy out on display and now you want to, hey, big head, some high value ass nigga that got a little paper and can provide for you and he don't want to fuck with you. You don't get to complain then.
But if you don't, it's just a simple rule, man. It's like simple thing. Like, you don't want, why you dick policing me? Nigga, why you putting your business all out there like that? Anyway. Like, let's just be honest. If you go into the DR, who the fuck gonna be there with you but you? Unless you went with a fucking group other than you and that group. Like, but you want to put it all out, like, so fucking what? But see, you might be able to get away with that shit by telling that to some niggas that ain't never been nowhere. But for a nigga that's been to the DR on multiple occasions, like, I'm a fucking sit there and talk like, dude, motherfuckers disappear in the DR on that goofy shit. Yeah, you went down there to get some ass, but you end up getting the axe, nigga. Like, that's really what be happening. Like, you don't want your motherfucking business to be judged and talked about, kick the shit out of the motherfucking public square. You know, the black community And this is what I'll speak to when we talk about what we used to have. We used to motherfucking have that modicum of motherfucking respect to where we would keep our shit out of the middle of the goddamn street. But now we complain about our shit being in the middle of the motherfucking street, even though we the motherfuckers that put it there. I'm tired of that shit, bruh. If I was in a fucking public venue or a restaurant event, no matter where the fuck I'm at, and motherfuckers sitting there, I'm telling them, shut the fuck up and keep your goddamn business off the motherfucking street. I don't need to know that your bitch is a hoe. I don't need to know that your nigga is a motherfucking thought, nigga. Nor do I give a fuck. But now you making it the public's business. And then you cry about and I'm not saying you per se, but I'm saying these niggas cry about the fucking response that they get to them putting their own business out in the fucking street. Oh, that bitch did me so bad. I don't give a fuck. None. But niggas want to play victims and want other men to coddle them and tell them that you're right, that bitch was so wrong. It's no, nigga. Listen, I'm going to the DR, and then they weigh in on shit like that. Yeah, shit, DR, what it is, nigga, DR. And shit, fuck around, get burned down there in the DR, fuck around and get robbed down there in the DR, fuck around, get killed down there in the DR. Why you dick police at me? Like, nigga, why the fuck you even say it? You should have just fucking went. You didn't want nobody to comment on it. Kick the shit to your fucking self. But again, we talked about the title of the show. Why are modern men so emasculated? That's why, because they don't know how to fucking keep shit to their damn self. Just like with anything else, just like niggas get some motherfucking money, they gotta show the goddamn world. Niggas wear their whole life savings on a chain, driving around in half of their life savings, because they gotta show the world. And then when somebody commented on like you probably should have bought a house or some real estate, bro. Oh man, stop hating on me. Don't tell me what I should do with my money. Like I'm telling you, just you put it out there. Like now you don't want nobody to comment on the shit.
Right, because actually it's none of your business.
That is bitch shit. It's
none of your
shit.
business. It's none of your business what the motherfucker does with his life savings. It ain't none of your fucking business.
Look, it goes back to what I'm saying.
If LeBron James say I'm not gonna play NBA no more and just start blowing all his money and wasting all his money, you can sit here and have your opinion, yes, because that's your business. But you can have your opinion all you want to, but that's that man's business as to what he wants to do.
The title of the show, why are men so emasculated? Who's emasculating these men?
Who's raising them?
Is it that? So at what point in time?
That easy. Who's raising them?
At what point in time do they stop blaming their parents for shit?
The overwhelming majority from my generation, the overwhelming majority of men from my generation, Generation X, they don't seem to be emasculated.
At what point in time do niggas stop blaming their parents for every motherfucking thing? Because what I see, especially online, bro.
I've been preaching this the whole night.
I'll accept that shit.
I've been preaching this the whole night. When motherfuckers start, I've been preaching this the whole night. When motherfuckers start accepting accountability and responsibility for their actions, that's when it will stop. When motherfuckers stop giving them goddamn a way out, an excuse. Oh, it ain't your fault.
I'll accept.
Your mama didn't teach you. It ain't your fault. Your daddy wasn't there.
But see, that was your argument just now.
No, it was not. That wasn't my fucking argument.
Who's raising them? Who's raising them?
My argument. That was not my fucking argument.
I'll accept that shit from like a 13-year-old.
That was first of all,
maybe even a 20-year-old. Like, who's emasculating these men?
I just told you, and I'll tell you again. It's a two-pronged approach. I keep telling you, and I'm going to continue to give you the same fucking answer. Who are they in the house with? Who are they in these?
So it's just a house.
Who's the primary?
So,
Who's the primary custodial? Who's the primary?
So
Who
it's just
is the
localized to the
primary
house.
caretaker? Who's the primary caretaker? Who is the It's really simple, Cerulean. Who's the primary caretaker? Who's the primary caretaker?
So you're saying that they only interact with the primary caretaker until the 18th
don't do this female shit. Who's the primary caretaker, Cerulean?
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, though. But that's what you're doing.
Cerulean, who's the primary caretaker? If I as a man, if I raise my son up to be an emasculated ancient ass nigga,
that's a cop out.
No, it's not. No, they don't goddamn cop out. If I raise my son up to be an ancient ass nigga, whose fault is that?
That's a cop out, bro.
The fuck? Whose fault is it?
When you say who's raising them, it's a cop out.
I just gave you an example. If I raise my own son up to be an ancient ass nigga, he's in my house from birth all the way until he gets 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, and he's an ancient ass nigga, whose fault is that?
Oh, so you're gonna keep taking the blame of the actions of your adult son?
Whose fault is it?
So you're gonna take the blame for the actions of your adult son?
If I don't give him the building blocks, if I don't give him the tools as a child, it's my fault, Cerulean.
So say you gave him the building blocks and he still fucked up. Who's to blame there?
Then I didn't have enough. And still, my part of that blame still falls on me because I didn't have enough. I did not have enough influence on him to critique his ability. I did not have enough influence over him as a man, as his father, to critique him enough so that when he got older and became a grown man, he would say, you know what? I'm not gonna do that because I wasn't raised to that. You motherfuckers are simple-minded, man. I swear to God, man, some of you niggas are crazy.
No, see, I'm about to fuck you up, right? I swear to God,
some of you niggas are crazy. You can't.
Here's why I'm about to fuck you up. Because when I was just singing this, no. Because when I was just saying this of the women, right? Oh no, you can't use that because people gotta be accountable for their own actions. But see, now I'm using your argument. When do grown ass adults take responsibility and stop blaming their fucking parents for every goddamn thing? When do they stop doing that? But now but see, and then now I say that's a cop out.
When they leave,
and now you gave me a whole.
When they leave their mother's homes and their father's homes and they enter out into the world, the decisions that they make then become their own responsibility. But if I didn't teach my child shit in the first place, it's my fault. I take the initial responsibility of just letting him do whatever the fuck he want to do. That's my fault. I didn't give him the discipline, the order, or the structure as a young man, as a young child, developing him. If I don't give him the discipline, no. If I don't give him the discipline, the order, and the structure as a kid, when he's 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, 15, when he gets 16, 18, 19, 20, and he goes out here and keep doing dumb shit, who's to blame for that? You don't know what you don't know.
No, but see,
if your daddy hadn't put that stick on your ass and hadn't forced you to do certain shit and hadn't taught you certain things, you would be exactly what you call some of these other niggas, a derelict ass nigga out here.
But see, hold up, General. Okay? But I respect it that you would take responsibility for your son turning out to be not shit. I would actually respect that, right? And I really respect any parents that would take that responsibility.
If I raised him, I have no other choice. I can't not teach the boy shit, and then now that he's a 20-year-old, 6'4" motherfucker, and he ain't shit, I can't then say, well, it ain't my fault he ain't shit. I didn't make the boy go to school. I didn't teach the boy how to be a man. I didn't teach him shit. I just fed him and clothed him and housed him and now he ain't shit, and it's everybody else's fault. When I didn't beat his ass, I didn't discipline him, I didn't give him the guidance and the direction, the order, and the structure that he needed. It ain't nobody else's fault but mine. Stop trying to cape for these fucking bitches.
Whoa! Now anything that is perceived right to be pushback is now caping for bitches now.
No,
I get it. So any Bible pushback is caping.
I asked you several times. Who's responsible?
Which is more of a shaming tactic too, right?
I'm asking you again. You got children, right?
No, I don't
right?
actually.
Okay,
no.
All right. You don't have any children. We
haven't decided to have children yet.
Okay, good. You don't have children. All right. So let's say when you do have children, who's responsible for teaching your son to become a man? Who's responsible? Okay.
Ultimately,
so if you fail to
no delusion that my son will have outside influences from the world. Bro.
Listen, yes, but it is your responsibility to be a bigger influence than what the outside influences can be in his life. That's your responsibility. That's yours. Yours.
And what I'm saying to you is that because of the society and the era that we live in, now what you're seeing in this world is that's going to be very rare that parents have a greater influence of their children.
And this is why we're having this conversation, so that hopefully people will get the information and look at it from a different perspective. We came up under under similar societal influences, right? Who had a bigger influence over you in your life? Your dad or society?
Actually, the biggest influence was my grandfather.
Same fucking difference.
My grandfather and my dad mostly though. Yeah.
A man in your family had a bigger influence over your life than society did.
But also
a parent, the person who raised you.
Also, when I was younger,
now.
Hold up. So when I was younger, though, bro. When I was younger, bro.
Let's get back to who's raising.
When I was younger, I'm just saying, bro.
We know that we understand it, but let's get back to
the telephone was connected to a wall. The telephone was connected to the wall.
Let's get
back into the same wall. While social media and that shit existed.
Let's get back. Get back. It doesn't matter. It's the same shit. Let's get back to who's raising these derelict motherfucking men and these fucking masculine ass women. Let's get back to that. Who's raising them?
Well, I would say the abandonment came first.
Who's training them up? Who's trained? Doesn't matter about the abandonment. What matters is who has control. It doesn't matter about abandonment. You're defecting.
Everything matters about the abandonment.
Who has physical control over these children right now? Who? Cerulean?
Their parents, man. But you have the influence. I mean, you have so many different influences than we had growing up. It's a different generation.
Okay. I got it. And I'm sure our parents felt the same way.
No, real shit. Like, more likely.
I'm sure.
When we were growing up, we had way fewer outside influences than this generation.
No, we didn't. Because we had selective vision. No, we didn't. We just didn't have the internet. We had selective vision. We had party lines on the phone. We had beepers. We had all this shit. And I'm quite sure our parents looked at it and said the same shit. These kids got too many influences out here. That's a fucking excuse.
Nigga, a beeper, you still have to find a phone to go call up those ass cheeks that was beeping you. Okay? Like, you literally have to wait till somebody was at home for them to answer on the other side of the line, bruh.
Excuse?
If not, go over to their fucking house and knock on their fucking door.
And that's what we did. The only difference is these motherfuckers can do it digitally, and we do it on we did it in person.
Yeah, which
Only
presents
difference.
a much bigger, which presents a much bigger influence. Like even the
So let's
circle,
go back.
even the circle
No,
was isolated to just people that you were around. Where you would have to go and knock on a nigga door because they wasn't either picking up the call,
it's still
it
there.
would beep
It's still
because it was
there.
busy.
Now you want to talk about the size. I go back to my original question to you. If the man is raising the child as a single parent and the child turns out to be great or the child turns out to be not shit, who accepts the responsibility for that? The person that raised the child, Cerulean.
Yeah, the parent that's there is always going to take the blame.
Okay, then. The absentee parent, the abandoned parent that left, be it the man or the woman, they have
Oh,
to
those are
accept They have to accept responsibility too. They have to say, "Well, if I had been there, the man,
but
you blame him."
but
The
but what
man
I hear,
has to
but
say,
hold up.
"If I had been," the man has to say, "If I had been there, then maybe I could have saved my child. Maybe I could have taught my son to be a better man."
Man, fuck all that if shit. Because this is why I was saying mental illness before. Because that's what these children are growing up with. I mean, look at the fucking studies. The millennial generation is dealing with the most abandonment issues in any generation in history, bro. Like, this is
Yep.
what they dealing with. Latchkey kids, which is that late Gen Xers and on are dealing with the most fucking abandonment issues. Whether it be a
So guess what
parent
has to
abandonment.
happen? So I got an answer for that. So guess what has to happen? These females got to stop letting these niggas impregnate them and leading and letting these niggas abandon them once they get pregnant. See how that works? Won't be
You know
no
they used to.
abandonment issue if they stop. It won't be no abandonment issue if they stop letting motherfuckers nut in them because they won't get pregnant.
Actually, we used to have something like that, if you remember. But many of the community
What's
just
that?
wouldn't let us. I said, remember we used to have that, right? Where men in
Yep.
the community wouldn't just let these young boys fuck on their goddamn daughters or their fucking
Yep.
nieces or what have you.
So now that the men are absent, the women have to take. They have to take responsibility and they have to protect
And so now
themselves.
that
They have to say no. No, you're not fucking me. No, I'm not gonna let you fuck me. Leave. No. See, that's how easy it is.
how are they going to say that? And they don't have the examples, right? They don't have the examples there live and present and direct because of that abandonment already fucking happened, bro. So we were talking about the emasculated man, bro. You're talking about a group of people, boys and girls, dealing with abandonment issues. And you're telling me that these people that is growing up with abandonment issues are going to know how to gonna somehow just pick it up with no example of how it worked before. Oh, so they have the expectation to listen to some strange niggas on the internet to tell them to keep their legs closed. Like, come on, bro. Like,
No,
if that example wasn't already
no,
persistent, they're not even gonna
no,
know what leadership looks like, bro.
no. Them fathers to keep their legs closed. They should be listening to their mothers to keep their legs closed.
Shit, the mother was
That's what should
abandoned.
happen.
Does she think you know what? The mother was dealing with abandonment issues. Like, talk about multiple generations of abandonment, second type of abandonment, which incubates that environment where a young girl would let they come and squirt in her multiple times to have all their children. And you're
No,
talking about
this is why.
compounded abandonment, bruh.
No, no.
Because that
This
man
is why.
said,
No, this is why the
I'm
mother.
tired of this woman nagging me. I'm gonna leave the house. Trade me in for a welfare check, bitch. That's basically what these niggas said.
Or he can put his motherfucking foot down.
Well, if we're looking at the rate of single mothers, right? We can see that. Well, most of these niggas ain't been putting their fucking foot down because they got no fucking spine, which means that they are emasculated males, which is what we were talking about. And those were the group of men that fucking literally dropped the goddamn ball and caused the environment to get as toxic as it is. And now the motherfuckers are sit here complaining to me, complaining to the public, right? I'm Joe Public, right? They want to complain to Joe Public about how bad the community is. It's like the fucking victimhood Olympics.
I asked you a minute ago, which would you have them do? Would you rather have them try and have a conversation, a dialogue in order to get the problem fixed, or would you rather for them to just do a cold turn off and walk away?
Look, it's like I said.
I asked you that a moment ago. You didn't answer.
I did answer. I told them that they should do a motherfucking cold walk off, shut the fuck up on their way out the goddamn door, bruh.
Right. That's what they should do.
Because I'm gonna tell you this: the more they broadcast it, the worse these women gonna get. What you think they gonna let up? Then you think they gonna let up? Talk shit on way up. I'm about to leave, bitch. And the women are saying, "Yeah, go ahead, go." All right, then see you later.
Right.
Or never.
All right. And
you can say, I'm really gonna do it. I'm really gonna do it.
No, and that's fine. And that's fine, whether it works out for the men or not. But at the end of the day, who does it hurt more? At the end of the day, who's it gonna hurt more? When men turn and walk away, it's not.
It's hurting them really both. Like I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you, General. It's really hurting them both.
But it doesn't hurt the same.
Which is why you seeing the way I'm seeing it. And this is only from a YouTube standpoint, right?
Cerulean.
This is only from a YouTube standpoint, because let these niggas hear YouTube hear it. I'm hearing that the men are hurt more by the shit. As a matter of fact, the men on YouTube are saying that they're hurt by the shit more than the women are, which is why they keep saying this got hypocrisy.
But it doesn't mean the problem is it doesn't hurt the same. The problem is it doesn't hurt the same because we know that men can withstand the environment longer than what a woman can. We know this. So it doesn't hurt the same. Women are going to age out 20 to 25 years earlier than men. A man can fuck up his life well into his 40s and then self-correct and fix it. A woman can't do the same thing. Yes, she can.
That's a myth.
No, it's not. No,
it is a myth, bro.
No, it's not. A motherfucker can be locked up in the penitentiary for 20 years, get out, get a technical trade, get some education, flip houses, and goddamn make a couple of $1 million and catch up with his peers. It's been done time and time again.
It has been done very rarely, bro. It has been done on rare occasions. Yeah.
There are certain people...
That is an outlier of any victim of the prison system, bro.
I wasn't talking about just the prison system. I'm talking about men being able to self-correct later in life after they fucked up the first half of their life.
Man, when's the last time you've been to a local VFW, General? Man, you see them old niggas up in there, motherfucking wearing church pants, nigga. Still trying to get them a young one. Okay.
Yeah, but them old niggas have what? But them old niggas have what? They have a pension.
Them niggas old niggas got a pension. Probably got a lack outside. Got a pension.
Hold on. There you go. Them old niggas got a pension. They got a neck full of gold, fingers full of gold. They got an ass pocket full of money. They got a pension. Probably got a nice house. A lot of them got houses, cars, Harleys, and all kind of shit. Look at the same old ass woman sitting up in the VFW though. What does she have? Sitting at the bar like a barfly hustling drinks.
Hey man, look, I'm fine with that.
Fuck out of here.
Hey,
fuck out of here. I'm not. I would rather see I would rather see that old ass veteran nigga with all that shit. I would rather see him and that old ass barfly together making it happen. That's what I would rather see. Keeping the black family intact.
Oh, you see,
taking care and assisting.
You see that? You see them old
and assisting with
men,
the
mama son like he is?
Yeah, but you don't. Yeah, but you don't see it as often as you do.
Keeping
you
mama
see, this
lights
is why
on in that motherfucker.
I am under no illusion. I understand what's going on. I can look at it and tell. I see a lot of motherfucking niggas that fuck the first half of their life off, then they get their shit together in their late 30s, early 40s, and they turn out all right. I see a lot of women who fuck their lives off for the past 25 years. They've been popping their skirt tail and twerking and jumping around doing all this shit. Then they hit you with the hey big head. That's the way the environment is set up.
And I'm just saying, bro, like
let's just be honest.
Men are, and what I'm saying, bro, is men are just as culpable, if not more so, because they created it that way. That's what they wanted. You're right. And as a man, I'm not taking the responsibility for the next man or woman's fuck ups. I'm not taking that responsibility. But hold up, you dealing with the consequences of the previous generation's fuck ups, though. Like, yeah. Why are we? And I'm correct, and I'm ensuring that I don't go down the same pathway. Yeah, you're right. And I am ensuring that I don't go down the same pathway. And I'm ensuring that my children don't go down the same pathway. I'm also ensuring that they don't make the same fucking mistakes that I made. That's called growth and maturity. It's called fostering the next generation to a better position. It's called passing the baton and striving further for excellence. That's what that's called. But see, let me for me to sit here and go through the shit I went through, and then don't use that experience and say, hey son, don't do that, because look, this is what I did and this is what it cost me and this is why you shouldn't do it. So I own you. I stay on you. I would call you a derelict Negro male. You can't. Not if I'm self-correcting. You can call me what you want to call me. But you can't. Not if I'm if as long as I'm self-correcting, you can't call me shit. But if you want to call me a derelict Negro male because I don't want to take care of of some regular ass bitch that went out here and had 3 kids by 2 different niggas, you can call me a derelict Negro male if you think that's gonna happen. See, that's not what I would say as derelict is, right? Like, come on, man. Like, stop pretending like you don't know military jargon. We know what a derelict is. Oh, you know military jargon, yeah. We know what your responsibilities. I see soldiers all the time that are derelict in their duty. I see NCOs, I see officers that are derelict in their duty, and then they get punished, and then they fix their shit. They self-correct, and they get it together, and they have a successful military career. I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen some. I've seen some that are so derelict that they derelict themselves right out of the fucking armed services. Yes, I have seen that. I've seen that too. Let's say I'm saying like dereliction is a day-to-day fight, right? Like when you really look at the life of man, it's really like typically has always been the fight against dereliction, especially for black men because. Shit had always been so. Is it derelict? Let me ask you this question, Cerulean, and I don't need you to deflect. I need you to answer this question for me. Is it derelict for a woman to get pregnant in high school and the dude walk off and leave her? Then that same woman turn around a year and a half later, get pregnant by another dude, and that dude turn around, walk off and leave her. And then another 12 months, she gets pregnant again by a third dude, and that dude turn around, walk off and leave her. And then she turn around and gets pregnant a year and a half later by another dude. And the same, is that not a form of dereliction? Yeah, but not on the children though, because the children don't really know. I didn't say children. I'm not talking about the children. I'm talking about the woman. It is dereliction. But okay, so that's what we have. Man or woman, even the school is. So that's what we have.
But I just wanted you to answer that question, and I understand why you're so hard because you're a man and you're looking at it as I am, and we're looking at it from a man's point of view. But for me to sit here and say a man should stand up and take responsibility for all these
Come on, man.
derelict ass
Look,
niggas and these
look,
derelict
nigga.
ass bitches,
Hold up,
nope,
nigga. Hold up, nigga. First of all,
not doing it.
I ain't Boyce Watkins, all right? Look, I ain't Boyce Watkons, my nigga. Like, I've never allocated that. I've never allocated that.
I wasn't talking about you.
To go and get with,
I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. I'm simply saying I cannot advocate for that shit.
At the same time, what I do hear a lot of in this space is the chick didn't want me in high school. She ended up getting pregnant with this other dude, and like that right there, like lets me know, like.
But that's
these
something
guys
that
are
happens.
Still,
it happened to a.
These guys are still slipping behind the single mother, but complaining
right.
About it.
Yeah, but that happens. That has happened to a lot of us. A lot of men have experienced that shit. The girl that they didn't get in high school. A lot of bitches experienced the same shit. The guy that they didn't get in high school, or that guy that I missed. I missed out on a great guy. I missed the great guy. I don't know what I was thinking. And then they try to come back 25 years later and rekindle some bullshit. It happens on both sides. Let's not act like that doesn't happen. Come on, man. Stop the goddamn cap.
But see, that's what I was saying earlier. Like that's the everyday.
It's just
that's the everyday brother. That's the everyday brother. Like
yeah, it is. Like, it's the everyday woman. It's the everyday woman. I've had plenty of women say, "Oh, I missed out on a great. I missed out on a great. If I didn't know that you was gonna be such a good guy. Oh my God! Every class reunion I go to, I've been to 3, 10, 20, and 30, and I get the same shit. Oh my God! You haven't changed since high school. Oh my God! When I went to my college reunion, oh my God! You haven't changed since college. I didn't know. Hey, big head. What's your Facebook? You got an Instagram? What's your email? Hey, it was really nice seeing you at the reunion. If you're ever in the area again, maybe we could do lunch. We should keep in contact. Fuck out of here.
I need to ask, General. That bitch rejected you in high school, bro.
No, I'm saying it happens. It happens. It's all for me. It's always been the one they missed. It's always been I missed out on. You were a great guy. I missed, and it happened to a couple of brothers. Bitches come dragging up now with goddamn 4 kids by 3 different niggas in tow, talking about we should have got together when we was in high school. We should have got together when we was in college. Bitch, you had an opportunity to. Don't come talking about you missed out on. That's your fault. Fuck out of here.
But you're the initiator. Why don't you just go and holler at her? Yeah, what up, man? Like, come and get some of this college ball dick. Just holler at her. Why did you initiate?
No, we keep the shit where we keep the goddamn responsibility. We keep it on the onus on the owner.
Okay, so she did. So she did
instead of you chasing goddamn dirty dick Rodney, you had an ample amount of opportunities to come over here and holler at me. Instead of you going out with Rooftop Timmy, you could have came over here and talked to me.
So, like, man, that chick did you that bad, man. That's fucked up.
No, I put the onus on the owner. I put the onus on the owner. That's what I do. I put the onus on the owner.
Okay, so the owner didn't want to give you that pony in college and in high school.
It's been a few examples, not just me. It's happened to a lot of brothers. I'm sure it happened to you. I'm sure it's that one bitch in high school that you tried to holler at and she played you. I'm quite sure, because that's just the fact of life. That's how it happens. I'm quite sure it's that one bitch in high school. You won't admit it, but it was that one bitch in high school that you were goddamn pining over, and she fucking played you, and she got with a nigga, and you sitting there looking like, why the fuck is she fucking with that dude? And then that dude fucked over her, and then she ran back to you. Fuck out of here.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like, I was kind of a piece of shit in high school. Like, I was like really detached. So,
right.
I
you was that shitty ass. You was that shitty ass dude that other brothers were saying, why is she fucking with him? Yeah, what's up,
I was
bro?
that
Go
nigga.
ahead, Chaos.
Yeah.
I'm an industry.
Right. See what I mean? Okay, bro.
And I used to say the same shit I
Hey,
hear niggas
thanks
saying
for
all the
having
time.
me up,
Oh,
Chaos.
nigga, stop hating on me and shit. Stop hating on me. Like, but see,
Right.
at the same time, right? I had niggas saying like, "Why you dealing with him? That nigga gonna go to the white man military. He gonna die in the white man military." Like, I'm going to the same
Right.
college you going to, type shit. Like, man, I would say the same shit. Why you
So it's
hating,
on
bro?
both
Why?
sides.
It
It
is.
was
Look, I'm the most candid nigga that you ever gonna meet, bro. In high school, I wasn't a nice dude, like that.
I could
I
tell. I could tell, Cerulean. Cause remember you said that you're raised by your father, so you know you're not gonna be nice.
Yeah, man, like, yeah. I
Mm,
left my high school. I left my high school sweetheart for some new shit. Yeah.
mm. Yeah, man.
And then the new chick I couldn't even relate to, other than the fact that we lay horizontal, and I try to go back to my chick. I don't want your ass no more. So this is like, like,
Mm.
fuck. They say you don't really kind of learn from those life lessons until you later on. Like, damn, I had a really decent chick back then. She did everything.
Yeah, but at times when we're young, we don't think of these things till we look back in life. Say, could have been made something, but we have to live and learn. Grow as we
But
go.
see, that's what I was trying to tell General. There's no degree of separation. Like, I was that guy saying, why you niggas hate, man? Why you worry about where I'm putting my thing? I was one of them niggas in high school, bro. Like, shit. But see, I was also a lot more assertive in high school than a lot of dudes.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I wasn't the nigga to sit around and wait for her to notice me and shit. Like, nah, man, I'll make myself be known. What up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Certain things back outside. If I reflect back, say, if I knew the thing now, maybe a little different, possibly. I didn't do much in high school, but now I think about it, say, it's like an experience. As you get older, you don't, just try to leave things behind, try to move on. So, and
Like, real
I
shit. Like, in my 20s, like, when I was deployed, I used to always think about that chick. I did so dirty. She wouldn't even take a fucking call. Like, I would try to call her parents, right?
mm,
Because I know her parents really like me.
yeah,
Parents, like, she'd be right in the house. Oh, she doesn't. She's not here, or she don't want to talk right now, or she's busy. You know what I mean? That's the type of shit her parents would say.
mm-hmm,
They're like, so you end up reflecting, right, on how shitty of a person you were. It's
yeah,
like, damn. You try to fucking trace that shit back, like, damn, if I would have only did this, or if I would have not did this, or yada yada yada, you know.
mm,
Uh,
mm,
so it I'm gonna just be 100. When he say, who does it hurt more? Look at the condition of the way men are complaining. It's obviously hurting the men more.
mm-hmm,
Like, let's just be real. Yeah, she the woman, if she got knocked up by all these dudes, yeah, she gets to hold all of those men's responsibilities. She got to hold all their responsibilities, whether those children turn out to be successes or failures. She's got to hold all of that shit.
yeah,
But the whole time, to see, you look at the way the government has literally forced men against their will to the motherfucking table and saying, "Look, I'm tired of flipping the bill, subsidizing your failure. You
mm-hmm.
niggas about to go on child support." Okay,
You're
like,
going to pay for these little rugrats. Yeah, mm-hmm. That's it.
it was saying, like, when you start putting all these degrees of separation between one and the other, it goes back to that thing Amiri literally opened up the show with. That you
Mm-hmm.
would just want somebody to be better than, right?
Yeah.
Instead of seeing that you whether you like it or not, you are a part of whether you are a part of the equation of, say, that rejection or hell, even that success.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great.
See, like I'm in the age range now, man. I'm like candid about everything, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like even when I like, because when you reflect on one thing and then I reflect on a lot of other things that went on in my life, and I look at how a relationship here turned out sour. Like, damn, I was a fucked up dude then. Well, the whole time I thought that I had auto corrected for shit, like you would say.
Mm-hmm.
But I really had auto corrected. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
we do kind of get set in our ways as men. As a matter of fact, it's so much harder for men to switch their ways. That's why you look at the rhetoric. You hear men advocating that women should go back to this bygone era where they didn't have rights, so therefore they had no choice but to cooperate, right? because men are literally that resistant to change. We kind of like things to be the way that they're gonna be. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And it's always crazy because when I hear these guys, and you've seen it, Miriam's seen it. Every time I'm on a panel with somebody, and somebody brings that argument to me, it always ends up being, what about these bitches? It's like, or they start bringing up Cynthia G, right? And you ask you about Cynthia G. You're like, well, I would say the same thing. Why are you listening to her then? If she's having that much of a psychological effect on you, why you keep listening to her?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's obviously affecting you in a certain way, but then I say mental illness because look at this goddamn YouTube thing, social media. I mean, just the idea of social media in itself is a very mentally ill type of thing.
Yeah.
Like when you keep hearing me talk about all these Negroes that's talking about they 6-figure niggas, but ain't got nothing to show for it. Social media is designed in a way to where you are encouraged to only show the good part or the stellar parts of your life, right? That's why you see the chicks on Instagram, they be looking so perfect. Why? Because they take 1 million photos and they put the best one out of that million on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, dudes, they can't show any of the negative sides of their life, so they only put up the happy moments to give the impression that they're living good. That's why you keep seeing this whole thing over and over again. Talk about the music. Understand the music is also an effect. The music is a reflection of what already persists underlying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, understand rap. Like, take for instance, rap and hip hop started as underground. That was underground. It wasn't getting no play, no public promotion, no mainstream promotion until they see the effects that there were other people that were gravitating to it because they were living in similar situations. And so they gravitated to it. They could relate. So, in other words, there was already something happening with this society that caused the music to turn out the way that it did. And then what happened was, because music executives only think of, profit margin, they manipulate that relation that people have to the way certain genres of music come out, that they try to produce as many clones of that music because they can only think in these marginal terms of the bottom line, right? The bottom line, which is the profit margin. So if this guy's profitable, let me try to clone or create some amalgam of this person and promote that to be equally as popular, and then let me control this person so that I can keep him pumping out this type of music.
Garbage. Yeah.
right? And so now the original intent of the music that spawned hip hop no longer exists. Now it's just literally a poison filled husk of what it would have been.
Well, they control the market. That's why when they said, all right, I need to put a certain vibration out here on the radio stations, I'm going to put this message and keep repeating it, because repeating psychologically conditions you. You know, they play the same song over and over again, because let's be honest, there are many talents out here that plays music that's balanced, makes up a little bit, but they don't get much airtime because that is not allowed, because they want a certain narrative to keep pushing. You know,
Exactly.
because they know that this subliminal message is a key that controls people's psyche. So if you keep hearing certain things like that, you're going to reflect it and self-actualize and actually apply in your life. You get me? So yeah.
Yeah, but I always find it funny that anytime that I give any pushback, you notice this too, right?
Yeah.
Anytime I get any pushback to those competing arguments, it's always perceived as, oh, you caving for these bitches. It was like, no, I'm just taking men to task. How you gonna sit here and complain to me? Or really complain? Say I'm Joe Public. How you gonna sit here and complain to Joe Public, right?
Mm-hmm.
About something that you totally control, unless you're telling me that you don't have any agency, right?
Mm-hmm.
You sit complaining about these bitches, but you telling me that you're going your own way, but instead of going your own way, you're gonna sit here and fucking complain to me, but you want to call me a simp and a blue pill and all this other goofy shit because I won't coddle your fucking feelings like that. You see what I'm saying? Like, I won't tell you, oh man, yeah, that bitch was all fucked up, and yeah, you right, man. You right to feel the way that you feel. But see, I can't. You don't want nobody, uh, literally commenting on shit that you put out in the public sphere. But see, the shit you putting out in the public sphere is literally misrepresenting what I think the image of black men should be. So instead of that strong image, well, there are men out here that still give a fuck about their community and hence create organizations and whatnot to try to lead as many, especially young black boys and girls, but in my case, particularly black boys,
Mm-hmm.
in a certain way, even literally open it up. We have members that open up their own houses and take young boys in all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Like, and so if you're not going to do something to kind of curb the dysfunction you keep complaining about, like, then you're very much a part of the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the best thing for you to do is to literally shut the fuck up, take that cold approach and shut the fuck up, turn away, and go about your fucking business.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of sitting here complaining about it and then telling the world, yeah, we all victims. We all victims of this black bitch. You're fucking crying over and over again. But then you'll say, oh, black women ain't victims. They know very well what they doing, even though it's like you're telling me that black woman, or any woman for that matter, just fucking woke up one day and said, I feel like I want to be shackled to the government today.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to be shackled to the government, which tells me I can't make a certain amount in order to get assistance and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And throw my children off of the state health care plan because I can't afford it while working 2 jobs. Nobody ever finds it shameful that, one, you're living in a first world country, right? But you're not operating in first world conditions, really. Because if you have to work 2 jobs to barely make ends meet, nigga, That's what happens in a third world country, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's the conditions of a third world country, not a first world one. And then you'll pawn it off as, oh, well, we live in a capitalist society. But if you understand capitalism, you'll understand that capitalism is socialism for the rich.
Mm-hmm.
Because who told those big multinational corporations to pull themselves up by their bootstraps when they started losing profits because of COVID? But they should have rightfully said, look, man, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There should have been motherfuckers like, yo, no, they can't be a part of this stimulus package.
Mm.
If they've been doing good business, they should already have the capital to cover payroll. Why we have to have payroll protection for these companies? Oh, fuck that. If they were doing good business, they should have the capital to cover their payroll for their employees. Fuck bailing them out. And if they can't, then just like because it's the free market, you should let them go under. You should let them go into insolvency.
Yeah.
And I don't give a fuck whether that is a company. I don't give a fuck if it's a bank, right?
Yeah.
But see, nobody's other than myself, I really haven't heard people talking like that.
No, but let's have the real honest conversation. I got some in this stream. Let's have the real conversation. A lot of people overall, when they talk about these big corporations and how they're getting tax breaks where they're getting free money and don't have to pay nothing back to the government, that they really don't want to see these corporations that we don't own go unsolved. They know sit in business. If you don't produce and you are not performing, you should be bankrupt. You should go under and start in like area of the business. They do this with our business, with small business. So what's the difference? Oh, you know why? Because it's not ours. And they say that people in their logic thinking that we need this. If we don't need this, something's going to happen. No, you don't need nothing that does not benefit you.
But see, at the same token, right? When we're talking about emasculated men,
mm-hmm.
when you really understand why modern men are so emasculated, it's because society has shifted to a point to where it is more difficult in this environment. See, in the gig economy, men can operate in a stellar way.
Mm-hmm.
We are in a service economy. Women, of course, do better in service economies.
Yeah.
But then you have niggas sit here complaining about a woman exercising her capitalistic endeavor to make
mm-hmm.
money by showing her body to a bunch of strangers on a platform like OnlyFans. But at the same time, yeah, it comes with some negative stigma, yada, yada, yada. But at the same time, it's still her prerogative because we live in a free country. So I get tired of the attrition argument because why am I worried about an attrition rate when I'm not seeing that critical rate of attrition actually happening?
Mm-hmm.
Like no matter what I see black folks doing, I still see them like gravitate to one another, right? It like in survival mode. That's actually you're seeing them gravitate towards one another more than ever.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it might not be marriages, but if you really look at marriage as it is, until the policies change or undone with some of these fucking ridiculous marriage policies,
mm-hmm.
bruh, marriage isn't benefit. That's why women aren't trying to get married for the most part. Because it's equally unbeneficial to women as it is to men. So when you hear this old shit about why don't you got a husband? Shit, it's really, if you think it's bad on fucking men, right? Marriage, how bad you think it is on women? And that's why the courts decide the shit the way that they decided. Where the court will bankrupt the man in order to support the woman. Why? Because that court has already determined that the mother will be the sole fucking provider of the goddamn children.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at the shit Kanye West is going through, the shit Dre going through, look at the shit Bezos went through. Oh, but you thought it was just a black thing. No, this is an American phenomenon.
Yeah.
And really, it's an imperial phenomenon. Because it don't matter where the fuck you go. Any first world country where America has a foothold in, you're going to find that same phenomenon. That's why you're hearing all the fucking complaints coming out of Britain. You're hearing all the same complaints coming out of Germany. You're hearing all those same complaints coming out of France. You're hearing all the same complaints coming out of Australia. This is a global phenomenon, a geopolitical issue. It's like some shit that is specific to the black community. That's why I can't stand that whole argument. Oh man, black people, they only ones do this. Nigga, we are not separate. We're not separated by no fucking degrees. There's no separation. We are inseparably tied to American life, society, culture. So it's all happening. The only thing is that, you know, Asians for the most part still keep a lot of their business in-house, which is why you get the illusion that there's nothing wrong with their community. White folk have always swept all of the dysfunction of the white community under the rug, which is why you always had the implication that, right, that there was nothing wrong with them, that they were the ideal society.
Yes.
That's why they could get away with all of this. Well, what about black on black crime? That's why they can get away with that. And see, but at the same time, now you're seeing in the collapse of American empire, you're seeing all of the shit that they used to try to hide behind closed doors, sweep under the rug. You're seeing all that shit come unfolded, which is why you're seeing these white men coming out fucking crying about white women, i.e. what they say, westernized American women, right? You hear them crying about that shit.
Yeah.
You hear them cry ad nauseum. Why? Because for the longest part, they swept the shit under the rug to make it look like black people was the only ones that was fucked up in America, and America's only fucked up because black people are here. That's the reason why they hide it like that. And then now you see all those covers come down, right? That shimmering veneer of American empire just completely collapsing.
Yeah.
That's why you see these white boys will go over here to the same places niggas talking about, like the DR, Brazil. You see these same white boys getting robbed, right? Get date raped and drugged, right? They get drugged, and they meet a black widow over there, and the black widow then fucking put something in their drink, and enticed him back to the hotel room, put something in his drink, and while he was asleep, took him for all he was worth. And if the nigga don't decide to come up off some cash, then fucking just like in Brazil and Colombia, because the gangs run all of that shit. They send the gang members at you. They come pulling up on the back of their motherfucking motorcycles, fucking taking you off somewhere, and you never be heard from again. Okay. That's what's really happening over there. Yeah. That's why me and Dre, every time you hear us talk about traveling, you know what I'm saying? Like, the first rule of thumb, whenever you're traveling to any of these countries, is to make friends while you're there. Don't try to instantly jump into the sex shit, because that's how a lot of these dudes getting fucked up. Is they go over there chasing the sexual aspiration and not really knowing how the society works. So they end up, getting enticed. Motherfuckers sitting up here looking crazy, right? Looking like Obsidian, getting off the plane, going into the city, and you got some chick coming up talking about, oh, you so handsome, and you really believe in that shit. Go off to a hotel room, get robbed or killed or whatever. Or you end up like old boy that bought the chick a stove.
Yeah.
Oh, you can stay here. Fucking nickel and dime your ass to death. Oh, we need a new stove. don't have a stove. I want to cook for you so bad. I want to cook for you so bad, honey. Buy me a stove. And I show you, no, you stay here. Well, why she let you stay up in that fucking house? Because she want to keep the money close. Because she appreciative of anything.
Yeah, and
But
they growing too. But anyway, but enough of
no,
that.
but at the same time, this is why I say the things I say of immigrants. You go to Brazil, I would say that those men are wholly derelict.
Mm-hmm.
That they let any group of men come in there and literally fleece their country, take advantage of their women and their children. That's a derelict nation, bruh. DR, same thing.
Yeah.
Where you got fucking sex rings that get popped off by the FBI, fucking advertising little girls, right? In these underground sex rings, where people pay through a service like uh, fucking uh, Cash App or PayPal or Skrill or some shit to uh, to get access to underage kids.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that scandal back in the day? Rush Limbaugh got
Yeah.
caught with underage. I don't know if it was a boy or a girl in Thailand, right?
Yeah.
And so I look at these as wholly derelict nations, and the men of those countries are wholly derelict. But then when they come to America and they sit there and they'll tell that to the average Negro that has never been anywhere, that they work very hard. No, you haven't done shit. Because if that was the case, you should be trying to work hard in your country to make it as free as America.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that about anyone from the Dominican Republic too, or from Brazil, or any African nation. But that's what's noble about Black Americans. We sit here and we fought to make this country what it is, as free as it is, to make this country a first world nation, to claim ownership in this country. No other group has really done that. Every other group that's here has been here because they was running from some shit that they didn't want to fight their own shit.
Mm-hmm.
But not this noble Negro. And so they sit there telling me, oh man, it's none of my business, bro. If it's none of my business, keep your shit out of the public square. Your business ain't for John Q. Public. Shut the fuck up. And see, that's a part of the emasculation. That's a part of weak males. They do act like females. Females have a tendency to air all of the business out to the public. That's always been typically female behavior. Now you're seeing the men do it to a worse degree than women. Nobody told these niggas that it's worse when you do it. Because now you're showing other groups how to take advantage of it. So now when the Korean wants to open up a store in your community, right? Or when an Asian wants to open up a store, or when an Arab wants to own a gas station, it knows they literally know what buttons to push to keep you at odds in. So what happens? You go into a nail salon, they treat your girls, your woman, your female with utter disrespect. And dare you niggas to do something about it. And then the more and more you sit there online and say, man, we ain't about to protect you bitches. They know they can keep doing it. But because they aren't planted in that region, they know they can keep getting your dollar and keep treating you any kind of way you want.
Exactly.
Because we as a group of men don't want to do shit. Oh, let them keep making their decisions. Yeah, to a degree, you should. Let them keep making their decisions. But to the greatest degree, yeah, I know when the fuck you're supposed to take ownership of your shit. And the only reason why that shit is happening is because these other groups know that that these women don't have the protection of their men. So they'll treat you any kind of fucking way. As a matter of fact, they treat you niggas the same way. They treat the males the same way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's why they beat down the city hall, because the Negro male has been utterly, like, literally apathetic. If he ain't getting no pussy, he don't even want to take part in politics. But all of those other groups, they be down there supporting their city councilors. Say, hey, we want another store, we want another this, and we want another that. We want our own school. We want all of this shit. And city hall's a place to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Yeah.
But then you got the Negro coming complaining to me or complaining to John Q. Public. Tell me all the problems with this black chick, but you not doing like you're not doing shit to garner the respect, and complaining online ain't gonna fix it. Garner sitting there complaining about what it's not gonna fucking fix it. It's not gonna cajole them. It's not gonna save them. It's not gonna fucking move them to just change their behavior because you're talking shit about them. Matter of fact, you're gonna lose that battle 10 times out of 10 because we know women just talk better shit than men. That's just what it is. Women just talk better shit than men. That's simply what it is. So you're not gonna move them on that shit. But let you start buying up those businesses, right? Let you start buying up the real estate in the community where you exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let when that young girl see, stop thinking of your damn self. You too fucking old to try to, be bitter and salty about the bitch that didn't give you a goddamn pony in high school. But see, you might have some kids, say a son. You don't want him to go through what you're going through. All right, I bet you start buying up some real estate or say buying some businesses in your community and have your son or your kids working there. I bet you, guess what? I bet you he ain't gonna get passed over by the object of his desires in high school though. See, we keep thinking of ourselves. Oh man, let me like first of all, those women and those men are way too motherfucking old to even be acting like this now. But the kids, they still got a chance. I would say even all the way up to about the age of 25, they still got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
They try to sit there and fucking you old ass niggas sitting there for somebody to for you coddle your feelings. You see what I'm saying? Like understand, even family life, all of that shit is economics. Oh man, it starts in the home. Nigga, it starts with economics. That's why you got these niggas, they want to live up under these chicks, right? They want to live up under these chicks. Don't have any creative will. But see, that's what I was saying earlier. As long as he getting some pussy, bruh. As long as he gets some pussy and all of his sexual desires, his basic needs are being provided for, he does not have any creative will to fucking do anything, not for himself or not even for a fucking woman that's providing everything for him. He's not. He's not incentivized to get married to no chick because hey, he can pump and dump. But see, that creates more of the same shit you've been having. But see, that right there increases the attrition rate. That's why you keep hearing the general talk about attrition.
Mm-hmm.
In a war of attrition, attrition is initiated already by the winning side, the side that's already winning. You see,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just be 100 with you. Black men, they're not winning in that war of attrition because that shit is actually having the greater detrimental effect on the men, which is why you're seeing all of this problem, right? All this open whining and crying and disrespect, right? This vitriol. That's why you see it because it's hurting the men more than it is the women. The women sitting over there laughing, and they're not saying the shit that they're saying necessarily even because it's true. They're saying the shit because uh, they like stepping on your nuts, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as you react like a bitch to it, they're gonna keep treating you like a bitch because that's typically what women do when they see when they see a man that ain't got no backbone. They're gonna keep fucking pressing those buttons because they're trying to fucking pull the backbone out of him. You don't pull the backbone out of him. She's just gonna keep fucking treating you like shit, bruh. She's not gonna give you no respect. Because ultimately, when you really look at what a woman wants, she wants a nigga with a backbone. She wants a man with a backbone. No matter what fucking culture, fucking religion, ethnic ethnic group or race, she wants a nigga with a backbone, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
And by you sitting there saying, oh, I'm just gonna go my own way, I'm just gonna leave, I'm SYSBM saving myself. Like that's already the evidence of an emasculated male with no backbone, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the kind of rhetoric of a strong man. It is a biological directive that women have to look for strong men.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know, a lot of these guys they think that they're hurting these women by saying we're gonna do this. See, my thing is this: you represent me and my image and likeness. I don't like all of that whining and crying and weakness that you're projecting all over the place. I'm actually telling you how to operate like a man. Look, I'd rather you shut the fuck up and go on about your business than sit there trying to have the conversation. What there's to converse about? Your mind's already made up, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Unless it really ain't, and you really feel a type of way about what these chicks are saying and doing. But every time we have this conversation, you hear it come out. Oh, but we have no control. That's victimhood. That's an excuse. I'm not trying to hear excuses.
Mm-hmm. One short thing, Swin, come on, call it night. He does funny. He asked Ray certain questions and he didn't want to answer, but he sure got offended about the church, which I find ironic. That said, you only if you ever even participate is only when there's an institution like a church doing small things, but nothing really tangible that's really gonna affect the youth properly.
No, man. Look, a lot of I like the pluck strings like that because it's like this. You gonna sit there and tell me, right, that I'm judging you. I don't know who you are. While you're planting judgment on an entire community, but you don't know who any of those people are, right? You
Mm-hmm.
don't know you don't know who that boy or that girl that dropped out of high school. You don't know her, but you're passing judgment on her. But see, it's called a trial balloon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or really, let's call it a riposte, right? The riposte is a fencing term, right? Where,
Mm-hmm.
where, where I deflect and counterattack with something that you're saying, but I'm making it. I'm using the same example, but just in a different way, to where it's something that would affect you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I say I deal with these young men that I'm talking about, seventh graders, eighth graders, get get locked up, right? Selling weed, selling cocaine, what have you. Get caught with X pills. These are seventh, eighth graders, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, and then you sit there and say, "Oh man, yeah, they selling drugs." Like, understand, selling drugs is not inherently bad. If we had a problem really with people selling drugs, look, I mean, there would have been a mass movement to literally destroy all fucking big pharma.
Yeah.
Because big pharma has killed more motherfuckers than that illegal drugs have ever killed. There is no place but America where motherfuckers can get away with that shit. Where illegal drug companies have killed more motherfuckers than illegal drugs.
Mm-hmm.
But the illegal drugs is the ones that's criminalized.
Mm-hmm.
You got hundreds of thousands of people in jail for selling weed. Only for 30, 40 years down the line for weed to be a legal thing and be sold on an open market, but wholly monopolized by white corporations though.
Mm-hmm.
While they were locking black boys up for the very same thing. So obviously we don't really have a problem with selling drugs. You're just trying to make a moral argument about it. But let's talk about the immorality of that church. Oh, don't attack people's faith. Well, you sat up here and attack people's faith, bruh. Like when people have nothing else, they're gonna depend on what they can. Whether that should be selling drugs, whether that should be robbing people, or what have you. Breaking into people's houses, what have you. People go to figure out a way to get some money because that literally is the one set of beliefs that people have is making money to support, sustain themselves. But then you sitting here telling me not to. You sitting here telling me not to. Hey man, don't disrespect the people's beliefs. Nigga, why you sitting up here disrespecting everybody else's though? Because my one belief is in people that look like me. But you sit up here and disrespect that, and you don't know these people. But let's talk about all of the indiscretions of that black church, though. Right? Oh, or do we need to bring up Eddie Long's church? He in there fucking the little boys, those little black boys. Why you niggas support him? Or should we talk about that grifter Creflo Dollar? Told his congregation, many of them who fucking walked to his church to buy him a goddamn jet plane, nigga. Or how that damn church, according to today, takes in more than $500 million yearly. It hasn't done one goddamn thing of worth. We're talking about investment in the black community. You see what I'm getting at? So who's really the immoral person? Who's really lacking the moral basis? No moral fortitude in that damn church. Why he's sitting there fucking giving the community his admonishment. Oh, and then we're talking about the emasculation. We're talking about this very deep and overarching thing that society suffers from, right? So it's obviously he cannot even begin to express a single cohesive thought to that topic, but he can express something to that is an effect of said topic, right? Like, oh, what comes to his mind? First thing he starts talking about. Let's talk about the prostitute, the drug dealer, the high school dropout. Though, funny thing is that all of those things have the same thing in common, which was the lack of resources. But then I asked him, what is the biggest thing that children that drop out of school face? The number one issue in America right now, as far as children are concerned, is childhood homelessness. That's the number one thing that's affecting young kids in American society. Childhood homelessness is at an all-time high. Like you sitting there telling me about a high school fucking dropout. Because the shit only exacerbated over COVID. Because if mama or dad can't go to fucking work because they're not essential workers, they get furloughed for 60 fucking days, 90 days. They end up losing the house, which is why they had to put a moratorium in place just to get people, just to prevent people from getting evicted. Why did that happen? Because childhood homelessness was an important issue. But you think there really wasn't you think the moratorium was really about some grown folks who had the ability to sustain themselves, but preventing them from getting kicked out? No, that shit was for children and elderly people. So that these landlords can't put elderly people out onto the damn streets. And it can't put especially single parents out onto the damn streets. Why? They're trying to get children back in school. Why? Because we're having a child shortage. Hello. So if we put mama out with the fucking kids, or we put the single dad out on the goddamn street with the fucking kids, then what has happened? America has just created its own fucking problem again. As a matter of fact, exacerbated the already existing problem. Now the kid ends up homeless, and of going through all of this rough shit that they really should have to because they're kids. And then we sit here in another generation complaining about why these kids ain't reading at a grade appropriate level and shit. Like, fuck out of here, man. Sitting there telling me about some fucking low priority shit like a fucking prostitute. You see what I'm getting at? But yeah, man, that's all I got, bruh. Chaos, you there? But anyway, look, man, it's been real. Let's say gratitude to our Stephen Mary, Chaos, and we up here. And even though all the contributors, the general is no love lost, brother. We always have this back and forth. You're still listening. But salute to the nation. Long live the black nobility and my no police. Peace.